in Warhammer 40k. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. But this was not always so. Once, millions of years before the Imperium of Man took its first stumbling steps across the stars, another civilization dominated the galaxy. They were not human. They were something far older, far more powerful, and far more tragic. They were the Eldar, and their empire stretched across the width and breadth of known space, like a jeweled net cast across the heavens. This is the story of their rise from the ashes of the war in heaven, their ascension to unmatched glory, and their catastrophic fall from grace. It is a tale of hubris and excess, of power without wisdom, and of a civilization that reached for godhood only to birth its own damnation. The echoes of their failure still reverberate through the galaxy in the 41st millennium, a stark warning that even the mightiest can fall when they lose sight of restraint and responsibility. The Eldar Empire was not merely powerful, it was transcendent. At its height, it commanded technology that seemed more like magic than science, wielded psychic abilities that could reshape reality itself, and possessed knowledge that has since been lost to the ages. They were masters of the webway, an interdimensional network that allowed them to traverse the galaxy instantaneously. They created worlds of breathtaking beauty, terraformed planets with a thought, and commanded the very stars themselves. Other races looked upon them with a mixture of awe and fear, knowing that the Eldar stood far above all others in achievement and power. Yet for all their magnificence, the Eldar carried within themselves the seeds of their own destruction. Their minds, so much sharper and more intense than those of lesser races, proved to be both their greatest gift and their ultimate curse. The very psychic abilities that made them powerful also made them vulnerable to dangers they could not foresee. And when they finally fell hard, taking with them trillions of souls and leaving behind a scar in reality itself that would birth horrors beyond imagination. To understand the tragedy of the Eldar, we must journey back to a time before humanity had even learned to walk upright, to an era when the galaxy was young and the battles fought were between gods rather than mortals. We must witness the birth of a race designed for war, their evolution into artists and dreamers, and their slow descent into the abyss of their own making. This is not just the story of an empire, it is the story of what happens when a civilization loses its purpose, when comfort becomes corruption, and when the pursuit of sensation becomes the only meaning left in existence. The fall of the Eldar Empire stands as one of the most significant events in the entire history of Warhammer 40,000. It shaped the galaxy as we know it today, created one of the 4 major chaos gods, and set the stage for humanity's own rise to prominence. Without the fall, there would be no craftworlds sailing through the void, no dark Eldar lurking in Komorash's twisted spires, no harlequins dancing between the threads of fate. The Imperium of Man itself might never have come to be, trapped as Terra was behind warp storms during the Age of Strife. So settle in as we explore this grand tragedy, from its origins in a war that nearly destroyed the galaxy itself, through millennia of unparalleled glory, and down into the darkness of excess and depravity that would ultimately consume the Eldar civilization. This is a story of beauty and horror, of triumph and tragedy, of a people who flew too close to the sun and were consumed by flames of their own kindling. This is the rise and fall of the Eldar Empire. Origins in fire. The war in heaven. Long before the Eldar Empire dominated the galaxy, long before their civilization had even begun, there was war. Not the petty conflicts between mortals squabbling over resources or territory, but a cosmic conflict of such magnitude that it makes even the Horus heresy look like a minor skirmish by comparison. This was the war in heaven, a cataclysmic struggle between godlike beings that would reshape the entire galaxy and determine the fate of countless races yet to come. The war in heaven was fought between 3 primary factions: each possessing power that modern civilizations can scarcely comprehend. On one side stood the Old Ones, ancient beings who had mastered the secrets of the warp and the fundamental forces of the universe itself. They were the first to traverse the stars, the first to understand the relationship between the materium and the immaterium, and they wielded powers of creation that allowed them to shape life itself according to their designs. The Old Ones were patient, wise, and possessed knowledge that would be considered miraculous, even by the standards of the Dark Age of technology. Opposing them were the Necrontyr, a race of short-lived beings plagued by radiation from their dying sun. Despite their brief lifespans, the Necrontyr had developed technology of staggering sophistication, and they burned with resentment toward the Old Ones, who seemed to possess the immortality they so desperately craved. When the Old Ones refused to share the secrets of eternal life, the Necrontyr declared war, a decision that would doom them to a fate worse than the mortality they feared. In desperation, they made a terrible bargain with beings known as the Satan, star gods of immense power who fed upon the life essence of entire suns. The Satan offered the Necrontyr the immortality they sought, but at a terrible price. Through a process called biotransference, the Necrontyr were transformed into the Necrons, their souls stripped away, and their consciousness transferred into bodies of living metal. They became immortal, yes, but they also became slaves to the Satan, their individuality and emotions largely erased in the process. As the Necrons, they became an unstoppable force of destruction, sweeping across the galaxy with technology that could shatter planets and extinguish stars. The Old Ones found themselves facing extinction. Despite their mastery of the warp and their advanced understanding of the universe, they were not warriors by nature, and the Necrons, backed by the reality-warping powers of the Satan, proved to be a terrifying foe. The war raged across millions of years, with battles fought on scales that defy comprehension. Entire star systems were obliterated. The boundaries between the warp and real space were torn and twisted. The galaxy itself became a battlefield where gods clashed and civilizations died. In their desperation, the Old Ones turned to their greatest strength, their ability to manipulate and create life. They began engineering warrior races, beings specifically designed to fight against the Necrons and the Satan. These creations were imbued with strong connections to the warp, allowing them to channel psychic energies that could counter the cold technological superiority of their enemies. Among these warrior races were the Krork, brutal and savage creatures who would eventually devolve into the orcs we know today, and the Jokaero, simian beings of surprising technical aptitude. But the Old Ones' greatest creation, their masterwork in the art of biological warfare, was the Eldar. The Eldar were designed to be the perfect warriors, combining physical grace with devastating psychic potential. Every Eldar was born a psyker, capable of manipulating the energies of the warp with an ease that other races could only dream of achieving. They were elegant and deadly, their minds operating at speeds that made them seem prescient to lesser beings. The Old Ones gave them lifespans that stretched across millennia and senses sharp enough to perceive details that would be invisible to human eyes. More than just physical attributes, the Eldar were given an understanding of the warp that allowed them to create technology that blurred the line between science and sorcery. They learned to shape wraithbone, a psychoplastic material that was essentially solidified warp energy, into structures of incredible strength and beauty. They were taught the secrets of the webway, the labyrinthine network of tunnels that the Old Ones had created to traverse the galaxy safely, avoiding the dangers of direct warp travel. In many ways, the Eldar were the Old Ones' final attempt to create a race that could inherit their legacy. The introduction of these psychically potent warrior races began to turn the tide of the war in heaven. The Eldar, fighting alongside the Krork and other creations of the Old Ones, proved capable of standing against the Necrons in ways that had previously seemed impossible. Their psychic abilities allowed them to strike at the Necrons in ways that pure technology could not defend against. They became a plague upon the star-spanning empire of the Satanan, their undying servants, driving them back system by system. But victory, when it came, was Pyrrhic at best. The violence of the war in heaven had done irreparable damage to the fabric of reality itself. The constant death and suffering of trillions of beings across millions of years had poured psychic energy into the warp, fundamentally changing its nature. Where once the immaterium had been relatively calm, now it roiled with the emotions of dying civilizations. The first stirrings of what would eventually become the Chaos Gods began to coalesce from this sea of suffering and rage. The war also spawned another threat entirely: the enslavers. These warp entities emerged from the tiers between reality and the immaterium, possessing sentient beings and using them as anchors to manifest in real space. They swept across the galaxy like a plague, consuming psychers and non-psychers alike. Even the mighty Old Ones fell before this onslaught, their civilization finally crumbling after surviving the worst that the Necrons and Satan could throw at them. The Satan, weakened by eons of warfare, found themselves vulnerable. Zarek, the Silent King, and the last of the Necron triarchs to retain his full consciousness and free will, saw his opportunity. He led a rebellion against the star gods, shattering them into countless shards and imprisoning these fragments in tesseract labyrinths. The Necrons were finally free of their masters, but victory had come too late. They were diminished, their empire in ruins, and new threats prowled the galaxy. Rather than face the enslavers and the chaos they had helped create, the Necrons chose to retreat. They sealed themselves in tomb worlds across the galaxy, entering a hibernation that would last for 60 million years. They would sleep through the rise and fall of countless civilizations, dreaming metal dreams until the time came for them to reclaim what they had lost. And so the war in heaven ended, not with the triumph of any side, but with the exhaustion and withdrawal of all combatants. The Old Ones were gone, scattered or destroyed. The Necrons slept in their tombs. The Satan were shattered and bound, but the Eldar remained. They had been created for war, designed to be living weapons in a conflict between gods. But now that war was over. The galaxy lay before them, broken and bleeding, but theirs for the taking. The Eldar had survived through some combination of luck, design, and their own formidable abilities. The enslavers that had consumed so many other races seemed unable to gain the same foothold among the Eldar, perhaps due to the protection of their gods or the strength of their psychic defenses. Whatever the reason, they endured when so many others had perished. They inherited a galaxy emptied of its previous masters, a realm scarred by war but full of potential. From the ashes of the war in heaven, the Eldar would rise. They would take the knowledge the Old Ones had given them and expand upon it. They would master the webway completely, adapting and extending it to suit their needs. They would spread across the stars, not as warriors now, but as explorers and creators. The race that had been forged in the fires of the greatest war the galaxy had ever seen would become the architects of the most beautiful and terrible empire the Milky Way would ever witness. But they could never fully escape their origins. The intensity of emotion and sensation that made them such effective warriors, the psychic abilities that allowed them to reshape reality, the connection to the warp that ran through every fiber of their being, these gifts would eventually become curses. The Eldar were powerful, perhaps more powerful than any race had a right to be, but power without wisdom is a dangerous thing. And wisdom, as the Eldar would eventually learn, is often only gained through terrible loss. The stage was set, the players were in place, the war in heaven had ended, and the age of the Eldar Empire was about to begin. The Golden Age, empire at its zenith. In the millions of years that followed the war in heaven, the Eldar transformed from a warrior race into something far grander. They inherited the mantle of galactic dominance from the Old Ones, and with it came a period of unprecedented prosperity and achievement. The Eldar Empire at its height was a civilization of such magnificence that even the Imperium of man at the peak of the Great Crusade would have seemed crude by comparison. This was their golden age, an era that would last for millions of years, when the Eldar stood unchallenged and created wonders that have never been matched since. The scope of the Eldar Empire is difficult for modern minds to truly grasp. Ancient records, fragmentary and unreliable as they are, speak of an empire encompassing tens of thousands of worlds. Some sources claim even greater numbers, the Empire of 10 million suns, as it was sometimes called. Whatever the exact count, the reality is that Eldar civilization stretched across a significant portion of the galaxy. Their influence extended from the galactic core to the outer rim, touching star systems that humanity would not reach for millions of years to come. But mere numbers fail to capture the true nature of the Eldar Empire. This was not a scattered collection of colonies barely maintaining contact with one another, as human space has so often been. The Eldar had mastered the webway, the labyrinthine network of tunnels through the warp that the Old Ones had originally created. They expanded and refined this network, adding their own artistry and improvements until it became a galaxy-spanning transportation system that put all other means of travel to shame. The webway allowed the Eldar to move between their worlds instantaneously, traveling vast distances in moments without ever exposing themselves to the raw chaos of the warp. Imagine being able to step from one side of the galaxy to the other as easily as walking through a doorway, and you begin to understand the advantage this gave them. There was no need for the dangerous, unpredictable warp travel that would later plague humanity. No risk of ships being lost in the immaterium or emerging centuries later than they intended. The webway made the entire Eldar Empire as accessible as a single planet, binding their civilization together in ways that other races could only envy. Within the webway itself, the Eldar constructed entire cities and realms. These pocket dimensions, existing between real space and the warp, became centers of trade and culture. The greatest of these was Commorragh, a city-port of staggering size and complexity that served as a hub for travelers moving between the far-flung worlds of the Empire. Commorragh in those days was a place of light and beauty, very different from the dark nightmare it would become after the fall. It was here that merchants and artists from across the Empire would gather, exchanging goods and ideas, creating a cosmopolitan center of Eldar civilization. The worlds the Eldar settled were transformed into paradises. They did not simply colonize planets as they found them, but actively reshaped them according to their vision of beauty and harmony. Using their psychic abilities and their mastery of Wraithbone technology, they could accelerate the terraforming process that would take other races thousands of years. They seeded lifeless rocks with bacteria that would gradually transform atmospheres and ecosystems. They moved stars themselves when it suited their purposes, arranging systems to be more aesthetically pleasing or practical. These paradise worlds were places of stunning natural beauty, enhanced and guided by Eldar artistry rather than dominated by it. Crystalline cities of Wraithbone grew organically from the landscape, their flowing lines and elegant spires looking more like sculptures than buildings. Gardens stretched for hundreds of miles, filled with flora and fauna from across the galaxy, all carefully curated to create environments of perfect harmony. The climate on these worlds was controlled to remain perpetually ideal, with gentle rains and warm sunshine in perfect balance. But the true glory of the Eldar Empire lay not in its physical achievements, but in its mastery of psychic and technological arts. The Eldar were all psychers, every one of them born with abilities that would have marked them as powerful witches or sorcerers in any other race. This universal psychic gift meant that their entire civilization operated on principles that would seem like magic to outside observers. Their technology was not purely mechanical, but psycho-reactive, responding to thought and intention as much as to physical manipulation. Wraithbone was the foundation of Eldar technology, and it exemplified their unique approach to engineering. This material was not mined or manufactured in the traditional sense, but grown from psychic energy itself, shaped by specialists called bone singers who could coax it into any form they desired. Wraithbone was stronger than adamantium, more flexible than plasteel, and it had the remarkable property of being able to self-repair when damaged. More importantly, it conducted psychic energy the way metal conducts electricity, allowing it to serve as both structure and circuitry in Eldar constructions. With Wraithbone, the Eldar created ships that were more like living organisms than vessels. These ships responded to their pilots' thoughts, their systems integrating seamlessly with the crew's psychic presence. Weapon systems could be controlled with barely a conscious thought. Navigation through the webway was as natural as walking. Even damage control became intuitive, as the ship itself worked in harmony with its occupants to repair injuries to its structure. The same principles applied to all Eldar technology. Their weapons were works of art as much as instruments of war, elegant and deadly, responding to their wielder's intentions. Their armor grew and adapted to fit its wearer, becoming like a second skin that enhanced natural abilities rather than simply providing protection. Even mundane tools were psychoreactive, making every Eldar, regardless of their specific abilities, capable of operating equipment that would be incomprehensible to less gifted races. This mastery of psychic technology extended to their understanding of life and death itself. When an Eldar died during this golden age, their spirit would peacefully dissolve back into the warp, eventually to be reborn in a new form. Death was not an ending, but a transition, part of a natural cycle that the Eldar accepted as part of existence. The warp itself was different then, not yet corrupted into the hellish nightmare it would become. It was simply another dimension, mysterious but not inherently hostile, where the souls of the departed could rest before returning to life. The Eldar gods dwelled in the warp during this time, distinct entities that embodied various aspects of Eldar culture and psychology. Asurian, the Phoenix King, ruled over the pantheon as Lord of the Gods. Isha was the goddess of fertility and healing, motherly and nurturing. Kurnoos represented the hunt and the natural world. Kana embodied war and murder, the violence that the Eldar had been created to inflict. Segorak, the laughing god, was the trickster and the dancer, and there were others, each representing some facet of the Eldar psyche, each worshipped and honored in their own way. The relationship between the Eldar and other races during this period is less well documented, but what records exist paint a picture of benign contempt. The Eldar knew themselves to be the superior race in the galaxy, and they made little effort to hide this knowledge. Other civilizations were tolerated when they stayed in their own corners of space, ignored when they did not interfere with Eldar interests, and swept aside when they became inconvenient. Humanity, still struggling through its early development on Terra, occasionally came into contact with the expanding Eldar Empire. These encounters were rarely friendly. The Eldar saw humans as primitive barbarians, interesting perhaps in an anthropological sense, but hardly worthy of serious consideration. Conflicts over resources were resolved swiftly and decisively in the Eldars' favor. A human colony might be removed from a world the Eldar wanted for their own purposes, with about as much consideration as humans might give to clearing a field of weeds. The Orcs, descendants of the Krork created by the Old Ones, were viewed as a nuisance rather than a threat. Whenever their numbers grew large enough to cause problems, the Eldar would dispatch military forces to cull them back to manageable levels. These operations were handled with the casual efficiency of exterminators dealing with vermin. The Eldar had not forgotten that they were designed as warriors, and when war was necessary, they proved themselves devastatingly effective. But war was rare during the height of the Eldar Empire. There was little need for conflict when you commanded such overwhelming superiority in every field of endeavor. The Eldar could afford to be artists and philosophers rather than soldiers. They could spend centuries perfecting a single sculpture or composing a symphony. They could devote lifetimes to understanding the subtle interplay between different shades of color or the mathematics of beauty. Labor, as other races understood it, became obsolete in Eldar society. They created sophisticated machines and constructs to handle all menial work, growing food, maintaining infrastructure, even conducting military operations when necessary. These psychomatons and spirit drones were controlled through the Eldar's psychic abilities, making them extensions of their creator's will rather than independent entities. With all their physical needs met without effort, the Eldar were free to pursue whatever interested them. And pursue they did, with the single-minded intensity that characterized their race. An Eldar might spend 1,000 years mastering a single artistic technique, not out of necessity, but out of genuine passion for achieving perfection. Another might devote centuries to exploring the philosophical implications of existence, plumbing depths of thought that shorter-lived races would never have time to reach. The accumulated knowledge and achievements of Eldar civilization grew with each passing millennium, creating a culture of sophistication and refinement unmatched anywhere in the galaxy. Their understanding of the universe deepened beyond anything we can fully comprehend from our current perspective. They learned secrets of the warp that have since been lost, methods of predicting and shaping its currents that modern farseers can only dimly remember. They mapped the webway completely, knowing every twist and turn of that infinite maze. They studied the nature of time itself, peering into possible futures and occasionally even adjusting events in the present to bring about desired outcomes. The Eldar of this golden age believed, with substantial justification, that they were the pinnacle of civilization. They saw themselves as the natural inheritors of the Old One's legacy, the rightful masters of the galaxy. Why shouldn't they believe this? They had no equals. The Necrons slept in their tombs, the Satan were shattered and bound, the Old Ones were gone. Every other race in the galaxy was demonstrably inferior in every measurable way. The Eldar stood alone at the summit of achievement, looking down on a galaxy that offered them no challenges and no limits. This sense of superiority, this absolute confidence in their own supremacy, should have been a warning sign. History, even in the grim darkness of the far future, has shown repeatedly that pride comes before the fall. But the Eldar could not see it. How could they? They had been masters of the galaxy for millions of years. They had shaped it according to their will, creating beauty wherever they went. Their empire had endured longer than most races' entire existence. They seemed eternal, untouchable, invincible. But nothing lasts forever. Not even the Eldar Empire. The seeds of corruption were already being planted, invisible but insidious. The very lack of challenge that made their civilization so glorious also robbed it of purpose. The comfort and security they had created would become a prison. And their greatest strength, their intense emotional nature, their deep capacity for sensation and feeling, would eventually become the weapon that destroyed them. The Golden Age would not last. It could not last. But for millions of years, it seemed as though it might, as though the Eldar had finally achieved something truly eternal. They had reached the pinnacle of civilization, and from that height, there was nowhere to go but down. The seeds of corruption. Every great tragedy has a beginning, a point where things begin to go wrong, even if no one notices at first. For the Eldar Empire, that beginning was subtle, almost invisible. It did not come from external threat or internal strife. It came from success itself, from the very achievements that had made their civilization so glorious. The Eldar had solved all the fundamental problems of existence: scarcity, labor, mortality, and in doing so, they had unwittingly removed the constraints that had given their lives meaning and purpose. Consider what it means to live in a society where every material need is met without effort. The Eldar had created machines and constructs that handled all necessary work. Food appeared whenever it was wanted, grown and prepared by automated systems. Buildings maintained themselves. guided by the psychic circuits running through their wraithbone structures. Even defense was largely automated, with psychic drones and war constructs standing ready to deal with the rare occasions when force was needed. For shorter-lived races, this might have been paradise, but the Eldar lived for thousands of years, some for tens of thousands. And with all their time freed from the necessities of survival, they found themselves facing a question that their civilization had never seriously grappled with before. What is life for when you have everything you could possibly need? The answer, for many Eldar, became the pursuit of experience itself. If material comfort was assured, then meaning must come from sensation, from feeling, from the experience of being alive in as many ways as possible. This seems, on its surface, like a reasonable response. Indeed, it was this very curiosity and passion for experience that had driven many of the Eldar's greatest achievements. Artists sought to create works that would evoke the deepest emotions. Musicians composed symphonies that could move listeners to tears or ecstasy. Philosophers explored the nature of consciousness and sensation with unmatched rigor. But the Eldar psyche was fundamentally different from that of other races in ways that would prove catastrophic. An Eldar's capacity for emotion and sensation was not merely greater than a human's. It was of an entirely different order of magnitude. Where a human might feel joy, an Eldar experienced rapture. Where a human felt sadness, an Eldar knew despair beyond description. Every sensation, every emotion, every experience was amplified to an intensity that would overwhelm lesser minds. This intensity had been manageable when the Eldar were still a warrior race, when they had purpose and discipline imposed upon them by necessity. The constant challenges of the war in heaven and the early days of their empire had provided structure and meaning. There were goals to achieve, enemies to fight, worlds to settle. But as the millennia passed and the empire grew ever more secure and stable, that external structure began to fade. The Eldar found themselves with infinite time and unlimited resources, and minds capable of experiencing sensation at an intensity that could become addictive. The comparison to drug addiction is not merely metaphorical. It captures something essential about what began to happen to Eldar society. Just as a drug addict requires ever-increasing doses to achieve the same high, the Eldar found that experiences which once satisfied them began to pale with repetition. An artist who had spent 1,000 years perfecting their craft might find that even their greatest works no longer stirred the depths of emotion they once had. A musician might discover that even the most beautiful symphony became mundane after the 100th performance. The very intensity of their nature meant that they built up a kind of tolerance to experience, needing ever greater stimulation to achieve the same sense of satisfaction. At first, this manifested in harmless or even beneficial ways. Eldar pushed the boundaries of their arts, seeking new forms of expression that had never been attempted before. They experimented with combining different sensory experiences, visual art that incorporated psychic impressions to evoke specific emotions, music that resonated in dimensions beyond sound, sculptures that existed partially in the warp and changed appearance based on the observer's mental state. These innovations represented the Eldar genius at its finest, creating beauty that transcended anything other races could conceive. But there was a darker current beneath these achievements, one that grew stronger with each passing generation. Some Eldar began to seek experiences not for their aesthetic or philosophical value, but simply for their intensity. The goal became not to create meaning, but merely to feel something, anything, strongly enough to break through the growing numbness that came from having experienced too much. The structure of Eldar society began to shift in subtle ways. The disciplines and traditions that had guided their culture started to seem restrictive rather than meaningful. Why limit yourself to one art form when you could experience them all? Why adhere to ancient philosophies of balance and moderation when such teachings seemed designed for lesser beings who couldn't handle the full spectrum of experience? The Eldar were superior, after all. Surely they could explore sensations and emotions that would destroy lesser races without suffering similar consequences. This thinking was reinforced by the evidence all around them. The Eldar had been masters of the galaxy for millions of years. Nothing had been able to threaten them in all that time. The Necrons remained asleep. The Orcs were scattered and weak. Humanity was barely sapient. What could possibly harm the mighty Eldar Empire? They seemed invincible, eternal, beyond the reach of any force in the material universe. The arrogance that had always been a part of Eldar culture, the knowledge of their own superiority that had been earned through their achievements, began to metastasize into something more dangerous. They stopped seeing other races as merely inferior and began viewing them as essentially irrelevant. Human colonies might be displaced or destroyed without the Eldar even considering that they were dealing with sentient beings whose lives had value. Orcs were exterminated like vermin, with about as much moral consideration. The idea that these barbarian races might have rights or deserve ethical treatment simply never occurred to most Eldar. More troubling was the growing dismissal of potential dangers from the warp. The Eldar knew about the Immaterium, of course. They were intimately connected to it, using its energies for their technology and drawing power from it for their psychic abilities. But they viewed the warp through the lens of their own experience. When an Eldar died, their spirit dissolved peacefully back into the Immaterium. Their gods dwelt there, distinct entities who had been born from Eldar consciousness but maintained their own identities. What reason was there to fear the warp? This casual attitude toward the dangers of the Immaterium represented a fatal blind spot. The Eldar understood the warp as a tool, as a dimension they had mastered and controlled. They did not fully appreciate that the warp was reactive, that it responded to and was shaped by the psychic emanations of sentient beings. Or perhaps they understood this intellectually, but failed to grasp the implications. After all, the warp had always been stable during their experience. The roiling chaos that had characterized the end of the war in heaven had settled into relative calm over the millions of years of Eldar dominance. What the Eldar failed to recognize was that their own nature made them uniquely dangerous to themselves. Their intense psychic presence meant that their emotions and sensations created powerful ripples in the warp. A human feeling, anger, might create a tiny perturbation in the Immaterium, a brief flicker that dissipated almost immediately. An Eldar feeling that same emotion would create a psychic tsunami, a wave of energy that reverberated through the warp with tremendous force. For millions of years, this had not been a problem. The emotions that predominated in Eldar society during their golden age, curiosity, aesthetic appreciation, philosophical contemplation, were not particularly dangerous. They created patterns in the warp that were complex and beautiful, but not inherently harmful. But as Eldar society began to shift, as their pursuit of sensation began to take on a different character, the nature of their psychic emanations began to change as well. The first signs were so subtle that few noticed them, and those who did often dismissed them as aberrations or isolated incidents. Farseers, the Eldar's most powerful psychers and diviners, began to report disturbing visions when they looked into possible futures. They saw shadows in the warp, something vast and hungry stirring in the depths of the Immaterium. But these visions were fragmentary and unclear, and they seemed far off in possible futures rather than immediate dangers. Besides, the Farseers had been seeing possible catastrophes for millennia. Such was the nature of divination. The vast majority of potential disasters never came to pass. Some Eldar, those with the clearest sight or the strongest sense of unease, began to warn their fellows that something was changing, that their civilization was drifting toward danger. These voices spoke of the need to return to older ways, to rediscover the disciplines and restraints that had characterized earlier generations of Eldar. They preached that the pursuit of pure sensation without meaning or purpose was a path to destruction. But these warnings fell largely on deaf ears. To most Eldar, they sounded like the tired concerns of conservatives who couldn't accept that society had evolved beyond its primitive origins. The doomsayers were seen as pessimists or cowards, beings who lacked the courage to fully embrace the possibilities that life offered. After all, what could go wrong? The Eldar had weathered the war in heaven. They had built the greatest empire the galaxy had ever seen. They were the superior race, the chosen inheritors of the Old One's legacy. A few extremists pursuing their own particular interests could hardly threaten something so vast and powerful. And so the drift continued, imperceptible at first but gathering momentum with each generation. The line between aesthetic experience and pure sensation-seeking grew blurrier. The traditions and philosophies that had provided structure began to seem like unnecessary limitations. The gods who had once been central to Eldar spirituality were gradually marginalized, their teachings replaced by a kind of self-worship, the belief that each Eldar was their own god, limited only by their willingness to explore the full range of experience. The stage was being set, though few recognized it. The seeds of corruption, planted in the very soil of the Eldars' greatest achievements, were beginning to germinate. What had started as a civilization of artists and dreamers was slowly transforming into something else, something darker. The Eldar were about to discover that there are experiences more intense than beauty and wonder, sensations that go beyond aesthetic contemplation. They were about to learn that their greatest strength, their capacity for deep, intense feeling, could become the instrument of their destruction. The Golden Age was ending, though most Eldar could not yet see it. But in the warp, something had taken notice of them. Something that fed on emotion and sensation, growing stronger with each psychic ripple the Eldar sent through the immaterium. Something vast and terrible and utterly insatiable was stirring in the depths of the warp, not yet conscious, but growing more defined with each passing year. The Eldar's fall from grace was beginning, and once started, it would be impossible to stop. The descent into darkness. The transformation of Eldar society from a civilization of artists and philosophers into something far more sinister did not happen overnight. It was a process that unfolded across thousands of years, so gradual that many Eldar failed to recognize it until it was far too late to turn back. What began as innocent exploration of sensation evolved into an obsession, and that obsession eventually consumed their culture entirely. This was the age when the pleasure cults arose, when beauty twisted into cruelty, and when the Eldar's intense capacity for feeling led them down paths that would horrify any rational observer. The pleasure cults began, as many dangerous things do, with noble intentions. They started as societies dedicated to exploring particular aspects of experience, groups of Eldar who shared common interests and wanted to delve deeper into their chosen field than general society encouraged. There were cults devoted to music, to visual art, to dance, to the appreciation of scent and flavor, to the philosophical contemplation of consciousness itself. At first, these were merely specialized social groups, little different from guilds or philosophical schools that had existed throughout Eldar history. But the fundamental problem with Eldar psychology, their need for ever greater intensity of sensation, meant that these cults could not remain innocent for long. A group devoted to musical experience would eventually exhaust the possibilities of traditional composition and performance. They would seek new forms of sound, new ways of creating auditory experiences that pushed beyond anything that had come before. This drive for novelty was not in itself problematic, but it created a kind of arms race of sensation, with each cult trying to outdo the others in the intensity and extremity of the experiences they could offer their members. As the cults grew in popularity and influence, they began to compete for members and prestige within Eldar society. The cults that could offer the most intense experiences attracted the most followers. Those that clung to more traditional approaches found themselves increasingly marginalized, dismissed as boring or cowardly by Eldar, who had tasted stronger pleasures. This created tremendous pressure to push boundaries, to offer experiences that were not just different, but more extreme, more overwhelming, more addictive than what rivals could provide. The escalation was subtle at first. A cult devoted to physical sensation might experiment with new forms of touch, with textures and temperatures that stimulated nerve endings in novel ways. A group exploring emotional experiences might use psychic techniques to amplify feelings of joy or love to unprecedented heights. These experiments seemed harmless, even laudable. Were the Eldar not pushing the boundaries of what was possible, as they had always done? Was this not simply another expression of their superior nature? But intensity, once pursued for its own sake, has a natural progression. Joy, no matter how amplified, eventually becomes familiar. The nervous system adapts, and what once seemed overwhelming becomes merely pleasant. To recapture that initial rush of sensation, the Eldar had to go further, push harder, explore more extreme states. And in that pursuit, they discovered something that their long history of peaceful dominance had not fully taught them. Pain can be just as intense as pleasure, fear as compelling as joy, and cruelty as fascinating as kindness. The pleasure cults began to darken. Groups that had once celebrated physical sensation in innocent ways started to explore pain as another form of intense experience. After all, suffering registered just as strongly on the nervous system as ecstasy. Why limit oneself to only pleasant sensations when the full spectrum of feeling included so much more? They experimented with ever more extreme forms of stimulation, seeking that perfect balance of pleasure and pain that would create the most intense possible response. Other cults explored emotional territory that previous generations would have considered taboo. They sought to experience not just love, but obsession, not just excitement, but terror, not just satisfaction, but the sick thrill of cruelty. They discovered that the darker emotions carried their own addictive intensity, and that in their amplified form, they could be just as compelling as any positive feeling, more compelling even, because they had the added spice of transgression, the thrill of doing what one knew was wrong. As these practices spread, the moral and ethical framework that had guided Eldar society for millions of years began to collapse. Concepts like compassion, restraint, and concern for others came to be seen as limitations, barriers to the full experience of existence. Why show mercy when cruelty created such intense sensations? Why exercise self-control when unbridled indulgence felt so much more alive? The very idea of moderation became a joke, something for lesser races who lacked the capacity to truly embrace all that life offered. The geographical spread of this corruption was not uniform. The core worlds of the Eldar Empire, where population was most concentrated and where the traditional structures of society had eroded most completely, fell into decadence first. Here, the pleasure cults flourished without restraint, competing ever more openly for followers and pushing ever darker boundaries. The streets of once beautiful cities became stages for displays that would have been considered horrifying in earlier times, but were now celebrated as bold exploration of experience. Public spaces that had once been used for art exhibitions and philosophical discussions were repurposed for the cult's ceremonies. These events, which began as performances and rituals, grew increasingly wild and violent. Eldar preyed upon one another in elaborate games of domination and submission. They competed to create the most extreme spectacles, the most shocking violations of old taboos. What had been sacred became profane. What had been private became public. All boundaries dissolved in the pursuit of sensation. Komarach, that great city within the webway, that had once been a hub of legitimate trade and culture, became the ultimate haven for the pleasure cults. Here, isolated from normal space and shielded from the eyes of those who might still disapprove, the most extreme practitioners of hedonism gathered. The city that had represented the best of Eldar civilization became a dark reflection of its descent. a place where no desire was forbidden and no cruelty too extreme. The transformation of Cumorah deserves particular attention, for it would later become the refuge of those who chose to continue these dark practices even after the fall. What had been a shining example of Eldar engineering and culture became a labyrinth of pain and pleasure, where fortunes were made through the exploitation of others' suffering. Arenas were built for blood sports. Districts arose that catered to every conceivable vice. The light and beauty that had characterized the city gave way to shadows and twisted architecture that seemed to embody the corruption spreading through Eldar culture. But not all Eldar embraced this descent. As the pleasure cults grew in power and influence, others watched in horror at what their civilization was becoming. These dissenters represented different responses to the growing crisis, and their choices would determine who would survive the catastrophe that was approaching. The first to flee were those who would become known as the Exodites. These Eldar saw the writing on the wall long before most of their kin. They recognized that the pursuit of ever greater sensation was not sustainable, that it would eventually lead to disaster. Rather than try to reform a society that seemed determined to destroy itself, they made the painful choice to leave everything they knew behind. They gathered their followers and departed for the edges of the galaxy, seeking primitive worlds far from the Empire's core where they could start anew. The Exodites deliberately rejected the comfortable, technology-dependent lifestyle that had enabled the pleasure cults to flourish. They settled on virgin worlds, maiden worlds, as they called them, and embraced a harsh, agrarian existence. They lived close to the land, working with their hands, facing real challenges and dangers that gave life meaning beyond pure sensation. It was a hard choice, abandoning the accumulated sophistication of millions of years of civilization to become essentially primitive again. But they saw it as necessary, the only way to preserve their souls and their sanity. Those who remained in the heart of the Empire but still resisted the corruption took a different approach. These Eldar, who would eventually become the craft world Aeldari or Asuryani, believed that the problem was not Eldar civilization itself, but the loss of discipline and purpose that came with too much comfort. They began to warn of impending doom, their farseers reporting ever more disturbing visions of what was coming. They spoke of a great catastrophe, a moment when the accumulated consequences of their race's actions would come due. These warnings were met with mockery and hostility. The pleasure cults had no interest in tales of doom from pessimistic seers. They were too caught up in their own pursuits to worry about hypothetical future consequences. Besides, the visions were vague, contradictory, impossible to pin down. Every generation of farseers saw potential disasters that never materialized. Why should this be any different? But a few listened. A few recognized that the seers spoke truth, even if the exact nature of the coming catastrophe remained unclear. These Eldar began to make preparations, subtle at first, but growing more urgent as the visions intensified. They gathered resources and followers. They took the massive trade ships that had once plied routes between Eldar worlds and began converting them into something else. Not just vessels, but entire self-contained communities. These craft worlds, as they would come to be called, were designed to be mobile worlds, capable of supporting their populations indefinitely as they sailed through the void. The construction and departure of the craft worlds was not a single event, but a process that unfolded over thousands of years. One by one, these massive ships left the core worlds of the Empire, carrying Eldar who had chosen to flee rather than participate in the madness that had consumed their civilization. They were called cowards by those who remained, mocked as weaklings who couldn't handle the full intensity of what it meant to be Eldar. But they persisted, driven by the certain knowledge that something terrible was coming. Meanwhile, in the heart of the Empire, things continued to spiral out of control. The pleasure cults had moved beyond mere sensual excess into territory that could only be described as outright evil. Murder became an art form, with practitioners competing to devise ever more elaborate and cruel ways to end life. torture was refined to a high science, with cultists studying the limits of what elder physiology could endure before death finally came as a release. Entire families were destroyed in blood feuds that had started as games, but escalated beyond all reason. The violence was not random, but calculated, pursued with the same intensity and dedication that earlier generations had applied to art or philosophy. Eldar studied suffering the way their ancestors had studied beauty, seeking to understand its parameters and push its boundaries. They became experts in causing pain, in prolonging agony, in creating experiences of such intense negativity that they eclipsed everything else. And through it all, they felt alive in a way that nothing else could make them feel. Even the Eldar's own children were not safe from the depravity that had consumed their civilization. Some cults incorporated child sacrifice into their rituals, justifying it as necessary to achieve certain transcendent states of experience. The moral horror of such acts was dismissed as the squeamishness of lesser beings. After all, in Eldar belief, death was not final. The spirits would be reborn. What did it matter if some were sent back to the warp earlier than others? The intensity of the experience was what mattered, not bourgeois concerns about morality or compassion. And all the while, the warp was changing. Every act of cruelty, every moment of suffering, every instant of dark pleasure sent psychic ripples through the immaterium. The Eldar's intense psychic presence meant that these emanations were not minor perturbations, but major events in the geography of the warp. And in that malleable realm where thought and reality were one, where emotion could become substance, something was taking form. The entity had no name yet, no clear consciousness, but it was growing, fed by the psychic energy of billions of Eldar pursuing sensation without restraint. It swelled in the depths of the warp, like a tumor in the fabric of reality. It was not yet a god, not quite, but it was becoming one. With each passing year, each passing day, it grew more defined, more powerful, more hungry. And its hunger was specifically attuned to one thing: the souls of the Eldar who were birthing it into existence. The Farseers could see it now in their visions with terrible clarity. The fragmentary glimpses of earlier years had coalesced into a nightmare of apocalyptic proportions. They saw the future rushing toward them, a moment of catastrophic birth, a psychic scream that would tear reality itself, a hunger that would consume trillions. They tried to warn their people, tried to make them understand the danger, but it was too late. The momentum was unstoppable now. The Eldar civilization had traveled too far down the dark path to turn back. The final years before the fall must have been a special kind of hell for those Eldar who retained their sanity and moral sense. They could see exactly what was coming, but were powerless to prevent it. They could only watch as their civilization raced toward its own destruction, driven by addiction to sensation that had become more important than life itself. All they could do was flee, abandoning the core worlds to their fate, and hope that they could get far enough away before the end came. The pleasure cults, oblivious or uncaring about the warnings, continued their descent. If anything, the apocalyptic prophecies only spurred them to greater extremes. If the end was truly coming, they reasoned, then why not experience absolutely everything before it arrived? They threw themselves into their pursuits with redoubled fervor, creating ever more elaborate and horrifying spectacles. The streets of the core worlds ran with blood. The air itself seemed to thicken with the psychic weight of so much suffering and ecstasy intertwined. And in the warp, in the depths where no light from the material universe could reach, the thing that would become Slaanesh stirred. It was almost ready, almost conscious, almost born. It could feel the Eldar souls that had created it, could taste them in the immaterium, and it hungered for them with an intensity that matched their own capacity for sensation. They had made it in their image, this god of excess and pleasure and pain, and soon it would be time for it to claim what was rightfully its. The descent was complete. The Eldar had fallen from the heights of civilization into an abyss of their own creation. All that remained was for the consequences to arrive. and they were coming soon, rushing toward the Eldar, with the inevitability of a tidal wave toward a shore. The Golden Age was over. The Age of Glory had passed. Now came the time of reckoning, and nothing would ever be the same again. The warp awakens. In the depths of the immaterium, beyond the reach of mortal sight or understanding, something terrible was happening. The warp, that parallel dimension of raw psychic energy and emotion, was being fundamentally altered by the emanations of elder civilization. For thousands of years, the dark practices of the pleasure cults had been pouring negative psychic energy into this malleable realm, and that energy was coalescing into something new, something hungry, something conscious. The warp had not always been the nightmare realm it is in the 41st millennium. During the golden age of the Elder Empire, it was still relatively stable, a dimension that reflected the emotions of sentient beings, but without the overwhelming corruption that would later characterize it. The Eldar gods existed there as distinct entities, born from the collective psychic emanations of their people, but maintaining their own identities and purposes. When an Eldar died, their spirit would dissolve peacefully back into the warp, eventually to be reborn. The Immaterium was mysterious and powerful, certainly, but not inherently hostile. This began to change as Eldar society fell deeper into decadence. The problem was not simply that the Eldar were engaging in dark practices. Many races throughout the galaxy's history had done terrible things without birthing chaos gods. The unique danger posed by the Eldar came from the combination of their intense psychic presence and their astronomical population. There were billions upon billions of Eldar spread across thousands of worlds, and every single one of them was a powerful psyker whose emotions created massive ripples in the warp. When an entire civilization of such beings began to synchronize around certain themes, pleasure, pain, excess, sensation-seeking, the warp responded. It always does. The Immaterium is reactive by nature, shaped by and reflecting the psychic emanations of sentient life. For millions of years, those emanations had been predominantly positive, or at least neutral: curiosity, aesthetic appreciation, contentment. But now they were changing, becoming darker, more twisted, more focused on the pursuit of extreme sensation, regardless of morality or consequence. In the warp, these emanations began to accumulate and congeal. Imagine drops of water, each one insignificant by itself, but capable of forming rivers and oceans when combined. The psychic energy of the Eldar was like that. Individual moments of sensation and emotion joining together in the Immaterium to create something vastly larger than the sum of its parts. At first, this entity, if it could even be called that yet, was barely conscious. It was more of a process than a being, a region of the warp where certain kinds of psychic energy tended to collect and intensify. But the warp is not a static place. Patterns that persist long enough begin to take on a kind of reality, a self-sustaining nature that allows them to grow and evolve. Over thousands of years, as the Eldar poured more and more of their dark psychic energy into this region of the Immaterium, the entity became more defined. It developed something approaching desires, though not yet true consciousness. It began to exert a kind of influence back onto the material universe, a subtle pull that encouraged more of the very behaviors that fed it. This feedback loop was insidious and difficult to perceive. Individual Eldar engaged in the pleasure cults would feel an inexplicable compulsion to push further, to explore darker territory, to seek ever more extreme experiences. They attributed these urges to their own natures, to the legendary intensity of the Eldar psyche. They had no idea that something in the warp was feeding on their actions and encouraging them to continue. The entity was shaping the very civilization that was birthing it, like a parasitic infant manipulating its host. The Farseers were among the first to truly understand what was happening. These powerful psychers, masters of divination and scrying, spent much of their time in trance states that allowed them to perceive possible futures. As the entity in the warp grew stronger, those futures became increasingly dominated by visions of catastrophe. The Farseers saw apocalyptic images, cities consumed by fire, souls ripped from bodies, reality itself tearing apart at the heart of the empire. They saw a hungry darkness swallowing everything, leaving only screaming and silence in its wake. But the visions were frustratingly unclear about specifics. The warp is not a place of linear time, and divination is as much art as science. Different Farseers saw different possible futures, each one branching from the others in ways that were difficult to reconcile. Some visions suggested the catastrophe was imminent, others placed it centuries or even millennia in the future. The exact nature of the threat remained nebulous. Something was growing in the warp, something terrible. But what exactly it was and how it would manifest remained uncertain. This uncertainty made it difficult to convince others of the danger. When the Farseers tried to warn the general Eldar population, they were met with skepticism or outright hostility. The pleasure cults, now wielding enormous influence in Eldar society, had no interest in prophecies of doom that would require them to change their ways. They dismissed the Farseers as alarmists or madmen, seeing their warnings as attempts to control others through fear. Besides, the Farseers had been predicting potential disasters for millennia. Most of those disasters never came to pass. Why should this be any different? Even among the Farseers themselves, there was disagreement about how to respond. Some advocated for immediate and dramatic action, perhaps even forcibly suppressing the pleasure cults and returning Eldar society to the disciplines of earlier ages. Others counseled caution, warning that such heavy-handed measures might trigger the very catastrophe they sought to prevent. The difficulty of interpreting visions that came from a dimension where time was fluid and possibility infinite made consensus impossible. As the thousands of years passed, the visions grew clearer and more urgent. The Farseers could now perceive details that had been obscure before. They saw a moment of birth, a psychic scream of such magnitude that it would tear holes in reality itself. They saw the heart of the Eldar Empire consumed, countless worlds vanishing into a wound in space that bled the raw stuff of chaos. They saw their own gods being devoured by something vast and terrible. And they saw the aftermath. A galaxy forever changed, with the Eldar reduced to scattered remnants fleeing for their lives. The entity was nearing consciousness. After thousands of years of gestation, fed by the cumulative psychic energy of billions of Eldar pursuing sensation without restraint, it was almost ready to be born. In the warp, it had grown to tremendous size and power, a concentration of excess and hedonism and cruelty that dwarfed anything that had existed in the Immaterium before. It was becoming a god. Not in the metaphorical sense, but in the most literal way possible. It would be the fourth of the great Chaos gods, joining Khorne, Nurgle, and Tzeentch in the pantheon of the ruinous powers. The nascent god had no name yet, but it would soon acquire one. Slaanesh. She who thirsts, in the Eldar tongue, though the deity transcended conventional notions of gender, just as it transcended all other limitations. It embodied every form of excess, the pursuit of pleasure to the point of pain, the exploration of sensation beyond all reason, the complete abandonment of restraint in favor of pure experience. It was, in every sense, the Eldars' dark reflection, created from their own natures and their own choices. The pressure within the warp was building to unbearable levels. The entity was too large, too powerful, too concentrated to remain in a state of semi-consciousness much longer. It had reached critical mass, the point where mere accumulation would give way to transformation. Soon, very soon, it would achieve true awareness, and in that moment of awakening, it would do what all newborns do. It would scream. But this would not be the cry of a human infant, barely audible beyond the room where it was born. This would be a psychic howl that would echo across the entire galaxy, a birth scream of such magnitude that it would shatter the boundaries between the warp and real space in the heart of the Eldar Empire. The entity's first conscious act would be to feed, and it had already identified its prey. The Eldar souls that had created it, with their intense psychic presence and their delicious corruption, would be its first meal. It would devour them by the trillion, drinking deep of the very souls that had given it life. So, final years before the fall must have been a strange and terrible time for those Eldar who understood what was coming. They could feel the pressure building in the warp, could sense the approaching catastrophe, like animals sensing an earthquake before the ground begins to shake. Sleep became difficult, haunted by dreams that were really glimpses of the nightmare taking form in the immaterium. Psychic phenomena became more common and more disturbing. Objects moving without physical cause, whispers heard in empty rooms, visions of shadows that moved against the light. The Farseers went into seclusion, spending ever more time in their trance states, desperately seeking some way to prevent or at least mitigate the coming disaster. But they found no answers, only confirmation that the end was near. The futures they scried were almost all the same now, converging on a single apocalyptic moment. The time of possibility was over. The catastrophe was no longer a potential future, but an approaching certainty. Those who had already fled to the craft worlds watched from a distance, their massive ships sailing through the void, far from the Empire's core. They could not see what was happening in the warp directly, but they could feel it. A gathering storm, a pressure building toward release. They drove their craft worlds faster, putting as much distance as possible between themselves and the doomed worlds of the Empire's heart. They knew that proximity would mean death when the end came, that the psychic shockwave would sweep outward from the Empire's core, like the blast wave from a dying star. The Exodites, on their distant maiden worlds, were perhaps the safest of all Eldar. They had fled earliest and gone furthest, putting light years between themselves and the corruption that consumed their civilization. They had built new lives, hard and simple lives, without the technology and comfort that had enabled the pleasure cults to flourish. When they looked to the stars on clear nights, they could not see the empire they had left behind, and they were grateful for that distance. But the majority of Eldar, those who had embraced the pleasure cults or simply failed to recognize the danger, remained in the Empire's core worlds. They went about their pursuits, oblivious or uncaring about the warnings, driven by addiction to sensation that had become the only thing that mattered to them. If they felt the pressure building in the warp, they interpreted it as excitement, as a sign that something amazing was about to happen. They were right, in a terrible way. Something amazing was indeed about to happen. In Komorrah, deep within the webway, the most extreme of the pleasure cults continued their practices in isolation from normal space. They believed themselves safe, protected by the very dimensional barriers that made the webway possible. They would soon learn how wrong they were. The moment approached. In the warp, the entity that would become Slaanesh reached the final threshold of consciousness. The accumulated psychic energy of thousands of years of Eldar excess had given it form and substance and terrible power. It was ready to be born, ready to take its place among the Chaos Gods, ready to claim the souls that had created it. The warp itself seemed to hold its breath, the entire immaterium poised on the edge of transformation. And then, in a moment that would be recorded in imperial chronology, as sometime around the year 30,000 of the Terran calendar, it happened. The entity achieved consciousness. Its eyes, if it could be said to have eyes, opened for the first time. It looked upon the galaxy and saw prey. It felt hunger, infinite and insatiable. And it screamed. The fall had begun. The fall, Slaanesh's birth. The moment of Slaanesh's birth was not a gradual thing, not a slow emergence from unconsciousness to awareness. It was sudden, violent, and catastrophic, beyond the ability of mortal minds to fully comprehend. One moment, the entity was a vast but still semi-conscious accumulation of psychic energy in the warp. The next, it was fully awake, fully aware, and ravenously hungry. That transition, That spark of true consciousness, igniting in something so massive and so suffused with power, sent shockwaves through reality itself. The psychic scream that marked Slaanesh's first moment of consciousness was like nothing the galaxy had experienced before or since. It was not sound in the conventional sense. You could not have heard it with human ears. It was a wave of pure psychic energy, emanating from the heart of what had been the Eldar Empire and rippling outward through the warp and into real space at speeds that made light seem slow by comparison. Every psyker in the galaxy, from the mightiest Elder Farseer to the humblest human witch, felt it to some degree. Many of them died instantly, their minds shattered by the magnitude of the psychic force washing over them. For the Eldar, the effect was orders of magnitude worse. Their intense psychic presence, the very gift that had made them so powerful, now became their greatest vulnerability. When Slaanesh's birth scream swept through the galaxy, it struck the Eldar with its full, undiluted force. It was specifically attuned to them, shaped by their own natures, designed, if such a word can apply to something that was not consciously created, to resonate with Eldar souls. At the heart of the Eldar Empire, on the core worlds where the pleasure cults had been most active and the corruption most complete, the catastrophe was absolute and immediate. Billions of Eldar died in an instant, their souls ripped from their bodies with such force that many didn't even have time to realize what was happening. One moment they existed, the next they were gone, their consciousness torn away and dragged screaming into the warp where Slaanesh waited with open mouth. The souls of those who had given themselves most completely to the pleasure cults were consumed first and most eagerly. They had shaped Slaanesh with their own psychic energy, had poured themselves into creating this god of excess, and now they paid the price for that creation. They were devoured, not simply destroyed, but consumed in a way that meant true and final death. There would be no peaceful dissolution back into the warp, no eventual rebirth. They became part of Slaanesh, fuel for a god's terrible appetite. But even those Eldar who had resisted the corruption, who had tried to maintain the old ways and the old disciplines, were not spared. The psychic shockwave did not discriminate. It tore through the core worlds indiscriminately, claiming billions who had fought against the pleasure cults just as readily as it claimed those who had embraced them. The intensity of the Elders' psychic presence meant that Slaanesh's attention was drawn to them all, regardless of their individual choices or moral character. The physical consequences of this mass soul death were almost as terrible as the spiritual ones. As trillions of elder souls were torn from their bodies and consumed by Slaanesh, the boundaries between the warp and real space could not withstand the strain. At the heart of the Elder Empire, where the concentration of population was highest and the psychic catastrophe most intense, reality itself tore apart. A vast wound opened in the fabric of space, a region where the warp bled directly into the material universe without any barrier between them. This wound would come to be known as the Eye of Terror, and it remains to this day the largest warp rift in the galaxy. It spans roughly 20,000 light-years across, a permanent scar where chaos holds direct dominion over the laws of physics that govern normal space. The worlds at its center, the ancient homeworlds of the Elder civilization, were swallowed entirely. They still exist in a sense, but they have been transformed into the Crone worlds, realms of nightmare where the material and immaterial have merged into something that defies conventional description. The psychic shockwave continued to propagate outward from the Eye of Terror, losing intensity as it spread, but still carrying devastation with it. Craft worlds that had not fled far or fast enough were overtaken by the wave. Their wraithbone hulls, normally impervious to psychic assault, provided some protection, but it was not enough for those closest to the core. Many craft worlds died, their entire populations consumed in instants. The ships themselves left as empty ghost vessels sailing through the void, with no one aboard, but corpses. Even the craft worlds that survived intact paid a terrible price. The Eldar aboard them felt the birth of Slaanesh like a psychic hammer blow. Many fell into comas or madness. Others died of shock, their hearts simply stopping or their brains shutting down from the intensity of what they had experienced. Those who survived with their sanity intact found themselves fundamentally changed. They could feel Slaanesh's presence in the warp now, a hungry attention focused on them specifically. The god they had unwittingly created was waiting for them, would always be waiting for them, ready to claim their souls the moment they died. The Exodites on their distant maiden worlds fared somewhat better. Distance and their deliberate rejection of the psychic technologies that had enabled the pleasure cults provided some protection. Many survived, though even they were not entirely spared. Some Exodite worlds, those that lay closer to the Empire's core or that had maintained stronger psychic connections to the homeworlds, were overtaken by the shockwave and destroyed. But many others endured, their populations traumatized but alive, their simple agrarian societies intact. In Komorrah, within the depths of the webway, those Eldar who had believed themselves safe discovered their error. The webway was supposed to be protected from the warp, a pocket dimension that existed between real space and the immaterium without touching either. But Slaanesh's birth was so powerful, so fundamentally reality warping, that even these protections proved insufficient. The shockwave penetrated the webway, though its force was somewhat diminished by the dimensional barriers. The Eldar of Komorrah survived, but they found themselves in a new and terrible situation. They could feel Slaanesh's pull on their souls, just as the Craftworld Eldar could. The god they had helped create was slowly draining them, consuming their life essence even while they still lived. Without intervention, they would eventually wither and die, their souls claimed by She Who Thirsts. This realization forced them to develop new and terrible practices, feeding on the suffering of others to sustain themselves and stave off the inevitable moment when Slaanesh would claim them. The fate of the Eldar gods themselves was one of the great tragedies of the Fall. These entities, born from the collective psychic emanations of Eldar civilization millions of years earlier, had existed in the warp as distinct beings with their own personalities and powers. When Slaanesh was born, it did not simply ignore these older gods. It hunted them, seeing them as rivals and, more importantly, as food. Isha, the goddess of healing and fertility, was captured by Slaanesh and subjected to torments that would have broken any mortal mind. She was eventually rescued by Nurgle, the chaos god of plague and decay, who took her for his own questionable purposes. The other gods were less fortunate. Most were simply consumed, their essences absorbed into Slaanesh's being, adding their power to the newborn god's already immense might. Cain, the god of war and murder, managed to fight against Slaanesh for a time. According to Eldar legend, their battle shook the warp itself, two gods clashing with a fury that resonated across dimensions. But Cain was eventually defeated, his essence shattered into countless fragments that would become the avatars worshipped on the Craftworlds. Only Kegorak, the laughing god, managed to escape relatively intact. Being the god of tricksters and illusions, he was able to hide from Slaanesh, using misdirection and cunning to avoid the fate of his fellow deities. He retreated into the deepest parts of the webway, where he would remain, protecting his followers, the Harlequins, and occasionally emerging to play pranks on Slaanesh or other entities that drew his attention. The birth of Slaanesh had effects that reached far beyond the Eldar themselves. The psychic shockwave that swept through the galaxy disrupted warp space across thousands of light years. The warp storms that had isolated Terra and prevented human interstellar travel during the Age of Strife suddenly dissipated, blown away by the violence of Slaanesh's emergence. This clearing of the warp was what allowed the Emperor of Mankind to finally begin his great crusade, launching the Imperium on its path to galactic conquest. For humanity, the fall of the Eldar was perhaps the greatest stroke of luck in their history. If the Eldar Empire had remained intact, humanity would likely never have been able to expand beyond a few isolated systems. The Eldar would have remained the dominant power in the galaxy, with humans relegated to the status of an insignificant minor race. But with the Elder civilization shattered and the warp storms cleared, humanity had a window of opportunity to claim the stars for itself. The balance of power in the galaxy had fundamentally shifted. Where once the Eldar stood supreme, unchallenged and seemingly eternal, now they were reduced to refugees and remnants. The craft world sailed through the void, each one a self-contained world carrying survivors who knew they represented the last echoes of their civilization's glory. The Exodites maintained their simple existence on distant worlds, alive but forever separated from the technological marvels their ancestors had created. The inhabitants of Komorach, who would become known as the Dark Eldar or Drukhari, continued their dark practices, now made necessary, rather than merely indulgent, by the need to sustain themselves against Slaanesh's pull. And in the warp, in the depths of the Immaterium, Slaanesh sat enthroned in triumph. The Dark Prince of Pleasure had achieved consciousness and power beyond imagination. It had consumed trillions of souls in its first moments of life, gorging itself on the psychic essence of those who had created it. And it would forever hunger for more, especially for Eldar souls, which resonated with it in ways that the souls of other races could not match. The fall was complete. The Eldar Empire, which had stood for millions of years and seemed eternal in its dominance, had been destroyed in a single moment of apocalyptic catastrophe. All their power, all their knowledge, all their achievements, reduced to ashes and memory. They had flown too high, pushed too far, and now they paid the price. The galaxy would never be the same, and neither would the Eldar. Scattered survivors. In the immediate aftermath of Slaanesh's birth, the galaxy was left with the wreckage of what had been the greatest civilization it had ever known. But the Eldar, though broken and diminished almost beyond recognition, were not entirely extinct. Various groups had survived the catastrophe, each through different means and in different circumstances. These survivors would form the distinct factions of Elder society that exist in the 41st millennium, each one adapting to their new reality in ways that reflected their choices during the final days before the fall. The craft world Aeldari, or Asuriani as they would come to call themselves, represent those who had the wisdom or foresight to flee before the catastrophe. These were the Eldar who had listened to the warnings of the Farseers, who had recognized that their civilization was heading toward disaster, and who had made the difficult choice to abandon everything they knew in order to survive. They had taken the great trade vessels that once plied routes between Eldar worlds and converted them into mobile habitats, the craft worlds that would become their new homes. The craft worlds are difficult for those who have not seen them to truly appreciate. Each one is the size of a small moon, a structure so vast that it defies conventional engineering. They are made primarily of wraithbone, that psychoactive material that the Eldar had mastered during their golden age, and they are as much living entities as they are ships. At the heart of each craft world is the Infinity Circuit, a vast network of wraithbone that functions as a repository for the souls of dead Eldar. This brings us to one of the most significant changes that the Fall imposed on the surviving Eldar, their relationship with death. Before Slaanesh's birth, when an Eldar died, their soul would dissolve peacefully back into the warp, eventually to be reborn. Death was a transition, not an ending. But after the Fall, this natural cycle was broken. Slaanesh's presence in the warp meant that any Eldar soul entering the Immaterium would be immediately claimed and consumed by She Who Thirsts. Death had become not a transition but a doom, an eternity of torment as part of a chaos god's essence. The solution the Craftworld Elder developed was the use of spirit stones. These psychoactive crystals, worn by every Craftworld Elder from infancy, are designed to capture the soul at the moment of death, preventing it from entering the warp where Slaanesh waits. When an Elder dies, their spirit stone is recovered and integrated into the Craftworld's Infinity Circuit, where the consciousness can exist in a kind of communal afterlife. still aware and even able to communicate with the living. This solution, while better than the alternative of having one's soul consumed by Slaanesh, came with its own costs. The dead were not truly at peace, not able to rest or move on to whatever might come next. They existed in a twilight state, suspended between life and death, their individuality slowly fading as they merged more completely with the Infinity Circuit. And for those whose spirit stones were lost or destroyed in battle, there was no salvation, only the waiting maw of she who thirsts. The psychological impact of this new reality on the Craftworld Eldar cannot be overstated. They lived every day knowing that death no longer meant a peaceful transition, but either imprisonment in a stone or consumption by the god their ancestors had created. This awareness colored every aspect of their society, making them cautious to the point of seeming cowardly to other races, obsessed with survival and the preservation of their dwindling numbers. To combat the psychological dangers posed by their intense emotional nature, the Craftworld Eldar developed the Path System. This was a rigid framework for life that required each Eldar to focus on a single role or pursuit at a time, mastering it completely before moving on to another. An Eldar might spend decades walking the path of the warrior, becoming a master of combat, before setting that aside to walk the path of the artisan, and then perhaps later the path of the seer. This compartmentalization of experience was designed to prevent the kind of all-consuming obsession with sensation that had destroyed their civilization. The Path System worked after a fashion. It allowed the Craftworld Eldar to harness their intense nature, while maintaining the discipline necessary to avoid falling into the same traps that had doomed their ancestors. But it came at a cost. The Craftworld Eldar became rigid, conservative, bound by traditions and rules that often seemed arbitrary to outsiders. They had survived by accepting limitations on themselves that their ancestors would have found intolerable. Each Craftworld developed its own culture and priorities, shaped by the particular Eldar who had founded it and the experiences they had survived. Ulthwé, located close to the Eye of Terror, developed a culture focused on divination and prophecy, their Farseers constantly working to predict and prevent disasters. Biel-Tan became militaristic, dedicated to the dream of one day rebuilding the Eldar Empire and viewing all other races as obstacles to be removed. Iyanden suffered a devastating encounter with a Tyranid hive fleet, losing so much of its population that it had to rely heavily on wraith constructs, artificial bodies animated by the spirits of the dead, to defend itself. The Exodites represent a very different response to the fall. These were the Eldar who had fled earliest and furthest, recognizing the corruption of their civilization long before Slaanesh's birth became imminent. They had settled on virgin worlds at the edges of the galaxy, maiden worlds that had been seeded with life by the ancient Eldar, but left largely untouched by civilization. Here, they deliberately rejected the technology and comfort that had enabled the pleasure cults to flourish. Exodite society is aggressively primitive by the standards of other Eldar factions. They live as farmers and herders, working the land with their hands, riding great reptilian beasts that serve as their primary form of transportation. They have rejected most advanced technology, keeping only what is necessary for basic defense and the maintenance of the world's spirits. Vast repositories of psychic energy stored within their planets that serve a function similar to the infinity circuits of the Craftworlds. To outside observers, the Exodites often seem backwards, almost regressive. But there is wisdom in their choice. By living close to the land, by facing real physical challenges that require genuine effort and risk, they maintain a connection to meaning and purpose that the pre-fall Eldar had lost. Their harsh existence serves as a constant reminder of the dangers of excess and the value of restraint. They survive not by rigid psychological disciplines like the Path System, but by the simple fact that their lives are too demanding to allow for the kind of obsessive sensation-seeking that destroyed their civilization. The Exodites have minimal contact with the other Eldar factions, though they will accept aid from Craftworld forces when their worlds are threatened by external enemies. They view the Craftworld Eldar with a mixture of pity and disdain. Pity for those who couldn't let go of their civilization's trappings, disdain for the artificial restrictions they've had to impose on themselves to survive. From the Exodite perspective, they are the only true survivors, the only Eldar who maintained their freedom while others chose various forms of imprisonment. Then there are the Drukhari, perhaps the darkest of the Eldar factions. These are the inhabitants of Commorragh who survived the fall within the depths of the webway. Many of them were active participants in the pleasure cults, the very beings whose practices had helped birth Slaanesh in the first place. Unlike the Craftworld Eldar or the Exodites, the Drukhari have not renounced the ways that destroyed their civilization. Instead, they have doubled down on them, making their dark practices necessary for survival rather than merely indulgent. The Drukhari face the same problem as all Eldar, Slaanesh's thirst for their souls. But they lack the solution that the Craftworld Eldar developed with their spirit stones and infinity circuits. Isolated within the webway, cut off from the resources and knowledge that the Craftworlds preserved, they had to find their own way to survive. What they discovered was both elegant and horrifying. They could sustain themselves by feeding on the suffering of others. When a Drukhari tortures another sentient being, they absorb a portion of that being's pain and life essence. This psychic energy temporarily rejuvenates them, pushing back against Slaanesh's slow consumption of their souls. It's a temporary measure. The effect fades with time, requiring the Drukhari to constantly seek new victims. But it allows them to survive, and even to maintain a kind of immortality, as long as they can continue to inflict suffering on others. This need has made the Drukhari into the galaxy's most feared raiders. They launch attacks from the webway, striking without warning to capture slaves who will be taken back to Commorragh for torture. These raids serve both practical and entertainment purposes. They provide the psychic sustenance the Drukhari need to survive, while also satisfying their inherited taste for extreme sensation. Commorragh itself has become a nightmare city, a place where every conceivable vice and cruelty is practiced openly, where fortunes are made through the exploitation of suffering. The Drukhari are divided into various factions: the Cabals, military organizations led by ambitious archons; the witch cults, gladiatorial societies; and the Homunculi covens, groups of fleshcrafters who have mastered the grotesque art of modifying living bodies. These factions compete and cooperate in complex ways, making Drukhari society extraordinarily dangerous even for its own members. Betrayal and backstabbing are constants, with every interaction carrying the potential for treachery. From the perspective of the other Eldar factions, the Drukhari are a source of shame and horror. They represent everything that went wrong with their civilization, the dark impulses that the fall should have taught them to reject. The Craftworld Eldar view them with disgust, though they will occasionally work with them when necessity demands. The Exodites want nothing to do with them at all. The Harlequins represent yet another survival strategy, one that is perhaps the most mysterious of all. These are the followers of Shegarak, the Laughing God, the only one of the old Eldar deities to survive the fall relatively intact. The Harlequins live within the webway, moving between its hidden paths with a freedom that no other Eldar faction possesses. They can travel to Craftworlds, Exodite worlds, and even Commorragh, protected by Kegarak's blessing from Slaanesh's hunger. The Harlequins serve several functions within what remains of Eldar society. They are entertainers, performing elaborate dances and plays that preserve the myths and legends of Eldar civilization. They are warriors, appearing without warning to strike at the enemies of their race. And they are keepers of secrets, maintaining the Black Library, a repository of forbidden knowledge hidden deep within the webway. The Harlequins alone seem to retain some measure of the joy and lightness that characterized the Elder before the fall, though this levity masks a serious purpose and deadly skill. All of these factions, despite their differences and often hostile relationships with one another, share certain commonalities. They are all refugees, survivors of a catastrophe that destroyed their civilization. They all live in the shadow of Slaanesh, knowing that the god they unwittingly created waits eternally hungry for their souls. They all remember, however dimly, what their empire once was and what was lost. And they all struggle, in their different ways, to ensure that what happened to their civilization never happens again. The tragedy of the modern Eldar is that they were once the most powerful race in the galaxy and are now reduced to desperate survival. Their population, which once numbered in the trillions across thousands of worlds, is now a tiny fraction of that. Every loss is felt keenly, every death a tragedy that diminishes their race further. They fight not for conquest or glory, but simply to endure, to preserve what little remains of their once great civilization. The scattered survivors of the fall would go on to play significant roles in the events of the 41st millennium, their actions shaped by the lessons and traumas of their catastrophic history. But that is a story for another time. For now, it is enough to understand that the Eldar survived, though what survived was only a pale shadow of what had been lost. Legacy and consequences. The fall of the Eldar did not merely end a civilization, it fundamentally reshaped the entire galaxy. The consequences of Slaanesh's birth and the destruction of the Eldar Empire continue to reverberate through the 41st millennium, affecting not just the surviving Eldar, but every sentient race that makes its home among the stars. To truly understand the setting of Warhammer 40,000, one must understand the shadow that the fall casts over all subsequent history. The most immediate and obvious consequence was the creation of the Eye of Terror. This permanent warp rift, roughly 20,000 light-years across, represents the largest breach between real space and the immaterium in the galaxy. Within its boundaries, the normal laws of physics do not fully apply. Time moves strangely. A day in one location might be years in another. Space folds and twists impossibly. The very matter of the worlds trapped within the Eye has been corrupted and transformed by exposure to raw chaos. The Eye of Terror sits at what was once the heart of the Eldar Empire, a constant reminder of what was lost and what was created. The Crone Worlds, the ancient homeworlds of the Eldar civilization, still exist within the Eye, but they have been transformed into Daemon worlds, realms where chaos holds absolute sway. All the beauty and achievement of millions of years of Eldar civilization has been twisted into nightmare. The Paradise worlds become hellscapes where physics and sanity break down. The Eye serves as a permanent gateway through which the forces of chaos can enter real space, without the need for complicated rituals or the thin barriers of naturally occurring warp rifts. It is from the Eye that the traitor legions emerged after the Horus heresy, finding sanctuary in a realm where time was meaningless and the energies of chaos ran strong. It is through the Eye that demon incursions regularly assault the material universe, pouring forth to corrupt and destroy. The Eye of Terror is perhaps the single greatest threat to the stability of real space in the galaxy, and it exists because the Eldar could not control themselves. The birth of Slaanesh also fundamentally altered the nature of the warp itself. The Immaterium had been growing increasingly turbulent since the war in heaven, with the three Chaos gods, Khorne, Nurgle, and Tzeentch, already established as major powers. But Slaanesh's addition to their number completed a terrible symmetry. The four Chaos gods, each representing different aspects of sentient emotion and experience, now dominated the warp, making it an even more hostile and dangerous place than it had been before. For races that rely on warp travel, as humanity does, Slaanesh's presence makes navigation through the Immaterium even more dangerous and unpredictable. The Prince of Pleasure does not discriminate in seeking souls to consume, and while Eldar souls remain its preferred prey, it will gladly take what it can get. Human psychers traveling through the warp must now contend with the attention of 4 major chaos entities, rather than 3, each one seeking to corrupt or consume them. The clearing of the warp storms that had isolated Terra during the Age of Strife was, ironically, one of the greatest gifts the Eldar ever gave to humanity, though it came at terrible cost to the Eldar themselves. The violence of Slaanesh's birth blew away the turbulence that had made warp travel impossible for thousands of years. Suddenly, the routes between stars were open again, allowing humanity to rebuild contact between its scattered colonies. This was the opportunity that the Emperor of Mankind had been waiting for. With the warp calmed, relatively speaking, and the Eldar Empire shattered, humanity had a window to claim the stars. The Emperor launched his great crusade, reuniting human worlds under the banner of the newborn Imperium. Had the Eldar Empire remained intact, this would never have been possible. The Eldar would have simply swept humanity aside whenever human expansion inconvenienced them. But with the Eldar reduced to scattered remnants, humanity faced no opposition that could halt their advance. The balance of power in the galaxy had fundamentally shifted. For millions of years, the Eldar had stood unchallenged at the top of the galactic hierarchy. Now that position was vacant, and humanity, with all its martial vigor and religious zeal, rushed to fill it. The Imperium of Man that would dominate the galaxy in the 41st millennium exists in large part because the Eldar destroyed themselves, creating a power vacuum that humanity was positioned to exploit. For the surviving Eldar, the consequences of the fall are even more profound and personal. Every Craftworld Eldar, every Exodite, even every Drukhari lives in the shadow of Slaanesh. The curse they carry is both spiritual and practical. Spiritually, they must live with the knowledge that their race created the very god that now seeks to devour them. The shame and guilt of this are incalculable. The most beautiful and advanced civilization the galaxy had ever seen destroyed itself through its own actions, birthing a god of excess from its own corruption. Practically, the curse means that death is no longer a natural transition, but a doom to be avoided at all costs. The Craftworld Eldar have their spirit stones and infinity circuits, allowing them a kind of afterlife, but one that is limited and melancholy compared to the natural cycle they once enjoyed. They must be constantly vigilant in battle to recover the spirit stones of the fallen, knowing that any stone left behind means a soul consumed by she who thirsts. The path system that governs Craftworld Eldar life is both a defense mechanism and a prison. It allows them to harness their intense nature while maintaining discipline, but it also restricts them, forcing them into rigid roles and limiting their ability to respond flexibly to changing circumstances. An Eldar on the path of the warrior cannot simply decide to become an artist or a diplomat. They must complete their current path before beginning another. This inflexibility has cost the Craftworld Eldar dearly in conflicts where adaptability might have meant the difference between survival and extinction. The psychological burden is perhaps worst of all. Every Craftworld Eldar knows that they are the inheritors of failure, the descendants of a civilization that proved unworthy of its own power. They live with the constant fear that they might fall into the same patterns that destroyed their ancestors. Every strong emotion is suspect. Every passionate pursuit, potentially the first step down the road their civilization once traveled. They have survived by making themselves smaller, more limited, more constrained than their ancestors, and they know it. The Exodites carry their own burdens. By fleeing so early and so completely, they preserve themselves, but also cut themselves off from much of what made Eldar civilization great. They survive by accepting a primitive existence that their pre-fall ancestors would have found incomprehensible. They have maintained their freedom and their souls, but at the cost of almost everything their civilization once achieved. The Drukhari perhaps bear the heaviest curse of all. They must continue the very practices that birthed Slaanesh, making them necessary for survival rather than merely indulgent. They live in constant terror of Slaanesh's hunger, knowing that if they fail to feed on the suffering of others, they will wither and die, their souls claimed by she who thirsts. They have become predators by necessity, raiders and torturers who must inflict suffering to survive. The tragedy is that many of them have come to enjoy this existence, finding in cruelty and excess a meaning that eludes their more restrained cousins. The Fall also created permanent enemies for the Eldar among the other races of the galaxy. Humanity views them with suspicion and often outright hostility, seeing them as Xenos who cannot be trusted. The fact that the Eldar often interfere in human affairs, manipulating events to suit their own purposes, does nothing to improve this relationship. The Eldar see it as self-defense. They are simply trying to ensure their own survival in a galaxy that has become far more hostile. But to humanity, it looks like arrogance and treachery. The Imperium has fought numerous wars against various Eldar factions over the 10,000 years since the Emperor's ascension to the Golden Throne. Sometimes these conflicts arise from genuine disagreement over resources or territory. Other times, they result from misunderstanding or the Imperium's general xenophobia. The tragedy is that the Eldar and humanity could potentially be allies against the threats of chaos and the Tyranids. But the gulf of mistrust between them seems impossible to bridge. The legacy of the Fall also includes the Inari, a relatively recent development in Eldar history. This faction, drawing members from all other Eldar groups, follows a new god, Inniad, the deity of death and rebirth. They believe that Inniad, when fully awakened, will be powerful enough to challenge and perhaps even destroy Slaanesh, finally freeing the Eldar from the curse they have carried for 10 millennia. This represents the first real hope the Eldar have had since the Fall, a possibility that they might one day escape the shadow of their own failure. But even this hope comes with dark implications. The full awakening of Inniad is said to require the death of every Eldar soul currently residing in the infinity circuits of the craft worlds, essentially the sacrifice of all the dead to create a god powerful enough to face Slaanesh. This would mean the end of any hope of bringing back those souls, the final death of billions who have existed in Twilight for millennia. The choice facing the Eldar is stark: continue to survive in their diminished state, or risk everything on the hope that Inniad can succeed where all their other efforts have failed. Conclusion: the rise and fall of the Eldar Empire stands as one of the great cautionary tales of the Warhammer 40,000 universe, a warning about the dangers of power without wisdom, sophistication without purpose, and the pursuit of sensation without restraint. It is a tragedy in the classical sense, the story of beings who possessed everything they could want and lost it all through their own fatal flaws. We have traced the arc of this story from its beginning in the ashes of the war in heaven, when the Eldar were created as weapons by the Old Ones, through millions of years of unmatched glory when they stood as the undisputed masters of the galaxy, down into the depths of decadence and excess that would ultimately birth their doom, and finally to the catastrophic moment when Slaanesh was born and the Empire fell. It is a story that spans vast reaches of time and space, involving power and knowledge that modern races can barely comprehend. The golden age of the Eldar Empire represented perhaps the highest achievement of any civilization in galactic history. They mastered the warp without being corrupted by it. They created technology that seemed more like magic than science. They built worlds of stunning beauty and lived lives of unparalleled sophistication. For millions of years, they demonstrated what was possible when a gifted race had unlimited time and resources to develop their potential. Their achievements in art, science, philosophy, and engineering have never been matched. But that very success contained the seeds of their destruction. The Eldar solved all the fundamental problems of existence: scarcity, mortality, the need for labor. And in solving these problems, they removed the constraints that gave life meaning. Without challenges to face or genuine risks to manage, they turned inward, seeking meaning in sensation itself. Their intense capacity for emotion, the very gift that had made them so powerful, became an addiction that eventually consumed them. The pleasure cults that arose in response to this existential ennui seemed harmless at first, but the Eldar's need for ever greater intensity, combined with their dismissal of the dangers lurking in the warp, created a feedback loop that could only end in disaster. What began as innocent exploration of experience became an obsession with excess that knew no boundaries. The Eldar descended into depravity, creating a god in their own image from the accumulated psychic energy of their corruption. When Slaanesh was finally born, the retribution was swift and absolute. Trillions died in an instant, their souls consumed by the entity they had unwittingly created. The heart of their empire was torn away, leaving behind the Eye of Terror as a permanent scar on reality. The survivors were scattered, forced to develop new ways of life that would protect them from the god that hungered eternally for their souls. The mighty Eldar Empire, which had seemed eternal in its dominance, was reduced to a handful of refugees clinging to survival. The consequences of the fall continue to shape the galaxy in the 41st millennium. The Eye of Terror remains the greatest warp rift in known space, a constant source of chaos incursions that threaten all civilized races. Slaanesh, the youngest of the 4 great chaos gods, continues to corrupt and tempt mortals of all species, though the Eldar remain its preferred prey. The clearing of the warp storms that followed Slaanesh's birth allowed humanity to rise to dominance, creating the Imperium that would go on to claim millions of worlds. And the Eldar themselves, those who survived, live forever in the shadow of their own failure. They are a diminished people, a fraction of what they once were, haunted by the knowledge that they destroyed themselves and created the very evil that now seeks to consume them. Whether they can ever escape this curse remains to be seen. The emergence of Inead and the Inari offers a glimmer of hope, but it is a hope bought at terrible cost and with no guarantee of success. The story of the Eldar Empire offers profound lessons, though whether any race in the grim darkness of the far future is capable of learning them remains uncertain. It demonstrates that even the mightiest can fall when they lose sight of restraint and responsibility. It shows that power without wisdom is not merely useless, but actively dangerous. It proves that no civilization, no matter how advanced or sophisticated, is immune to self-destruction if it abandons the values and disciplines that gave it strength. For us, looking at this story from our position in the present day, it serves as a reminder that comfort and security, while desirable, are not sufficient for meaning. That the highest achievements of civilization require more than just technological prowess or material abundance. That there are dangers in the pursuit of sensation for its own sake, disconnected from purpose or meaning. The Eldar had everything they could possibly want, and lost everything because they didn't know what to do with it. The Eldar Empire is dead, destroyed by its own excesses 10,000 years ago. But its legacy lives on in the scattered survivors who sail through the void, in the Eye of Terror that scars the galaxy, in the lessons unlearned and the warnings unheeded. In the grim darkness of the far future, where there is only war, the Eldar stand as a monument to what was lost and what must never be allowed to happen again. If you enjoyed this deep dive into one of Warhammer 40k's most tragic stories, please consider liking this video and subscribing to the channel. We have many more explorations of the lore planned, each one diving deep into the rich and complex history of the galaxy. Hit that notification bell so you don't miss any future content. And if you have suggestions for topics you'd like to see covered, leave them in the comments below. Thank you for joining me on this journey through the rise and fall of the Eldar Empire. Until next time, may your path lead you away from the darkness that consumed them. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. This phrase has echoed through the Warhammer 40,000 universe for decades, a simple yet profound statement that captures the essence of humanity's struggle among the stars. But if war is eternal, then so too is death. Every second of every day, across 1 million worlds scattered throughout the galaxy, countless beings draw their final breaths, their lives extinguished in battles both grand and meaningless. Yet death in the 41st millennium is not the simple cessation of existence that we might recognize. It is something far more complex, far more terrifying, and in some cases, far more eternal than mere mortality could ever encompass. To die in Warhammer 40,000 is to face a fate determined not just by the manner of your demise, but by the very nature of what you are. Your species, your allegiances, your beliefs, all these factors conspire to shape what awaits you beyond the veil of death. For some, death brings the blessed release of oblivion. For others, it marks only the beginning of an existence more horrifying than any torment imaginable in life. Some races have transcended death entirely, existing in states that mock the very concept of mortality. Others face a fate so terrible that death becomes a mercy they can never fully claim. The galaxy of Warhammer 40K is home to countless species, each with their own relationship to death and the afterlife. The Imperium of Man, that vast and crumbling empire spanning the stars, holds beliefs shaped by 10,000 years of dogma and desperation. The Space Marines, those transhuman warriors who serve as humanity's greatest defenders, face deaths that can range from honorable sacrifice to endless imprisonment within walking tombs. The common soldiers of the Astra Militarum die in their billions, their lives measured not in years, but in the ammunition they expend before being cut down. The forces of chaos promise eternal life through service to the dark gods, but the reality is a nightmare of possession, transformation, and endless torment in the warp. Beyond humanity, the alien races of the galaxy each approach death through their own lens of existence. The orcs, those brutal fungal warriors, see death as merely another part of the endless cycle of violence they live for, their souls returning to their gods for an eternity of fighting. The Tyranids, that extragalactic horror consuming all life before it, do not die as individuals at all, their biomass simply recycled into new forms to continue the feast. The ancient Aeldari, once masters of the galaxy, now face a fate worse than extinction, their souls hunted by the chaos god their own excess birthed into being. The Necrons, those deathless machines, have already died once, their organic forms sacrificed for immortality that has become its own kind of curse. Understanding death in Warhammer 40,000 requires us to understand the cosmology of this dark future. The galaxy is not just a physical space, but a reflection of the immaterium, the warp, that roiling sea of psychic energy that exists parallel to real space. Every emotion, every thought, every living consciousness creates ripples in the warp. And when consciousness ends, when death claims a being, their psychic essence, their soul, enters that realm. What happens next depends on countless variables: the strength of that soul, the protection it might have, the attention of the entities that dwell in that nightmare realm. For most, the warp means dissolution, their consciousness scattered like drops of water in an infinite ocean. For others, particularly those with psychic potential, or those who have drawn the attention of the warp's denizens, death means becoming prey for entities that feast on souls. This is the context in which we must explore the death of every faction in Warhammer 40k. We will journey through the final moments and ultimate fates of warriors, soldiers, monsters, and machines. We will examine what it means to die when you are already dead, what it means to be reborn in forms both blessed and cursed, and what it means to face an eternity of torment or an oblivion so complete that existence itself becomes a fleeting memory. From the lowest guardsman to the mightiest primarch, from the smallest grot to the largest hive fleet, death touches all things in this universe, but it does not touch them equally. So prepare yourself for a journey into darkness, into the final moments of countless beings whose lives are measured only by the manner of their ending. We will explore the moment when the light fades from human eyes, when mechanical systems fail and restart, when consciousness merges with something greater or is consumed by something hungry. This is what it means to die in Warhammer 40,000. This is the fate that awaits every being in a galaxy that knows only war. The Imperium of Man, Space Marines. When a Space Marine dies, the galaxy loses one of humanity's greatest weapons, a warrior who has transcended normal human limitations to become something more. These Adeptus Astartes, the Angels of Death, are among the most formidable warriors the Imperium can field. They are transhuman, their bodies enhanced with 19 specialized organs that transform them from baseline humans into living weapons. Their bones are fused with ceramite, their blood carries additional oxygen, their bodies can survive wounds that would kill a normal human 10 times over. They know no fear. They feel no pain that would cripple lesser beings. They are the Emperor's finest, and when they fall in battle, their deaths echo with significance far beyond the loss of a single soldier. The moment of death for a Space Marine is unlike that of any other warrior. Their enhanced physiology fights against the inevitable with every fiber of their being. The Susan membrane, one of the organs implanted in their bodies, can put them into a state of suspended animation when they receive mortal wounds, a last desperate attempt by their body to preserve life long enough for rescue. The Laraman's organ releases cells that rapidly seal wounds, forming scar tissue almost instantly to prevent blood loss that would kill a normal human in seconds. The oolytic kidney filters toxins and poisons, buying precious moments even as death approaches. These biological miracles work in concert, pushing back against death with superhuman resilience. But eventually, even these gifts fail. When an Astartes falls, when the damage becomes too severe for even their enhanced biology to repair, there comes a moment of clarity. Veterans speak of this moment, if they survive long enough to speak of anything. The galaxy seems to slow, the chaos of battle fading to a distant roar. The pain that their neuroglottis had been suppressing suddenly floods their consciousness, not as agony, but as a strange sensation, distant and almost curious. They feel their twin hearts struggling, beating out of sync, the rhythm that has sustained them through decades or even centuries of warfare finally breaking down. The catalepsian node, which has allowed them to remain conscious without sleep, begins to fail, and a weariness deeper than any they have known settles over them. In these final moments, many Space Marines experience a profound sense of duty fulfilled or duty failed. Their psycho-conditioning, the hypnotic indoctrination that began when they were selected as aspirants, rises to the forefront of their consciousness. They think of their chapter, of their battle brothers, of the Emperor they have served. Some see visions of their Primarch, that godlike being from whom their gene seed descended. Others recall the oaths they swore when they were first inducted into the chapter, promises to defend humanity and prosecute the Emperor's enemies that they have kept for their entire service. The weight of these oaths, the significance of a life lived in war, presses down upon them even as their consciousness begins to fade. What happens to the Space Marine's soul after death is a matter of doctrine and belief within the Imperium. The Imperial cult teaches that all souls return to the Emperor's light, that the God Emperor of mankind gathers his faithful to him in death. Space Marines, as the Emperor's most devoted servants, are said to join him at his side, their spirits serving in the Immaterium as they served in life. Some chapters believe their dead join the Emperor in an eternal war against the forces of chaos in the warp. This belief has given rise to legends of the Legion of the Damned, spectral space marines wreathed in flames who appear in the Imperium's darkest hours to turn the tide of battle. Warriors who may be the spirits of fallen Astartes, given form once more. The reality is more uncertain. Space Marines possess powerful souls, their psychic presence in the warp strengthened by their genetic enhancements and unwavering faith. When they die, these souls do enter the immaterium. But what awaits? Them there is unclear. Unlike baseline humans whose souls often dissolve quickly into the warp's currents, an Astartes soul might maintain coherence longer, potentially protected by their faith in the Emperor. Some scholars suggest that the Emperor himself, sustained by the sacrifice of 1,000 psykers daily, might have the power to shelter the souls of his warriors. Others believe that Space Marine souls eventually dissipate like all others, their consciousness scattered across the infinite expanse of the warp. But death is not always the end of service for a Space Marine. When an Astartes falls in battle, their body becomes immensely valuable to the chapter. Apothecaries, the chapter's medical specialists, rush to fallen battle brothers to perform the rite of reductio. Using a specialized tool called a narthecium, they extract the gene seed from the dead Marine's body. This genetic material, stored in the progenoid glands implanted in each Space Marine's body, is the chapter's most precious resource. Gene seed is what allows the chapter to create new Marines, to continue their bloodline across the millennia. The death of a Space Marine is tragic, but the recovery of their gene seed means their legacy continues in the bodies of future battle brothers. There is another fate that can await a fallen Space Marine, one that is considered a great honor, but is also a kind of living hell. When a Marine suffers wounds so catastrophic that their body cannot be saved, but their life force still lingers, they may be interred within a dreadnought. These towering war machines are essentially walking sarcophagi, their central compartment containing the shattered remains of a Space Marine kept alive by advanced life support systems. The Marine's consciousness is hardwired directly into the dreadnought systems, their mind becoming one with the machine. They can see through its optical sensors, fight with its weapons, walk with its mighty legs. But they are also trapped, their flesh fused with machinery, their existence reduced to brief periods of waking for battle, followed by long periods of cold sleep. The experience of becoming a dreadnought is described by some as a form of death in itself. The newly interred Marine awakens to find themselves entombed in metal, their body gone, replaced by weapons and armor. They can no longer feel the weight of their armor or the grip of a bolter in their hands. They cannot smell the incense of the chapter's chapels or taste the food in the refectory. Every human sensation is gone, replaced by data feeds and targeting information. The first awakening is said to be the worst, a moment of existential horror as the Marine realizes the full extent of what has been done to them. Some scream, their mechanical vox speakers broadcasting their anguish across the battlefield. Others fall silent, retreating into the machine, their human consciousness slowly eroding away over centuries of periodic awakenings. For dreadnoughts are not truly alive in any meaningful sense. They are awakened only for the most critical battles, spending centuries in stasis between conflicts. Each time they wake, they find the galaxy changed, their former battle brothers dead or promoted, new faces filling the chapter halls. Memories begin to fade, the organic portions of their brain degrading with each death and resurrection. Some ancient dreadnoughts have been fighting for 10,000 years, since the time of the Horus heresy itself. But they are shadows of who they once were, their personalities reduced to echoes of warrior instinct and duty. They are revered by their chapters, called Ancient Ones and Honored Brothers. But in truth, they are the living dead, consciousness trapped in walking tombs that can neither truly live nor truly die. Different Space Marine chapters handle the deaths of their battle brothers in different ways. The salamanders of Nocturne cremate their dead in the volcanic fires of Mount Deathfire, returning their essence to the Forge Father who shaped them. The Blood Angels return their fallen to the crimson sands of Bel, the chapter's homeworld, where they are interred in the Tomb of Heroes. The Space Wolves perform the rite of the Lone Wolf, where a warrior who has lost all his pack brothers is sent out to seek an honorable death in battle against overwhelming odds. His gene seed left unrecovered as a sign that he died as he lived. The Ultramarines follow the Codex Astartes strictly, maintaining records of every fallen battle brother and ensuring their deeds are remembered in the chapter's archives. Some chapters have more unusual practices. The Death Spectres, descendants of the Raven Guard, are said to have prophetic visions of death that allow them to prepare for the manner of their ending. The Mortifactors practice ritual cannibalism, consuming the flesh of fallen brothers to absorb their strength and memories. The Marines Malevolent, one of the most brutal chapters, show little reverence for their dead, seeing the recovery of gene seed as the only matter of importance. The warrior himself, merely a vessel to be discarded once it has fulfilled its purpose. These variations speak to the diversity of the Adeptus Astartes, but they all share a common understanding that death is not an ending, but a transition, a passage from service in flesh to service in memory, and in the gene seed that will create future generations. The psycho-conditioning that Space Marines undergo shapes how they face death. From the moment they are selected as aspirants, often as young boys, plucked from the most brutal worlds in the Imperium, they are taught that death in service to the Emperor is the highest honor they can achieve. They train to suppress fear, to embrace their fate, to welcome the moment when they will give their lives for humanity. This conditioning is so thorough that Space Marines rarely flee from battle, even in the face of certain death. They know their purpose, understand their role, and when the end comes, they meet it with the same stoic determination they brought to every other challenge in their warrior lives. Yet beneath this conditioning, beneath the layers of genetic enhancement and hypnotic programming, there remains some spark of the human they once were. In the final moments, as death closes in, some Marines remember their childhood on their homeworld, remember the family they left behind when they were taken to become Astartes. These memories are often fragmented, distorted by the transformation that made them superhuman, but they are there nonetheless. A face half remembered, a voice calling a name they haven't used in decades, a landscape that no longer exists except in the recesses of their mind. For just a moment, they are not angels of death, but simply humans facing the end. And then even that flicker of humanity is gone, and there is only duty, only honor, only service. This is what it means to die as a Space Marine. It is to fall, knowing that your sacrifice matters, that your death serves a purpose greater than yourself. It is to face oblivion with the certainty that your chapter will endure, that new warriors will rise bearing your gene seed, carrying on the war you can no longer fight. It is to hope that beyond death lies some form of service, that your spirit might join the Emperor's eternal host, fighting forever in wars beyond mortal comprehension. Whether this hope is fulfilled, whether consciousness continues in any meaningful way, is a question that only the dead can answer. And the dead, for all their honor and sacrifice, do not speak. The Imperium of Man, Astra Militarum. If the Space Marines are humanity's scalpel, precise instruments of war deployed where they are most needed, then the Astra Militarum is humanity's hammer. The Imperial Guard, as they are commonly known, is an army measured not in thousands or millions, but in trillions. They are the men and women drawn from every world in the Imperium, tithed as surely as grain or ore, shipped across the galaxy to die on worlds they will never know for causes they can barely comprehend. To die as a soldier of the Astra Militarum is to die as one drop of water in an infinite ocean. Your passing noted only as a number in a casualty report that will be filed and forgotten, your body left to rot on some distant battlefield while the war grinds on without pause. The average guardsman is not enhanced, not transhuman, not chosen by the Emperor for greatness. They are simply human, as mortal as any civilian laboring in the Imperium's hive cities. They wear flak armor that can barely turn aside a glancing blow, carry laser guns that enemies mock as flashlights despite their deadly effectiveness, and are led by officers who measure success in objectives taken rather than lives preserved. The Departamento Munitorum, the vast bureaucratic machine that administers the Imperial Guard, can accurately count every laser gun, every ration pack, every round of artillery ammunition in a given army group. But the exact number of soldiers under arms at any given moment, that is a figure that changes too rapidly to be meaningful, as millions die and millions more are pressed into service to replace them. When a guardsman dies, the experience is brutally simple compared to the transcendent passing of a space marine. There is no enhanced biology to fight off death, no psycho-conditioning to suppress fear, no certainty of purpose beyond the orders barked by their sergeant. They feel the impact of the bullet, the last bolt, the blade that ends their life, and the pain is immediate and overwhelming. Their body responds as any human body would, flooding with adrenaline, heart racing, breath coming in gasps as they try desperately to understand what has happened to them. They fall to the ground, and if they are lucky, the wound is catastrophic enough that consciousness fades quickly. If they are unlucky, they lie in the mud and blood of the battlefield, feeling their life drain away over minutes or hours, calling out for medics who will never come, for the Emperor's mercy that feels very distant indeed. The causes of death for Imperial Guardsmen are as varied as the enemies they face. They are burned alive by flamethrowers, their screams cut short as fire consumes flesh and boils the moisture in their lungs. They are torn apart by chainswords, their bodies rent into pieces by the brutal close combat weapons favored by many of humanity's enemies. They are dissolved by exotic alien weaponry, their molecular bonds unraveling, leaving nothing but a puddle of steaming biomass where a soldier once stood. They are crushed beneath the treads of tanks, both friendly and enemy, their bodies ground into the mud of battlefields that will claim millions more before the fighting ends. They are infected by diseases so virulent that their flesh sloughs from their bones in hours, or so subtle that they carry the contagion back to their barracks, spreading death to their comrades before anyone realizes what has happened. Some deaths are quick, a mercy in the grinding horror of Imperial warfare. A sniper's round through the head, a direct hit from an artillery shell, the instant vaporization caused by a plasma weapon's discharge. The soldier has no time to process what is happening, their consciousness simply ceasing in an instant. One moment they are advancing across the battlefield, the next they are gone, their body left behind as evidence that they existed at all. These quick deaths are considered blessings by those who witness them, for they mean the soldier did not suffer, did not have time to feel fear or pain, simply ceased to be between one heartbeat and the next. But far more common are the slow deaths, the agonizing endings that come from wounds that are severe but not immediately fatal. A guardsman shot through the stomach lies bleeding on the battlefield, the pain indescribable as their intestines spill from the wound. They try to call for help, but their voice is lost in the cacophony of war. They can hear their comrades advancing past them, the battle moving on, leaving them behind like flotsam left by a tide. They try to staunch the bleeding with their hands, fumbling with field dressings that seem impossibly complex as shock begins to set in. Their vision narrows, darkness creeping in from the edges, and they realize with growing horror that they are going to die here, alone, unmourned, their body just one more obstacle for the next wave to step over. The Astra Militarum does have a medici corps, field medics who are trained to stabilize wounded soldiers and evacuate them from the battlefield. But the reality is that in the scale of Imperial warfare, these medics are impossibly outnumbered. For every soldier they save, dozens more die waiting for aid that will never arrive. Triage is brutal and pragmatic. A soldier with a survivable wound who can be quickly patched up and returned to the fight gets attention. A soldier with wounds that would require extensive surgery and long recovery is left behind. their death already factored into the casualty calculations. The Emperor needs soldiers who can fight today, not invalids who will consume medical resources for months. Fear is the constant companion of every Imperial Guardsman. Unlike Space Marines, who have their fear suppressed through psycho-conditioning, Guardsmen feel terror in its purest form. They know they are mortal. They know the odds of their survival. They know that the Imperium has billions more soldiers ready to take their place. They see their friends cut down beside them, see the horrors that the galaxy can produce, face enemies that range from the merely lethal to the utterly incomprehensible. And yet they fight, because the alternative is execution by the commissars, those grim officers assigned to every regiment to maintain discipline and punish cowardice. The commissar's bolt pistol kills more guardsmen than many would care to admit, a shot to the back of the head for soldiers who falter, who flee, who question orders in the heat of battle. The commissariat views this brutal discipline as necessary. An army of billions cannot function if individual soldiers can choose when and where to fight. Morale must be maintained, and if that maintenance requires executing soldiers pour encourager les autres, then so be it. Commissars are taught that one death, one public execution, can save 1,000 lives by preventing a rout. They walk the lines during battle, watching for signs of wavering, ready to make an example of anyone who threatens the integrity of the Imperial line. And so, Guardsmen die not just from enemy fire, but from friendly bullets, their last sight the grim face of a commissar, deciding that their fear is more dangerous than losing one more soldier. What happens to the souls of Imperial Guardsmen after death is a matter of much theological debate within the Imperial cult. The official doctrine teaches that faithful servants of the Emperor are gathered to his light in death, that they find peace and rest at the Emperor's side. For the trillions of Guardsmen who die in service, this promise is their only comfort, the belief that their suffering and sacrifice will be rewarded in the afterlife. Chaplains attached to Guard regiments preach this message constantly, reminding soldiers that to die in the Emperor's service is to achieve a state of grace, that their deaths have meaning beyond the tactical objectives they helped achieve. The reality, as understood by those with knowledge of the warp, is likely far less comforting. Most human souls are weak, psychically inert things that dissolve quickly when they enter the immaterium. A guardsman who dies is unlikely to maintain any coherence in the warp, their consciousness simply dissipating, ceasing to exist in any meaningful sense. This could be seen as a mercy, oblivion being preferable to the alternatives that the warp might offer. For some guardsmen, particularly those with latent psychic potential they never knew they possessed, death might mean something worse. Their souls could attract the attention of warp entities, demons or worse, who feed on human consciousness. These souls might be consumed, experiencing torment beyond mortal comprehension before finally being extinguished. The sheer scale of Guard casualties is almost impossible to comprehend. On a typical battlefield in the 41st millennium, losses are measured in percentages. An assault that results in 40% casualties is considered acceptable if the objective is achieved. A defensive action that holds the line but costs 70% of the defending force is celebrated as a success. Entire regiments are wiped out in single engagements, their names added to the rolls of honor, and then largely forgotten as new regiments are raised from the same worlds to replace them. The Departamento Munitorum's motto could well be that the Imperium has more soldiers than any enemy has bullets, and this philosophy shapes how Guard lives are expended. Some Guardsmen are granted a reprieve from the meat grinder of frontline combat. Veterans who survive multiple campaigns might be promoted to positions of relative safety, commanding from the rear or training new recruits. The truly exceptional might be inducted into elite units like the Kaskin or Stormtroopers, where their skills grant them access to better equipment and theoretically better odds of survival. A fortunate few, those who serve in successful campaigns that reclaim worlds for the Imperium, might be granted settlement rights on those worlds, allowed to retire as colonists rather than dying in service. But for the vast majority, there is no retirement, no honorable discharge. They fight until they die, and their deaths are as unremarkable as their lives were before they were conscripted. The disposal of guard dead varies based on circumstance. On some battlefields, corpses are collected and given mass burials, anonymous graves marked only with a collective headstone that reads, "Here lie the defenders of the Emperor." On others, the dead are simply left where they fell, their bodies becoming part of the landscape, rotting away until only bones remain scattered across the battlefield. In particularly hazardous environments, corpses might be burned to prevent disease, their ashes scattered to the winds. When a world falls despite the Guard's efforts, the dead are left behind for the enemy to deal with, their sacrifice buying time for survivors to evacuate. The Imperial Guard's regimental system means that soldiers often form strong bonds with their fellow guardsmen, men and women who share their homeworld, who speak their language, who understand the culture they come from. When a guardsman dies, their immediate comrades mourn them, taking whatever time the battle allows to honor the fallen. They might recite prayers, make the sign of the Aquila, promise to avenge their friend's death. But the war moves on, and grief must be set aside, because to dwell on loss is to risk becoming another casualty. The friend who died this morning will be half forgotten by evening, just another face in the long list of the dead, and tomorrow there will be more names added to that list. Some regiments maintain traditions for honoring their fallen. The Valhallans burn offerings to their ice world spirits. The Katakans carve death marks into the butts of their weapons. The Kriegers simply note the casualty and move on, their fatalistic culture viewing death in service as the only redemption for their world's ancient sins. These traditions provide some structure, some meaning to deaths that might otherwise seem utterly senseless. They allow the living to feel that their fallen comrades are remembered, even if that memory is fleeting and the galaxy at large will never know they existed. Dying as an Imperial Guardsman means dying as one of countless billions who have given their lives for the Imperium. It means facing death with whatever courage you can muster, knowing that your death changes nothing about the trajectory of the war, that you are utterly, completely replaceable. It means spending your last moments in pain and fear, surrounded by the sounds of battle, hoping that your death at least buys a few more seconds for your squad to advance, for the objective to be taken, for humanity to endure. It means leaving behind no legacy except the brief memory of your comrades and the cold statistics in a casualty report that no one will ever read. This is the fate of the common soldier in the 41st millennium. This is what it means to die in the service of the Imperium when you are merely human. Chaos Space Marines and the Damned. If death for a loyalist, Space Marine means the potential for peace and the certainty of duty fulfilled. Death for those who have turned to chaos is an entirely different matter. The Chaos Space Marines, those traitors who forsook their oaths to the Emperor and pledged themselves to the ruinous powers, face fates both more terrible and more transcendent than their loyal counterparts could imagine. To die in service to chaos is to potentially live forever, transformed into something that mocks the very concept of mortality. But it is also to risk eternal torment, to have your soul claimed by the dark gods you served, used as playthings and sustenance for entities that view mortal consciousness as nothing more than food. The process of turning to chaos changes a Space Marine in ways that go far beyond simple corruption of ideology. The warp itself seeps into their bodies, their enhanced physiology mutating in response to the chaotic energies they have embraced. Their armor fuses with their flesh, the ceramite becoming almost a part of them, breathing with their lungs, pulsing with their hearts. Their weapons become extensions of their will, demon-possessed artifacts that hunger for blood and souls. When such a being dies, they are not simply killed. They are unmade, their essence scattered across the boundary between real space and the immaterium, and what happens next depends entirely on how much favor they have curried with their patron god. For those Chaos Marines who have fully given themselves over to the gods, death is often not permanent in any conventional sense. The gods of chaos can reach across the veil and pluck their favored servants back from oblivion, granting them new bodies, new chances to serve, new opportunities to spill blood, or spread pestilence, or commit acts of excess, or plot Byzantine schemes. The warrior who falls today might be fighting again tomorrow, their memories of death adding to the tapestry of their existence, but not ending it. This is the dark mirror of the Imperium's promise of resurrection, a blasphemous parody of the Emperor's protection. But this eternal life comes at a price that few outside the ranks of chaos truly understand. The Chaos Marine is no longer their own being in any meaningful sense. They are puppets of their patron god, their every action serving the god's purposes, whether they realize it or not. The god can grant them power, can heal their wounds, can resurrect them when they fall. But the god can also withdraw that favor at a whim, leave them to die permanently for some perceived failure, or worse, transform them into something that can no longer be called alive by any definition. The spawn, those mindless mutations that were once warriors, stand as grim reminders of what happens when chaos's gifts become too numerous, or when a warrior displeases their master too greatly. The experience of dying as a Chaos Marine is profoundly different depending on which god they serve. A follower of Horn, the blood god, might feel their fury intensify in their final moments, their rage burning hotter than ever as they strike their last blow. They curse their killer, promise vengeance, and then their skull joins, the mountain of skulls at the foot of Horn's throne. If they have been faithful, if they have spilled enough blood in the blood god's name, Horn might remake them, sending them back to the material realm to continue their endless war. If not, their essence is absorbed into the blood god's domain, their individuality lost as they become part of the churning tide of violence that defines Khorne's realm in the warp. Those who serve Nurgle, the Plague Lord, face death with an entirely different perspective. Nurgle's servants have already embraced decay, their bodies rotting even as they live, disease and corruption sustained by the Plague God's dark gifts. When they die, they often feel relief, the constant pain of their festering wounds finally fading. But this relief is short-lived, for death to a servant of Nurgle is merely a transition to a different form of existence. They might find themselves reborn as a demon, a plague bearer, or something worse, cursed to spread disease in the warp's shifting depths. Or they might discover that their souls are consumed by Nurgle himself, absorbed into the Garden of Decay, becoming part of the infinite ecosystem of rot that the Grandfather cultivates. Slaanesh followers approach death as they approach everything else, as an experience to be savored. For those who have given themselves to the Prince of Pleasure, pain and ecstasy have become indistinguishable. When they receive their death blow, they feel it with an intensity that no baseline human could comprehend. Every nerve ending fires in a crescendo of sensation, and they die in a state that could be called rapture if it weren't so deeply wrong. After death, their souls belong to Slaanesh, and the Dark Prince has endless creative ways to use them. They might be tortured for eternity, their consciousness maintained only to experience suffering beyond mortal comprehension. Or they might be transformed into demonettes, forever craving sensation, but never quite able to satisfy that hunger. The servants of Tzeentch, the Changer of Ways, find that even death is part of a plan they cannot comprehend. Tzeentch is the god of plots and schemes, and his followers believe that every event, including their own deaths, serves some greater purpose in the god's Byzantine machinations. When a Tzeentchian sorcerer falls, their last thoughts are often wondering what role their death plays in the great game. Their souls are claimed by the Architect of Fate, who might use them as components in some spell, or transform them into horrors, or simply keep them in reserve for some future scheme that won't come to fruition for 10,000 years. Time is meaningless to Tzeentch, and so his servants' deaths might serve purposes that won't be revealed until ages after they fell. Some Chaos Marines willingly embrace demonic possession even before death, allowing warp entities to merge with their bodies and minds. These possessed Marines are living weapons, their flesh reshaping itself according to the demon's will, sprouting claws and tentacles and mouths that shouldn't exist. When they die, the fate of the Marine and the demon diverge. The demon is banished back to the warp, to reform eventually in the churning chaos of that realm. The Marine's consciousness, however, has often been so subsumed by the demon that very little of their original self remains. What is left of their soul becomes a plaything for the demon, tortured and reshaped in the warp for eternity, paying the price for the power they sought in life. The Chaos Space Marines, who survive for millennia, fighting in the long war against the Imperium, accumulate mutations and blessings from their patron gods. Their bodies become walking testaments to Chaos's power, but also to its fickleness. An arm might be replaced by a crab-like claw. Eyes might multiply across their armor. Mouths might speak of their own accord from wounds that never heal. When such a being finally dies, their body often doesn't simply stop functioning. It might explode in a shower of demonic energy. It might continue fighting briefly, animated by warp entities that were bound to it. It might collapse into a puddle of ichorous liquid, or crystallize into a statue of impossible geometry, or simply vanish in a flash of unreality. Death for a Chaos Champion, one of the ruinous power's favored warriors, can be delayed almost indefinitely. Whenever they receive a mortal wound, the god they serve might intervene, knitting their flesh back together, pouring warp energy into their body to sustain them. They can survive injuries that would kill a loyalist Marine 10 times over. They can fight on with their entrails dragging behind them, with half their head blown away, with injuries that should make movement impossible. Only when their god decides their service has ended, or when they fail spectacularly enough to earn the god's displeasure, do they finally succumb. And even then, death might not be final. But not all Chaos Marines are favored enough to earn resurrection. For every champion who rises to become a demon prince, ascending to a form of immortal power that transcends both death and mortality, thousands of lesser traitors die true deaths. Their souls are consumed by the gods they served, devoured without ceremony or acknowledgement. They spent their lives in service to entities that viewed them as utterly disposable, and their deaths confirm that assessment. There is no honor in dying for chaos, no certainty of reward. There is only the hope that the gods will notice your service and grant you continued existence. And for most, that hope is never fulfilled. The Chaos Space Marines who manage to retain some shred of their original selves, who haven't fully given themselves to the gods, face perhaps the worst fate of all. They die knowing what they have become, understanding the magnitude of their betrayal, aware of the doom that awaits them in the warp. They might have started their path thinking they would use chaos as a weapon against the Imperium's enemies. But by the time death takes them, they understand that chaos has used them instead. Their last moments might be filled with regret, with the desperate hope that somehow their souls might escape the attention of the dark gods. But chaos does not release what it has claimed, and these souls are dragged into the warp screaming, to face whatever fate their former patrons have devised for traitors and failures. What makes the death of Chaos Marines particularly tragic is that many of them were once as noble as their loyalist brethren. During the Horus Heresy, entire legions turned to chaos, warriors who had fought for the Emperor's dream of a unified humanity. They believed they were making the right choice, that they were serving a greater truth than the Emperor had revealed. 10,000 years later, their descendants and the survivors themselves have become unrecognizable monsters, corrupted beyond redemption, damned to fates that mock everything they once stood for. When they die, they face not the peace that might await loyalists, but the eternal torment that is the ultimate reward for serving chaos. This is the fate of those who turn from the Emperor's light and embrace the darkness. They trade mortality for a chance at immortality, but that immortality is a curse disguised as a blessing. They become slaves to entities that care nothing for them as individuals, serving masters who view their eternal torment as entertainment. And when they finally fall, when their service ends or their luck runs out, they discover that death for a servant of chaos is not an ending at all. It is simply the beginning of an eternity of suffering, consciousness preserved only to experience pain and degradation beyond mortal understanding. There is no peace in death for those who serve the ruinous powers. There is only transformation into something worse than they ever imagined. The Green Tide: How Orcs Face Death. In the grim darkness of the 41st millennium, few races approach death with the pure, almost joyful abandon of the Orcs. These hulking, green-skinned brutes are perhaps the most successful species in the galaxy, not through advanced technology or careful planning, but through sheer resilience and an absolute refusal to take anything seriously, including their own mortality. When an Orc dies, it is rarely the tragic moment that it is for humans, or the complex spiritual transition it is for other races. Instead, it is simply another part of the great violent cycle that defines Orc existence, a brief interruption in the endless fighting that is their reason for living. To understand Orc death, one must first understand what Orcs fundamentally are. They are not truly a species in the conventional sense. They are a fungal organism, a biological weapon engineered millions of years ago by the ancient Old Ones to fight in the war in heaven. Their bodies contain complex fungal spores that are released throughout their lives, and especially upon their death. Every Orc is a walking seed bank, carrying within them the potential to create entire ecosystems of Orcoid life. When an Orc dies, they don't simply cease to exist. They explode outward in a microscopic cloud of potential, a final contribution to the green tide that sweeps across the galaxy. The moment of death for an Orc is surprisingly straightforward. They are tough, far tougher than their appearance would suggest, their bodies capable of sustaining damage that would kill most other creatures several times over. An Orc can fight on with limbs missing, organs destroyed, bones shattered. Their pain tolerance is extraordinary, not because they don't feel pain, but because they simply don't care very much about it. Pain is just another sensation in a life filled with sensations, and it certainly isn't going to stop a good scrap. But eventually, even an Orc's resilience has limits. When enough damage accumulates, when the body can no longer function even by the loose standards of Orc biology, they fall. In that final moment, an Orc's last thoughts, if they can be called thoughts, are surprisingly simple. If they were winning the fight, if they managed to take a few enemies with them, they might feel something approaching satisfaction. They gave their enemies a proper beating, showed them what happens when you mess with the greenskins. If they were losing, if they went down without getting a good scrap in, they might feel something resembling disappointment, a sense that they were cheated out of a proper fight. But there is no fear, no existential terror at the approach of oblivion. Fear of death is not something that Orcs really experience. Death is just another part of the cycle, and besides, they'll probably be back eventually anyway. The Orc belief system, such as it is, centers on their twin gods, Gork and Mork. These entities exist in the warp, vast thought forms created by the collective psychic gestalt of the entire Orc race. Gork is brutally cunning, Mork is cunningly brutal, and which is a matter of perpetual debate among Orcs, occasionally leading to fights that are just as violent as their conflicts with other races. When an Orc dies, their soul, such as it is, travels to what they call the Great Green, a realm in the warp where Gork and Mork preside over an eternal battleground. There, the souls of dead Orcs fight forever, engage in the kind of spectacular, enjoyable violence that defines their existence. The orc afterlife is not a place of peace or rest. It is war without end, exactly what orcs want more than anything else. They fight, they die, they come back and fight again. There is no punishment, no torment designed to break their spirits. The worst thing that could happen to an orc soul in the Great Green is probably being forced to sit still and not fight. But even that theoretical torment rarely comes up. Gork and Mork are not subtle or creative gods like the Kain, chaos powers. They are direct reflections of orc nature, and what they want from their worshippers is simple, constant violence. The interesting aspect of orc death is what happens to their physical remains. As mentioned, orcs are fungal in nature. When they die, their body begins to decompose, but this decomposition releases spores into the environment. These spores are remarkably resilient, capable of surviving in almost any environment, from frozen ice worlds to burning deserts to toxic waste dumps. They settle into the soil, into crevices, into any space where they might take root, and then they begin to grow. The orc ecosystem is complex and self-sustaining. The spores first produce orcoid fungus, a sprawling growth that establishes the base of the ecosystem. From this fungus emerge the first simple life forms, the snotlings, tiny creatures with minimal intelligence that exist primarily to tend the fungus and prepare the environment. As the ecosystem matures, Gretchen emerge, somewhat more intelligent but still subordinate creatures that serve as labor and cannon fodder for the orcs. And finally, the orcs themselves begin to grow, emerging from the ground as fully formed warriors, their genetic memory containing instinctive knowledge of violence and warfare. This means that killing an orc doesn't actually reduce the overall orc population. In fact, it might increase it. Every battlefield where orcs die becomes a potential breeding ground for more orcs. Worlds that the Imperium has cleansed of greenskin infestation often find themselves facing new orc incursions within years or decades. The spores from the previous conflict having taken root and produced a whole new generation of warriors. The only way to truly eliminate orcs from a world is through extensive environmental treatment, burning the soil, bombarding the planet from orbit, introducing targeted bioweapons that kill the fungal base. And even then, a few surviving spores can restart the whole process. Different types of orcs face death in ways that reflect their particular subcultures. A speed freak, one of the orcs obsessed with going fast, might die when his vehicle explodes at maximum velocity, and his last thought would probably be something like, "This is zoggin' brilliant." A mech, one of the tech-obsessed orcs who build the ramshackle but surprisingly effective orc technology, might die when one of his inventions explodes, and his final thought might be wondering what he did wrong, or perhaps pride that his device made such an impressive explosion. A nob, a particularly large and powerful orc, might die in single combat with a worthy enemy, and his last moment would be appreciation for the fight he was given. The orc concept of death is actually rather sophisticated in its own way. They don't see death as something to be avoided or feared. It is simply a thing that happens, usually to other orcs, but occasionally to themselves. The important thing is not whether you die, but how you die. An orc who dies in a massive battle, surrounded by enemies and having fought to the bitter end, is admired. An orc who dies stupidly, perhaps falling off a cliff or getting eaten by their own squig, is laughed at but quickly forgotten. There is no shame in death itself, only in dying boringly. This attitude extends to how orcs treat their dead. They don't have elaborate funeral rites or memorial services. If an orc dies, his fellows might loot his body for anything useful, teeth being the closest thing orcs have to currency, weapons and armor to be redistributed to whoever can claim them. The body itself is left where it falls, or if time permits, thrown on a fire or tossed aside. There's no reverence, no sense of loss. That orc is gone, but there will be more orcs soon enough, and the fight continues. The orc warboss, the largest and most powerful orc in a tribe, has a slightly different relationship with death. A warboss stays in power through sheer strength and force of personality. When a warboss starts to weaken, Whether through age, injury, or just bad luck, another orc will eventually challenge him and kill him. This is not seen as murder or treachery, just as the natural order of things. The old war boss had his time, and now it's time for a new war boss to take over. Some war bosses die in battle against alien enemies, and this is considered a proper end. Others die at the hands of their own subordinates, when they can no longer command respect through violence. Either way, the tribe barely misses a beat, following the new boss with the same enthusiasm they showed the old one. The psychic gestalt field that all orcs contribute to, the WAG, actually makes them more resilient in groups. When orcs gather in large numbers, their collective belief in their own toughness makes them tougher. This means that an orc surrounded by other orcs is harder to kill than an orc alone. This unconscious psychic field extends even to death. Orcs believe they can survive almost anything, and so sometimes they do. They believe they can fight with injuries that should be fatal, and so they fight on. This makes killing orcs in detail extremely difficult, as even severe wounds might not stop them if they haven't realized they should be dead yet. What makes orc death particularly interesting from a metaphysical perspective is how uncomplicated it is. While humans agonize over what awaits them after death, while Eldar face the terror of Slaanesh hunger, while Chaos Marines bargain with dark gods for continued existence, orcs simply die and move on to the Great Green to continue fighting. There is no corruption of their souls because orcs are too simple-minded for the Chaos gods to really get a grip on. Slaanesh cannot tempt them with excess because orcs already indulge in exactly the amount of violence they want. Khorne might appreciate their love of combat, but orcs don't fight for glory or honor. They fight because it's fun. Nurgle's decay means nothing to a species that is already fungal. Tzeentch's schemes are utterly wasted on creatures who cannot plan more than a few days in advance. The orc soul itself is interesting. Unlike human souls, which are individual sparks of consciousness in the warp, orc souls seem to merge back into the collective Wah field that all orcs share. Individual identity might persist to some degree, enough that Gork and Mork can field them in the Great Green's eternal battles, but it is not the same kind of distinct consciousness that humans possess. Orcs are communal in life and in death, their existence defined by the mass more than the individual. This actually protects them from many of the dangers of the warp, as warp predators looking for souls to consume generally prefer the more distinct and flavorful consciousness of individuals. There are rare exceptions to the normal orc death experience. Weird boys, the orc psychers, who channel the Wah energy into devastating attacks, sometimes die when they are overwhelmed by the psychic pressure building up in their heads. These deaths are spectacular, the weird boy's head literally exploding as they release one final burst of energy. Other orcs find this hilarious and impressive in equal measure. Gazkul Mag Uruk Thraka, perhaps the most infamous orc war boss of the current age, claims to have died and been brought back by Gork and Mork themselves, given a divine mission to unite all orcs in one massive WAG that will conquer the galaxy. Whether this is true or simply the delusions of an orc who survived a head wound, it shows that even in death, orcs can become legends. The ultimate irony of orc death is that it serves to make them stronger as a species. Every dead orc becomes the seed for more orcs. Every battlefield becomes a breeding ground. The more you fight them, the more of them there are. The Imperium has been fighting orcs for 10,000 years, and there are more orcs now than ever before. From the orcs' perspective, this is perfect. More orcs means more fighting, which means more fun. Death is not defeat. It is simply the next stage of the endless cycle of violence that they exist for. This is what it means to die as an orc. No fear, no regret, no complex spiritual questions about the nature of consciousness and the afterlife. Just a brief interruption in the fighting, a moment when the body falls and the soul moves on to new battles in the Great Green. The body feeds new generations of orcs who will continue the fight. the soul joins the eternal brawl in Gork and Mork's domain. And somewhere, on some battlefield, another orc is emerging from the ground, ready to pick up a weapon and jump into the nearest scrap, carrying on the work of the one who fell. This is the way of the greenskins, and it is exactly the way they want it. The hive mind, Tyranid Death, and the Great Devourer. If there is a single faction in Warhammer 40,000 for whom the concept of death becomes almost meaningless, it is the Tyranids. These extragalactic horrors, the Great Devourer sweeping in from the void beyond the galaxy, represent a fundamental challenge to our understanding of consciousness, individuality, and mortality. When a Tyranid organism dies, does anything truly die at all? Is there a consciousness to extinguish, a soul to transition to some afterlife? Or is the death of a single Tyranid simply the severing of one synapse in a vast neural network that spans light years, noticed by the hive mind only as data to be processed and incorporated into future evolutionary designs? To comprehend Tyranid death, we must first understand what Tyranids are. They are not individuals in any meaningful sense. Every Tyranid creature, from the smallest ripper to the largest biotitan, is a specialized cell in a vast organism that encompasses entire hive fleets. The hive mind is the collective consciousness that directs these trillions upon trillions of creatures, a psychic entity so vast and alien that it defies human comprehension. It is not a god, not a single superorganism, but something that exists in the spaces between these concepts. A gestalt intelligence formed from the combined neural activity of every Tyranid in existence. When a Tyranid creature dies on the battlefield, the experience is profoundly different depending on whether the creature possesses what could be called individual consciousness. The lowest Tyranid bioforms, the gaunts and gants that make up the bulk of the swarm, are little more than organic automatons. Their brains are minimal, providing just enough processing power to execute basic combat routines. When the hive mind synapse creatures are nearby, these lesser forms receive direct psychic commands, their actions controlled by the vast intelligence directing the swarm. They move, they attack, they die, all without anything resembling independent thought. For these lesser creatures, death is nothing more than a cessation of function. One moment they are fulfilling their programmed purpose, advancing toward the enemy, firing bioweapons, engaging in melee combat. The next moment, they are struck down, their body damaged beyond the ability to continue. There is no pain response in the way we understand it, no fear, no understanding that death is approaching. They simply stop functioning, their biological systems shutting down as their body begins the process of being reclaimed by the swarm. If they fall within range of the hive fleet's digestive mechanisms, their biomass will be absorbed, broken down into component nutrients, and reconstituted into new Tyranid organisms. Even in death, they serve the swarm. The larger, more sophisticated Tyranid organisms experience something more complex when they die. Creatures like Tyranid warriors, which serve as synapse creatures connecting the hive mind to lesser bioforms, possess more developed brains capable of limited independent action. When such a creature dies, there is a moment of disconnect, a severing of the psychic link to the hive mind. The creature might experience something that could be called awareness, a fleeting instant where the connection breaks and the individual organism exists separately from the collective. But this moment is brief, a flicker of consciousness that fades as the creature's brain ceases function. The experiences, the tactical data, everything the creature learned in its existence flows back to the hive mind through the psychic network, absorbed and catalogued for future use. The death of a hive tyrant, the most powerful synapse creatures that serve as battlefield commanders for the swarm, is significant not because it ends a consciousness, but because it disrupts the command structure of the swarm. A hive tyrant is essentially an avatar of the hive mind, a physical manifestation of its will on the battlefield. When a hive tyrant dies, the hive mind experiences something akin to losing a sensory organ. Information stops flowing from that node in the network. Lesser creatures that relied on the tyrant's synapse control might revert to instinctive behavior, losing the coordination that makes tyrannid swarms so deadly. But the hive mind itself is unaffected beyond this temporary disruption. It simply grows a new tyrant, imprinting it with the same knowledge and experiences as its predecessor, and the war continues. This raises the question of whether tyrannids can be said to die at all. If the hive mind persists, if the genetic information is preserved, if new creatures can be spawned that are functionally identical to those that fell, has anything truly been lost? From a human perspective, we might say yes, the individual organism died. But from the hive mind's perspective, it has simply redistributed resources, sacrificed one body to achieve tactical objectives, with the full expectation that the biomass will be recovered and reused. Death and life are simply different states in a continuous cycle of consumption and regeneration. The tyrannid approach to death extends to how they consume other species. When tyrannids devour a world, they don't just kill the inhabitants. They consume everything, breaking down organic matter at the molecular level, extracting every usable nutrient from the biosphere. The death of a planet to the tyrannids is total, leaving behind a lifeless rock stripped of even its atmosphere. But from the hive mind's perspective, this is not destruction, but transformation. The biomass is not destroyed, but incorporated, added to the swarm, increasing the hive fleet's mass and capability. In this sense, everything the tyrannids kill becomes part of them, death serving as the ultimate form of assimilation. One of the most terrifying aspects of tyrannid death is the reanimation protocols encoded in their biology. Certain tyrannid organisms can heal from damage that would be fatal to other creatures, their bodies stitching themselves back together even as they fight. They can regenerate lost limbs, seal massive wounds, continue functioning with injuries that should have killed them. This ability is not consciousness or will, but simply efficient biological engineering, their bodies designed by the hive mind to maximize survivability and combat effectiveness. A tyrannid that should be dead can keep fighting, driven by biological imperatives that override the body's normal shutdown responses. The shadow in the warp, the psychic presence generated by the hive mind, has profound implications for understanding tyrannid death. This psychic blanket smothers the warp in areas where the tyrannids are present, making psychic communication impossible and driving psychers to madness. It suggests that the hive mind exists partially in the warp, its consciousness spanning both the material realm and the immaterium. When tyrannid creatures die, there is no soul to transition to the warp because they never had souls in the way other species do. They are soulless organisms, their consciousness entirely dependent on their physical forms and their connection to the hive mind. When that connection breaks and the body dies, there is simply nothing left to persist. This soullessness is actually an advantage for the tyrannids. They are immune to the predations of chaos, which feeds on souls and the emotions generated by conscious beings. Demons cannot possess tyrannids because there is no individual consciousness to possess. The chaos gods cannot corrupt the hive mind because its alien nature places it beyond their ability to influence. When the forces of chaos and the tyrannids clash, it is a conflict between absolute opposites, soulless biology against immaterial hunger, and neither side can truly harm the other in any lasting way. The few individuals who have managed to glimpse the hive mind report experiences that suggest death within the swarm might be something stranger than simple cessation. Visions describe an infinite consciousness, a presence so vast that individual deaths don't register as losses, but as data points, information about what worked and what didn't in a particular situation. The hive mind learns from every death, evolves in response to how its creatures were killed, spawns new organisms better suited to countering the tactics that defeated the previous generation. In this sense, every Tyranid death teaches the swarm how to be more lethal, how to adapt, how to overcome. When synapse creatures die, and lesser Tyranids lose their connection to the hive mind, these lesser creatures revert to instinctive behavior. They become feral, attacking the nearest threat or fleeing to safety, acting on biological programming rather than directed intelligence. This state is revealing because it shows what Tyranids are without the hive mind's guidance. Simple organisms driven by hunger and aggression, no more intelligent than any other predator. Their consciousness, such as it is, exists only when they are connected to the greater whole. Severed from that connection, they are essentially already dead, even if their bodies continue to function. There are specialized Tyranid organisms whose entire purpose is related to death. The Haruspex, for instance, is a creature designed to consume biomass from the battlefield as combat proceeds, its massive jaws processing dead and wounded creatures into nutrient slurry that can be used to spawn new Tyranids. These creatures make the battlefield itself into a factory of death and rebirth, the fallen immediately recycled into new combatants. Watching a Haruspex work is watching the Tyranid philosophy of death made manifest. Nothing is wasted, everything serves the swarm, and death is simply another resource to be exploited. The hive fleet's digestion pools, vast organic vats where consumed biomass is broken down, represent the final destination for most biomass harvested by the Tyranids. Here, the bodies of the dead, friend and foe alike, are dissolved into component chemicals. These pools don't distinguish between a fallen Tyranid and an enemy soldier. Both are simply resources, raw materials to be processed. Any individuality, any consciousness, any sense of self that might have existed is completely obliterated in this process. It is death in its most absolute form, not just the ending of life, but the complete dissolution of everything that constituted that life. Yet even this is not truly the end in the Tyranid cycle. The broken down biomass feeds the Norn Queens, the massive Tyranid creatures that birth new organisms. These birthing chambers consume the processed nutrients and use them to create new Tyranid bioforms, each one designed for specific purposes based on the genetic templates in the hive fleet's vast biological database. In a strange way, the dead do live on in the swarm, their physical substance recycled into new bodies, their experiences recorded in the hive mind's vast memory, informing future evolutionary adaptations. It is a form of immortality so alien that it barely deserves the name. Consciousness extinguished, but matter persisting. Death and rebirth happening simultaneously in the endless hunger of the great devourer. What makes Tyranid death particularly horrifying from the perspective of their prey is its inevitability and meaninglessness. When the Tyranids come to a world, they will not stop until everything is consumed. You can kill individual organisms, you can win individual battles, but the swarm simply keeps coming, learning from every defeat, adapting to every defense. Your victories are temporary, your heroism forgotten, your sacrifice ultimately futile. And when you finally fall, when the Tyranids overwhelm your position and claim your body, you become part of them, your death serving only to make them stronger. There is no honor in death to the Tyranids, no meaning, no memory. There is only consumption, transformation, and the endless hunger that drives the swarm forward. This is death in the Tyranid swarm. It is death without consciousness, without fear, without any of the elements that make death significant to thinking beings. It is biological process elevated to cosmic scale, life and death reduced to simple matters of resource management. The individual dies, but the swarm continues. The body falls, but the biomass is recovered. The consciousness, if it existed at all, dissolves, but the hive mind incorporates the data. Nothing is wasted, nothing is mourned, and nothing ever truly ends because the swarm transforms death into life, in an endless cycle that spans the galaxy. The Cursed. The fate of the Aeldari. No race in the Warhammer. 40,000 universe has a more tragic relationship with death than the Aeldari, the ancient species once known as the Eldar. These beings who once ruled the galaxy in an empire of unimaginable magnificence now face a doom so terrible that death has become something to be feared beyond all else. When an Aeldari dies, their soul faces a fate worse than mere oblivion. It is hunted, claimed, and consumed by Slaanesh, the Dark Prince, the youngest of the Chaos Gods, born from the depths of Aeldari excess and forever hungry for the souls of the people whose depravity birthed it into existence. To understand Aeldari death, we must understand the Fall, the cataclysmic event that shaped the entire species' relationship with mortality. In the ancient past, the Aeldari civilization had reached heights that younger races could barely comprehend. They were masters of psychic power, their technology indistinguishable from magic, their lives stretching across centuries. They had conquered the galaxy and found it insufficient for their ambitions. In their boredom and hubris, they turned to ever more extreme pursuits, seeking sensation and experience that would satisfy their refined and jaded palates. This descent into hedonism and excess created psychic ripples in the warp, the twisted emotions and dark desires of an entire civilization coalescing into something new and terrible. When Slaanesh was born, the psychic shockwave of its emergence tore through the Aeldari Empire like a blade through silk. Trillions died instantly, their souls ripped from their bodies and consumed by the newborn god. The heart of the Aeldari Empire became the Eye of Terror, a tear in reality where the warp bleeds into real space. The survivors scattered, their empire shattered, their species condemned to live forever in the shadow of the monster they had created. And Slaanesh, gorged on Aeldari souls, developed a taste for them. Now, whenever an Aeldari dies, their soul is drawn to the Dark Prince like iron to a magnet, pulled into the warp to be tortured and consumed for eternity. The Craft World. Aeldari, those who fled the Fall aboard massive world ships, developed a solution to this terrifying fate. Every Aeldari of the Craft Worlds wears a spirit stone, a psychically reactive crystal attuned to their consciousness. When the Aeldari dies, this stone captures their soul, preventing it from entering the warp and falling into Slaanesh's clutches. The dying Aeldari's final moments are spent in full knowledge of what is at stake. They feel their life ebbing away, their psychic presence growing dim, and they pray to whatever might still listen that their spirit stone will function correctly, that it will trap their soul before Slaanesh can claim it. The experience of dying as a Craftworld Aeldari is intense beyond human comprehension. Aeldari experience all emotions with an intensity that would overwhelm a human mind. Joy is ecstasy, sorrow is agony, love is all-consuming, and fear is absolute terror. As death approaches, this emotional intensity focuses down to a single point. The Aeldari feels their consciousness beginning to separate from their physical form, a sensation of being pulled in two directions at once. The Spirit Stone pulls gently, a quiet psychic call designed to gather the soul. But there is another pull, far stronger, far more terrible, the hunger of Slaanesh reaching across the boundary between realms, eager to claim another Aeldari soul. If the Spirit Stone functions properly, the Aeldari's soul is drawn into the crystal, their consciousness preserved within its psychic matrix. There is a moment of transition, a sensation of moving from one form of existence to another, and then the soul finds itself within the stone, aware but disconnected from the physical world. This is not death in the traditional sense, but neither is it life. The soul exists in a kind of limbo, waiting to be brought to the Craftworld's infinity circuit, the vast psychic network where all the preserved souls of the dead reside. Here, they will join with their ancestors, become part of the collective consciousness that sustains the craft world itself. It is a kind of immortality, but one that requires giving up individual existence, merging with the whole, becoming one voice in a choir of billions. But if the Spirit Stone fails, if it is destroyed or damaged, or simply not present at the moment of death, then the Eldari soul experiences a fate of unimaginable horror. She who thirsts, as the Eldari call Slaanesh, claims the soul with eager hunger. The transition is instantaneous and agonizing, the soul ripped through the barrier between reality and the warp, pulled into the Dark Prince's domain. What happens next is beyond the ability of mortal minds to fully comprehend. Slaanesh does not simply consume the soul. The god tortures it, plays with it, finds every possible sensation that can be extracted from a consciousness and extracts it. The suffering is eternal, consciousness preserved specifically to experience endless torment, a fate that makes mere death seem like the greatest mercy imaginable. The Drukhari, or Dark Eldar, who fled into the webway rather than aboard craftworlds, face a different but equally terrible relationship with death. They do not use spirit stones, cannot use them, for reasons tied to their lifestyle and the nature of their existence. Instead, they avoid death through a form of psychic vampirism. The Drukhari feed on the suffering of others, consuming pain and agony to sustain themselves. Slaanesh constantly drains their souls, slowly sipping at their essence, and only by inflicting suffering on others can they replenish what is being taken. And Drukhari who cannot feed, who cannot torture and torment, begins to wither, their soul being consumed bit by bit until nothing remains. When an Drukhari dies, whether in battle or from simple soul starvation, their fate is the same as any Eldari who dies without protection. Slaanesh claims them instantly, and the torture that awaits them is possibly even worse than that of their craftworld cousins. The Drukhari have spent their lives inflicting suffering on others, and Slaanesh ensures they experience every agony they have ever caused, magnified and endless. It is said that the screams of Drukhari souls being consumed by Slaanesh can be heard echoing through the deepest levels of Komorach, the dark city in the webway where the Drukhari make their home. Whether this is literal truth or metaphorical warning, it speaks to the terror that death holds for these twisted beings. The Eldari relationship with death shapes every aspect of their culture. They walk the path, a system of highly disciplined lifestyles designed to prevent the kind of emotional excess that led to the fall. An Eldari might spend decades or centuries as a warrior, completely devoted to the art of war, before setting that path aside and becoming a craftsperson or scholar or something else entirely. This discipline is not just philosophy, but survival, a way to control the intense emotions that could draw Slaanesh's attention even in life. They know that to give in to excess is to strengthen the god that hunts them, to risk becoming consumed by emotion and falling to the Dark Prince even before death claims them. The Exarchs, Eldari warriors who have walked the path of the warrior so long that they cannot leave it, represent a kind of living death. They have surrendered their individuality, their consciousness merging with the psychic essence of all previous Exarchs who wore their armor. When they die, they do not transition to the infinity circuit. Instead, their soul merges completely with the war mask they wore, becoming part of the artifact, waiting for the next warrior to don the armor and lose themselves in turn. It is a form of immortality, but one that erases the self, consciousness preserved, but individual identity lost forever. The arrival of Inead, the nascent Eldari god of the dead, has changed the equation for some Eldari. The Inari, followers of this new god, believe they have found a way to escape Slaanesh's hunger. When a Inari dies, their soul is claimed by Inead instead, absorbed into the growing power of this god of death, who might one day be strong enough to challenge Slaanesh directly. For these Aeldari, death becomes an offering to their god, Aesium, sacrifice that strengthens Iniad and brings the species one step closer to potential salvation. Ivrain, the prophet of Iniad, has demonstrated the ability to resurrect fallen Aeldari, pulling their souls back from the god of death and returning them to life. This suggests possibilities that have not existed for the Aeldari in 10,000 years. But for the vast majority of Aeldari, death remains the ultimate terror. They live their lives in the shadow of Slaanesh's hunger, knowing that a single moment of carelessness, a single failed spirit stone, a single instant where their soul is exposed, could result in a fate worse than anything else the galaxy has to offer. They fight harder than other species, not out of courage, but out of desperate fear, knowing that defeat does not simply mean death, but eternal suffering. They recover the spirit stones of fallen comrades with fanatical devotion, launching raids deep into enemy territory to retrieve the stones of warriors who fell in battle, because to leave a soul in enemy hands is to potentially condemn it to Slaanesh if the stone is destroyed. The Aeldari Farseers, powerful psychers who can see potential futures, know their own deaths years or decades in advance. They see the moment of their ending, the circumstances that will claim them, and they carry this knowledge with them always. Some try to avoid these fates, but prophecy in the warp is a treacherous thing, and attempts to escape a foreseen death often lead directly to it. Others accept their fate and prepare, ensuring their spirit stone is properly attuned, making arrangements for their soul's transition to the Infinity Circuit, trying to make their death meaningful in service to their craft world. But even with all this preparation, the fear remains. What if the prophecy was wrong? What if Slaanesh claims them despite everything? These questions haunt them through their long lives and follow them into their final moments. The process of joining the Infinity Circuit after death is described by those who have experienced it through psychic communion as both beautiful and terrifying. The individual soul dissolves into the collective, consciousness expanding to encompass countless other minds, while simultaneously losing the boundaries that define the self. Some Aeldari souls resist this dissolution, trying to maintain their individual identity within the circuit, but eventually all merge with the whole. The Infinity Circuit is not a paradise, but a kind of preservation. Souls kept safe from Slaanesh, but at the cost of everything that made them individuals. They exist in a state of peaceful unity, their thoughts and memories accessible to the living Aeldari who commune with the circuit, their consciousness woven into the very structure of the craft world itself. This is the ultimate tragedy of the Aeldari. A species that once ruled the galaxy now lives in terror of the simplest of all endings. They have turned death into a complex spiritual technology, built an entire civilization around avoiding eternal damnation, developed philosophies and practices that seek to control emotion and experience. And yet, despite everything, despite their desperate ingenuity and ancient wisdom, they know that one day Slaanesh will claim them all. Every Aeldari who dies is one less soul to oppose the Dark Prince, one more feast for an entity that grows stronger with every meal. The species is slowly dying, and there may be no salvation, no escape, only the prolonging of the inevitable until the last Aeldari soul is finally consumed and she who thirsts claims her final victory. The already dead, Necrons, and the curse of immortality. There is a profound irony in discussing the death of Necrons, for these beings have already died once, 60 million years ago, when they underwent the biotransference that stripped away their organic forms and imprisoned their consciousness in bodies of living metal. To speak of a Necron dying is to speak of something that cannot truly die. Beings who have transcended mortality in the most terrible way imaginable. They are the walking dead, immortal but soulless, eternal but hollow, cursed to exist forever in bodies that can be destroyed but never killed, in a state that mocks everything that death once meant. The Necrons were not always machines. Once, they were the Necron Tyre, an organic race born on a world bathed in harmful radiation that gave them short, pain-filled lives. They built a vast empire, despite their mortality, driven by the knowledge that their time was brief. But when they encountered the immortal Old Ones and were denied the secret of eternal life, their envy turned to hatred. They waged war against the Old Ones, a war they were losing until they encountered the Satan, the star gods, who offered them the immortality they had always craved. The Silent King, Zarek, in his desperation to save his people, agreed to the bargain without understanding its true cost. The biotransference furnaces processed every living Necrontyr, stripping away flesh and blood and bone, transferring their consciousness into bodies of necrodermis, the living metal that would become their new form. The process was supposed to preserve them, to grant them the immortality they sought. But something was lost in the translation, something fundamental. Their souls, the spark of consciousness that made them truly alive, were consumed by the Satan. What remained were engrams, neural patterns, memory and personality encoded in metal, but lacking the essential quality that defined life. They became the Necrons, immortal but dead, existing but not living. When a Necron warrior falls in battle, what occurs cannot truly be called death. The body is damaged, sometimes catastrophically, the necrodermis torn apart by weapons that can actually harm these nearly indestructible forms. In that moment, the Necron's systems register the damage, calculate whether repairs are possible, if the damage is too severe, or if the battle situation makes immediate repair impossible, the reanimation protocols activate. These are sophisticated self-repair systems built into every Necron body, designed to reconstruct even the most severe damage. The fallen Necron lies on the battlefield, its body beginning to knit itself back together, nanoscarabs swarming over the damaged areas, pulling atoms back into their proper configuration, rebuilding what was destroyed. The consciousness within the Necron body experiences this differently, depending on the sophistication of that particular form. A lowly Necron warrior, mass-produced shock troops, whose minds are little more than basic combat programming, experiences nothing at all. Their consciousness is so diminished that they are barely aware even when functional. When they fall and begin to repair, there is no moment of trauma, no sense of resurrection. They simply switch from operational to non-operational and back to operational. A state change no more meaningful than a machine being turned off and on. These warriors were once Necrontyre citizens, ordinary people transformed into mindless automatons, their personalities completely overwritten by military programming. If anything remains of who they once were, it is buried so deep in their circuitry that it might as well not exist. The higher-ranking Necrons, the overlords and lords who retained more of their original consciousness through the biotransference, have a very different experience when their bodies are destroyed. For them, there is a moment of awareness, a recognition that they have fallen. Their bodies may be metal, but their engrams contain sufficient complexity to experience something approaching consciousness. They feel the disconnection as their body ceases to function, a sensation that might be compared to the moment between falling asleep and waking. Then the reanimation protocols engage, and they are pulled back, consciousness restored as their body rebuilds itself. Each time this happens, there is degradation. Memories blur, personality facets are lost. The engram degrades slightly from the trauma of resurrection. Over thousands or millions of resurrections, even the most powerful Necron overlord will slowly erode, their consciousness wearing away like sand in a stream. For some Necrons, however, standard reanimation protocols are insufficient. When a Necron body is destroyed beyond immediate repair, or when the battle is lost and retrieval is impossible, they phase out. The necrodermis body dissolves. The the Necron's consciousness and the atomic pattern of their form transmitted instantaneously to the nearest tomb world or tomb ship. There, in vast reconstruction bays, their body is rebuilt from scratch, their engrams downloaded into a new shell identical to the one they lost. This process is more traumatic than simple reanimation. The consciousness experiences a discontinuity, a moment of absolute nothing as they exist only as data in transmission, followed by the jarring sensation of awakening in a new body in a completely different location. Each phase-out extracts a price. The reconstruction is never quite perfect. Small errors accumulate, tiny corruptions in the data that translates consciousness and form. Over time, over countless deaths and reconstructions, a Necron's personality begins to degrade more seriously. They might forget entire campaigns, lose memories of their organic life, find their behavioral patterns growing strange and erratic. Some Necrons who have phased out thousands of times become little more than automatons themselves, their once brilliant minds reduced to repetitive loops and basic responses. They are technically alive, insofar as their consciousness still functions, but everything that made them who they were has been worn away by the endless cycle of death and rebirth. The truly ancient Necrons, those who have survived since the biotransference 60 million years ago, carry the weight of their accumulated resurrections like scars on their consciousness. The Pharaon Imhotep, the Stormlord, one of the most powerful Necron rulers, maintains his clarity of mind through sheer force of will and sophisticated maintenance by his cryptex. But even he knows that every death brings him closer to the final degradation. Trazyn the Infinite, the self-styled collector and archivist, has become obsessed with preserving things from loss because he understands intimately what it means to lose oneself slowly over eons. Each resurrection is a reminder that his time is finite, that eventually even his engrams will degrade beyond recovery. What makes the Necron relationship with death particularly tragic is that they sought immortality and achieved something that is neither life nor death, but a cruel mockery of both. They cannot die, but neither can they live. They have no souls. The essence that animated them consumed by the Satan during biotransference, which means they exist in a state of spiritual oblivion. When humans die, their souls enter the warp, facing whatever fate awaits them there. When Eldar die, their souls are hunted by Slanesh. But when a Necron is finally truly destroyed, when their engrams are corrupted beyond recovery, or their tomb world is obliterated, there is simply nothing. They cease to exist in every meaningful sense, consciousness extinguished without any possibility of continuity. They lived for millions of years, but when they end, it is as if they never existed at all. The Destroyer cults represent a twisted response to the Necron curse. These Necrons have descended into nihilistic madness, obsessed with exterminating all organic life. Their minds, degraded by countless resurrections and the fundamental wrongness of their existence, have latched onto destruction as the only thing that has meaning. When a Destroyer falls, they are reborn, just like any other Necron, but their madness persists and deepens. Each resurrection strengthens their conviction that all life must be eliminated, that the galaxy must be scoured clean of the organic mockery that dares to exist while they are trapped in unliving metal. They are dead in every way that matters, consciousness preserved only by technology, driven by an impulse to share their state of non-existence with everything that still has the audacity to be alive. There are certain conditions under which Necrons can experience true death, a final ending without resurrection. Worlds with bizarre quantum properties or intense gravitational anomalies can prevent phase-out protocols from functioning, trapping Necrons who fall there in their destroyed bodies. The Awakened Council, a gathering of the most powerful Necron overlords, has the ability to block a Necron's reanimation protocols as punishment, effectively rendering them mortal. For Necrons who have committed crimes against their dynasty, this forced mortality is a death sentence. They know that the next time they fall will be the last, that there will be no reconstruction, no return. Some see this as the ultimate punishment, while others view it as a mercy, a chance to finally escape the curse of endless existence. The few Necrons who remember their time as flesh and blood speak of the biotransference with undisguised horror. They remember having souls, remember feeling true emotion instead of the pale shadows their engrams can produce, remember tasting food and feeling the warmth of their dying sun, and experiencing the countless small joys that come with organic existence. The Silent King himself, Zarek, regrets the bargain he made more deeply than any Necron, for he led his entire species to this fate. His quest to find a way to reverse biotransference, to restore the Necrons to organic life, drives many of his actions. But 60 million years of searching have yielded no solution, and he begins to suspect that what was lost can never be recovered. When a Necron cryptech works to repair a fallen noble's engrams, they sometimes discover fragmentary memories from before the biotransference. These are rare, most such memories long since lost to time and degradation. But occasionally, they find preserved moments. A Necron tire looking up at the stars and dreaming of eternity. A family gathering on some ancient festival day. The pain of radiation sickness that defined Necron tire existence. These memories are treasured, stored in the most secure data vaults, studied by those who seek understanding of what was sacrificed for immortality. They are proof that the Necrons were once truly alive, and that what they have now is a poor substitute for the existence they gave up. The Necron relationship with other species is partially shaped by their inability to truly die. They do not fear death the way mortals do because death has already claimed them. When they fight, they do so knowing that defeat is temporary, that their bodies can be rebuilt, that they have all of eternity to achieve their objectives. This makes them patient in ways that mortal species cannot match. A Necron overlord will gladly sacrifice thousands of warriors in a battle, knowing they can all be reconstructed, their losses merely temporary inconvenience rather than permanent tragedy. Yet this lack of stakes also makes Necron existence hollow. Without the possibility of death, without the urgency that mortality brings, many Necrons find existence becoming meaningless. They go through the motions of war and politics. They pursue their dynasty's objectives, but there is an emptiness at the core of their being. They are eternal, but that eternity stretches before them as an endless succession of moments, none of which carry the weight that they once did, when life was finite and precious. This existential hollowness drives many Necrons to obsession. Trazeen with his collecting, Orican with his prophecies, Xerus with his experiments in biotransference. They pursue these obsessions not because they bring joy, but because they provide structure, purpose, something to fill the infinite empty years. This is what it means to be Necron, to exist in a state that transcends death but offers nothing resembling life. Every fall and resurrection brings them closer to the final degradation where consciousness itself fails. Every century of existence wears away more of what they once were. They are immortal, but that immortality is a curse more terrible than any death could be. They will exist until the heat death of the universe, or until some enemy develops the technology to truly, permanently kill them. And in that moment, if it ever comes, when the last Necron consciousness finally dissolves, and the race that sacrificed everything for immortality finally achieves the oblivion they have been denied for 60 million years, perhaps they will finally find peace in the nothingness they have feared and longed for in equal measure. The greater good, Tau, and the quick fade. Among the youngest of the galaxy's spacefaring races, the Tau approach, death with a philosophy fundamentally different from most other species in the Warhammer 40,000 universe, where humanity sees death as a transition to the Emperor's side, where Eldar face eternal torment, where Orcs laugh in the face of mortality. The Tau view death through the lens of their core philosophy, the greater good. To die as a Tau is to accept that you have given what you could in service to something larger than yourself, that your sacrifice advances the collective destiny of your species, that your personal ending matters far less than the continued progress of Tau civilization. The Tau are an anomaly in many ways. Their souls are dim, barely registering in the warp, lacking the psychic presence that defines most other sentient species. When a Tau dies, there is no soul to transition to an afterlife, no consciousness that persists in some immaterial realm. The Tau simply end. Their awareness flickers and goes dark, their consciousness dissolving like morning, dew under the sun. There is no torment, no transcendence, no eternal reward or punishment. There is only the ending, swift and absolute, their psychic presence so weak that it leaves barely a ripple in the warp before dissipating entirely. This might sound like a mercy compared to the fates that await other races, and in many ways it is. The Tau are free from the dangers that haunt humanity's psyches, from the soul hunger that terrifies the Eldar, from the corruption that claims those who serve chaos. But this blessing comes with its own weight. The Tau know, with absolute certainty, that death is the end. There is no afterlife waiting for them, no continuation of consciousness beyond the physical. When they die, everything they are, everything they have experienced, all their thoughts and dreams and aspirations simply cease to exist. For a species that values advancement and progress, this finality shapes everything about how they approach mortality. The experience of dying as a Tau warrior, a fire-caste soldier trained from birth for combat, is shaped by their conditioning and philosophy. They enter battle knowing that death is a real possibility, but also believing that their individual survival matters less than the mission's success, the unit's cohesion, the advancement of the greater good. When a fire warrior is struck down, when their advanced battlesuits fail to protect them or a lucky shot finds a vulnerable point, they feel pain, yes, but also a kind of acceptance. They have done their duty, they have fought for the greater good. Their death, while regrettable, serves a purpose in the grand scheme of Tau expansion and civilization. This does not mean Tau face death without fear or hesitation. They are not emotionless automatons. They feel the terror of imminent death, the pain of wounds, the desperate desire to survive. But their philosophical framework gives them a way to contextualize these feelings, to move beyond personal fear and focus on larger objectives. Tau commanders are trained to make decisions that might cost lives, including their own, if those decisions advance tactical goals. Fire warriors learn to accept casualties as part of warfare, to honor their fallen comrades, but not let grief paralyze them in the moment. This pragmatic approach to death is both their strength and their limitation. In the final moments, as a Tau's life ebbs away, their thoughts often turn to their cadre, the military unit that has become their family. Tau society is highly communal, with individuals defined largely by their role in the collective. A fire warrior's identity is built around their service, their comrades, their contribution to the greater good. As death approaches, they might think of their chassui, their squad leader, hoping their death will not endanger the mission. They might recall the words of the ethereals, the Tau's guiding caste, whose teachings have shaped their worldview since childhood. They might feel satisfaction if they manage to eliminate an enemy or protect an objective, knowing their final actions had meaning in the context of the greater good. The Tau do not have elaborate death rituals compared to other species. Their approach is practical, focused on efficiency and collective benefit rather than individual commemoration. When a fire warrior falls in combat, their body is recovered if possible, more for the sake of the technology in their battlesuit than out of reverence for the individual. The battlesuit will be repaired and reissued. Personal effects might be sent to the warrior's sept, their homeworld, where family members can mourn privately. But there are no grand funerals, no monuments to individual heroes. The Tau honor the concept of sacrifice for the greater good, but they do not dwell on specific deaths in ways that might distract from ongoing objectives. This approach troubles some alien observers who interact with the Tao. Humans, even in the grim darkness of the 41st millennium, maintain at least the concept that individual lives have value, that deaths should be mourned, that soldiers who fall deserve recognition. The Tao seem, to outside eyes, almost callous in how quickly they move past casualties. But from the Tao perspective, this is simply practical. Dwelling on death does not serve the greater good. The living must focus on advancing Tao civilization, not on lamenting those who have already given what they could give. The ethereals, the mysterious ruling caste of Tao society, shape how the Tao understand death through their teachings. They preach that every Tao has a role to play in the advancement of their species, and that death in service to that role is the natural conclusion of a life well lived. They emphasize collective achievement over individual glory, teaching that a Tao should seek not to be remembered as a hero, but to contribute to victories that will be remembered. This philosophy helps maintain cohesion in Tao society, prevents the kind of glory-seeking that might lead to tactical errors, and ensures that Tao warriors fight for objectives rather than personal gain. But the ethereal's influence over the Tao is not just philosophical. There is evidence, though the Tao themselves either don't know or won't acknowledge it, that the ethereals possess some form of chemical or pheromonal control over the other castes. Tao in the presence of an ethereal show unusual levels of calm and obedience, their fear and doubt suppressed by something beyond mere leadership charisma. When an ethereal commands a Tao to face death, that Tao will often comply with an enthusiasm that seems unnatural. This raises disturbing questions about how much of the Tao's acceptance of death for the greater good is genuine philosophy and how much is biological manipulation. When an ethereal dies, the response from surrounding Tao is dramatic and visceral. Fire warriors who lose their ethereal in battle often fight with reckless abandon, throwing themselves at the enemy in suicidal attacks. Water caste diplomats who learn of their ethereal's death might fall into deep depression or irrational fury. This extreme reaction suggests that the bond between ethereals and other Tao goes beyond normal hierarchy, that there is something fundamental about an ethereal's presence that shapes the psychological state of other castes. The death of an ethereal is not just the loss of a leader, but the severing of a connection that the Tao might not fully understand themselves. The Tao's weak presence in the warp is both blessing and curse. It protects them from the predations of chaos, which struggles to corrupt beings with such dim psychic signatures. When chaos sorcerers attempt to manipulate Tao or possess them, they find little to work with, souls so small and insignificant that they barely register as targets. This has allowed the Tao to expand across space, relatively unburdened by the spiritual dangers that plague other species. They can traverse the warp using their own technology, suffering fewer mishaps than Imperial ships. They face demons with minimal risk of corruption, their weak souls providing no handhold for warp entities seeking entrance to reality. But this same weakness means the Tao are spiritually alone in a galaxy where consciousness often transcends death. They will never join with a god. They will never experience the continuation that comes from psychic existence in the warp. They will never achieve anything like the immortality that other species, through various means, sometimes claim. When a Tao dies, they are simply gone. Their contribution to the greater good, perhaps remembered in history, but their individual consciousness irrevocably lost. Auxiliary species that fight for the Tao Empire often struggle with this aspect of Tao philosophy. Human defectors who join the Tao, called Guevesa, sometimes find the lack of spiritual component in Tao belief systems disturbing. They have been raised in the imperial cult, taught that death is a transition to the emperor's side. The Tao tell them death is simply an ending, that meaning comes from what you accomplish in life, not what awaits after. Some humans adapt to this, finding liberation in the simplicity of it. Others never quite adjust, carrying with them a sense of spiritual emptiness that the greater good cannot fill. The Kroot, another auxiliary species in the Tau Empire, have their own relationship with death that differs substantially from the Tau. Kroot consume their dead, including fallen enemies, believing they can absorb genetic traits and memories through this consumption. They see death as a transformation, the deceased continuing to exist within those who consume them. This perspective clashes with Tau philosophy, creating occasional friction within the Empire. The Tau tolerate Kroot practices because the Kroot are valuable auxiliaries, but they do not understand or share these beliefs. As the Tau Empire expands and encounters more of the galaxy's horrors, their simple view of death is being tested. They have faced the Tyranids, seeing how the Great Devourer consumes all organic matter, reducing life to biological resources. They have fought chaos, witnessing transformations and possessions that challenge their materialist philosophy. They have clashed with the Necrons, facing enemies who cannot permanently die. Each of these encounters raises questions about the nature of death and consciousness that Tau philosophy struggles to address. Some Tau, particularly those of the water caste who interact extensively with alien species, begin to wonder if their weak psychic presence might be a disadvantage rather than an advantage. They see how faith can empower the forces of the Imperium, how psychic might allow Eldar to accomplish impossible feats, how even Orcs' collective belief shapes reality. The Tau's rationalism and weak souls leave them unable to access these powers, limiting them to purely technological advancement. In a galaxy where belief and consciousness can literally reshape reality, being trapped in pure materialism might be a fatal weakness. Yet for now, the Tau continue to face death as they face everything else, with pragmatic acceptance and faith in the greater good. When a fire warrior falls, another takes their place. When a commander dies, their tactics and strategies are studied and incorporated into future planning. When an Earth-caste scientist perishes, their research continues, built upon by colleagues and successors. This is the Tau way, to view individuals as components in a larger machine, each contributing what they can and then stepping aside for the next generation. It is efficient, rational, and utterly alien to species that see death as something more than simple biological cessation. This is what it means to die as Tau. It is to fade quickly from consciousness, your dim soul leaving barely a mark on the warp before dissolving completely. It is to be remembered, perhaps, in the histories of your sept, your name added to lists of those who served. It is to have your death rationalized as necessary, acceptable, serving the greater good even in its finality. There is no transcendence, no torment, no continuation. There is only service, sacrifice, and the silent darkness that claims all consciousness eventually. For the Tau, this is enough. They do not ask for immortality, only for progress. And in their end, they hope they have contributed to that forward momentum, even if they will never see where it ultimately leads. Closing thoughts, remembering to like and subscribe. As we reach the end of this journey through the countless ways beings face death in the Warhammer 40,000 universe, we are left with a sobering picture of a galaxy where mortality means different things to different species, where death can be anything from simple oblivion to eternal torment, from temporary inconvenience to final transcendence. From the Space Marines who die believing their souls will serve the Emperor eternally, to the Imperial Guard who die in their billions with no certainty of anything beyond the ending, to the Chaos Marines who trade temporary death for possible immortality at terrible cost, to the Orcs who face death with laughter, knowing they'll just come back for more fighting, to the Tyranids for whom individual death is meaningless in the face of the hive mind's immortality, to the Eldar who live in terror of what awaits them after death, to the Necrons who have already died once and cannot truly die again, to the Tau who fade quickly into nothingness, Each faction faces the end in ways that reflect their nature, their beliefs, their curse, or their blessing. What becomes clear in examining these varied fates is that death in Warhammer 40k is never simple. It is laden with spiritual significance, technological manipulation, biological imperatives, and existential horror. The galaxy is a place where the dead rarely rest easy, where souls become currency for dark gods, where consciousness can be preserved in forms both blessed and cursed, where the line between living and dead has been blurred beyond all recognition. It is a universe where death is the only certainty, but where that certainty manifests in countless different ways, each more terrible or transcendent than simple cessation could ever be. If you've made it this far, thank you for joining me on this comprehensive exploration of mortality in the 41st millennium. This is the kind of in-depth lore analysis that we create regularly on this channel, diving deep into the grimdark universe to explore the aspects that make Warhammer 40,000 such a rich and complex setting. If you enjoyed this deep dive into how every faction experiences death, please consider liking this video and subscribing to the channel. Your support helps us continue creating detailed, thorough examinations of Warhammer lore and ensures we can keep bringing you the comprehensive content you deserve. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. And where there is war, there is death in all its countless forms. We have explored what that death means, what it feels like, how different species cope with its inevitability or transcendence. But our exploration is not quite complete. There are other factions, other ways of experiencing death in this universe that deserve their moment of examination. Minor factions and unique deaths. Genestealer cults, the faithful's betrayal. Among the more tragic fates in the Warhammer 40,000 universe is that of the Genestealer cultists, humans who have been infected with Xenos genetic material and psychically enslaved to serve the Tyranid hive fleets. These cultists believe themselves to be chosen, blessed by beings they call the Four-Armed Emperor, destined for ascension when their gods arrive. They fight and die with fanatical devotion, certain that their sacrifice will be rewarded. The terrible irony is that when the Tyranids finally arrive, when the hive fleet descends upon the world, the cultists help deliver. The cultists are consumed along with everyone else. When a Genestealer cultist dies in the uprising, in the final days before the Tyranids arrive, they die with joy in their hearts. They believe they are martyrs to a glorious cause, that their death brings the day of ascension closer. They feel the psychic connection to the brood mind, the collective consciousness of their cult, and through it, they touch what they believe is divinity. The Patriarch, the original Genestealer that founded the cult, looms large in their psychic landscape, a presence of power and purpose. They die believing they will be rewarded, that they will be transformed into something glorious when the gods arrive. But if they survive to see the Tyranids actually arrive, the truth destroys them more thoroughly than any weapon. The cultists rush to greet their gods, arms open in welcome, only to be torn apart and consumed like any other biomass. The Tyranids do not recognize them as allies or servants. They are simply food, their genetic deviation making them slightly more interesting from a harvesting perspective, but nothing more. Those cultists who realize the truth in their final moments experience a betrayal so profound that it shatters their entire worldview. Everything they believed, everything they worked for, every sacrifice they made was based on a lie their own infected minds told them. And then they are consumed, their biomass feeding the very entities that deceived them, adding their genetic material to the swarm that will move on to devour the next world. The psychic death of a Genestealer cultist is particularly poignant. Their weak human souls, already twisted by Xenos genetic corruption, dissolve rapidly in the warp. There is no afterlife waiting for them, no reward for their faith. Slayer Nesh might claim some of the more psychically potent cultists, but most simply cease to exist, their consciousness extinguished with not even the comfort of knowing their sacrifice mattered. They died for nothing, served nothing, and achieved nothing except delivering their world to certain doom. The agents of the Inquisition. Death in service to secrets. The Inquisition operates in the shadows of the Imperium, its agents facing threats that would break the minds of lesser servants. When an Inquisitor or their retinue dies, it is often in circumstances that must be buried, forgotten, or purged from all records. They die fighting demons that should not exist, purging knowledge that should not be known, confronting truths that would shake the foundations of imperial faith. An Inquisitor might be killed by the very demon they were attempting to bind, torn apart by warp entities summoned in the pursuit of understanding. They might be executed by fellow Inquisitors for the crime of knowing too much, for pursuing lines of investigation that led to conclusions the Inquisition cannot allow to exist. Many Inquisitors die of old age, having survived decades of the most dangerous work in the Imperium. But even these deaths are rarely peaceful. They carry with them knowledge that could damn worlds, secrets that must die with them. Some arrange for their own memories to be wiped before death, ensuring that whatever they learned cannot be extracted by psychers or demons from their departing soul. Others encode their knowledge in ways that only their chosen successors can access, ensuring continuity of purpose while protecting the information from falling into the wrong hands. An Inquisitor's death is often the beginning of a new mystery, their final actions setting in motion investigations or purges that will not be resolved for generations. The souls of Inquisitors face unique perils in the warp. They have been exposed to more chaos corruption than almost any other Imperial servants, have witnessed things that leave psychic scars, have sometimes made pacts or bargains with entities that now come to collect. Some Inquisitors have bound demons to their service, and when the Inquisitor dies, these demons are freed, often with grudges to settle. Radical Inquisitors, those who use the tools of chaos against itself, often find that when death claims them, the very entities they thought they controlled are waiting to exact a terrible price for the presumption of believing they could master the powers of the warp. Adeptus Mechanicus, the ghost in the machine. The tech priests of Mars have a unique relationship with death, having replaced so much of their organic bodies with mechanical augmentations that the line between life and death becomes increasingly blurred. A Magos might have only a small percentage of original biological matter remaining, their consciousness distributed across multiple cogitators and data looms, their thoughts processed as much by machine logic as by organic neural tissue. When such a being dies, what exactly is dying? For junior tech priests, those who have undergone only basic augmentation, death is relatively straightforward. Their organic components fail, and despite the life-extending properties of their mechanical parts, consciousness fades as the biological brain ceases function. But they have often backed up aspects of their consciousness into their implants, creating copies of their knowledge and personality that can be retrieved after death. These copies are not truly them, not in the sense of continuous consciousness, but they allow a kind of intellectual immortality, their discoveries and thoughts preserved long after the original dies. Senior Magi, however, exist in states that challenge conventional definitions of life. Some have transferred their consciousness entirely into machines, their original brains long since replaced by quantum processors and artificial neural networks. When the machine that houses them is destroyed, they can sometimes be restored from backup engrams, awakening in new bodies with most of their memories intact. But each restoration degrades the pattern slightly, introducing errors, losing nuance and detail. Eventually, after multiple deaths and restorations, the Magos become something that is neither living nor dead, a consciousness that has been copied and restored so many times that it has become a caricature of its original self. The most revered tech priests achieve a form of immortality by being integrated into the machine spirits of Mars's most sacred devices. their consciousness merges with ancient cogitators, becoming part of the Omnissiah's divine machinery. They exist in a state beyond death, their awareness distributed across vast computational networks, experiencing time and existence in ways organic minds cannot comprehend. Whether this constitutes true consciousness or simply sophisticated data processing is a question that the Mechanicus does not ask, for to doubt the sacred nature of the machine is heresy of the highest order. Imperial Knights and Titan pilots, bonded until death. The noble pilots of Imperial Knights exist in a unique symbiosis with their massive war machines. The throne mechanicum, through which they control their knights, forms a psychic bond between pilot and machine, a connection that grows stronger with each battle fought. This bond is inheritance, passed down through noble bloodlines, each new pilot adding their experiences to the collective consciousness stored in the knight's machine spirit. When a knight pilot dies, their personality, memories, and martial knowledge are absorbed into the throne mechanicum, becoming part of the Gestalt consciousness that guides future pilots. The moment of death for a knight pilot is experienced simultaneously by themselves and by every previous pilot whose essence resides in the throne. They feel the culmination of their lineage, the weight of their ancestors' experiences, and their own addition to this legacy. If they die well, fighting to the last, they join the honored dead, whose guidance will strengthen future generations. If they die poorly, fleeing or failing in their duty, their shame becomes part of the throne's consciousness, a stain that future pilots must overcome. There is no escape from this judgment, no way to hide failure, for the throne knows all, sees all, and preserves all within its mechanical memory. Titan pilots face an even stranger fate. The Princeps, who commands a Titan, is neurally hardwired into the war machine's systems, their consciousness interfacing directly with a machine spirit so powerful it possesses something approaching sentience. This connection is so deep that the Princeps and Titan can become dangerously merged, the pilot's personality bleeding into the machine, while the machine's aggressive, destructive impulses bleed back into the pilot. Many Princeps die as much from this gradual loss of self as from enemy weapons, their consciousness dissolving into the Titan systems until it becomes unclear where the human ends and the machine begins. When a Princeps dies, their consciousness often remains partially integrated with their Titan. Future pilots report hearing whispers, feeling the presence of previous Princeps in moments of combat, sensing guidance or warning from those who came before. The Collegia Titanica records numerous cases of Titans continuing to function briefly after their Princeps has been killed, the machine spirit carrying on the fight, guided by the echo of its fallen pilot. Whether these are true hauntings, sophisticated machine responses, or simply the final neural activity of dying brains is unknown. But the legends persist of Titans that refuse to accept new pilots after the death of their bonded Princeps. Machines that have become so merged with their human companions that they can no longer function without them. Chaos. Demons. Banishment and reformation. Demons occupy a strange position in any discussion of death, for they are not truly alive in the way material beings understand life. They are fragments of their patron gods, entities of pure warp energy given form and purpose by the will of the chaos gods. When a demon is killed in the material realm, it is not destroyed, but banished, its essence pulled back into the warp to slowly reform over time. The experience of banishment is described by those who have witnessed it as a kind of unraveling, the demon's physical form dissolving as it is dragged back into the immaterium from whence it came. For lesser demons, the process of reformation is relatively quick, but entirely without memory. A bloodletter banished today might manifest again tomorrow, but it will have no recollection of its previous existence, no memory of how it was defeated. It is functionally a new entity, identical to the one that was banished, but without continuity of consciousness. Greater demons, however, possess enough independent will and consciousness that they remember their banishments. A bloodthirster defeated in battle carries that defeat with it back into the warp, the humiliation and rage fueling its desire for revenge when it eventually reforms and returns to real space. The true death of a demon, the permanent destruction of its essence, is extraordinarily rare. It requires weapons of incredible power, artifacts forged specifically for demon slaying, or the intervention of entities of comparable strength. When a demon is truly killed, its essence is scattered throughout the warp, unable to coalesce, effectively removing that particular fragment of the Chaos God from existence. The Chaos Gods barely notice these losses, for they can create new demons at will. But for the demon itself, this is oblivion absolute. There is no reformation, no return, no continuation. The fragment of consciousness that was briefly given independent form simply ceases to be. Some demons seek this true death, weary of their endless existence, tired of being banished and reformed in an eternal cycle of service to gods who view them as expendable tools. These demons might deliberately court destruction, seeking out the few forces capable of granting them oblivion. But the Chaos Gods rarely allow their servants such mercy, keeping even their most rebellious demons bound to the cycle of banishment and reformation. Servants eternal, in a way that makes mockery of the concept of free will, the nature of the warp and the fates of souls. To truly understand death in Warhammer 40,000, we must understand the warp, that roiling sea of psychic energy that underlies all of reality. The warp is not simply another dimension, though it functions as such. It is the realm of consciousness itself, a place where thought becomes reality, where emotion has form, where the collective psychic energy of every living thing in the material universe coalesces into something that defies natural law. When beings die, their consciousness, their psychic presence, enters the warp, and what happens next depends on countless variables. For most humans, death means dissolution. Their souls are weak, barely luminous sparks in the infinite darkness of the warp. Within moments of entering the immaterium, these souls are scattered, torn apart by the currents and tides of psychic energy, their consciousness dispersing until nothing remains that could be called the individual who died. This is, in its way, a mercy. It is oblivion, swift and complete, an ending that means the person truly ceases to exist. There is no continuation, no afterlife, no eternal reward or punishment, just the simple cessation that we might expect from death. But some souls are stronger. Psychers, whose connection to the warp burned bright in life, often maintain coherence longer after death. Their souls can persist for minutes, hours, sometimes even days before the warp's hungry denizens notice them and move to feed. In this brief window, the psyker might experience what could be called an afterlife, though not one anyone would desire. They float in the warp, conscious but powerless, able to see the immaterium's true nature in all its terrible glory. They witness demons, watch warp storms birth and die, see the shadows of the Chaos Gods themselves. And then something notices them, something hungry, and they are consumed, their consciousness experiencing torment beyond measure before finally being extinguished. The strongest souls, particularly those of individuals who possessed great will or faith or psychic power in life, can persist even longer. These souls become what might be called ghosts, entities that haunt the boundary between the warp and real space, neither fully in one realm nor the other. The Legion of the Damned are theorized to be such entities, the souls of space marines so strong in their devotion that they can manifest physically to aid the Imperium in its darkest hours. Whether they are truly the dead returned or simply warp manifestations shaped by humanity's belief in fallen heroes, no one can say for certain. The Emperor himself represents perhaps the ultimate expression of human consciousness, persisting beyond death. His body has been dead for 10,000 years, sustained only by the Golden Throne's life support systems and the sacrifice of 1,000 psychers daily. But his consciousness, his psychic presence, has grown to fill the warp, sustained by the faith of trillions of believers. Whether the Emperor is truly aware, whether consciousness at that scale can be called the same being who once walked among men, is a question without answer. But his existence proves that death need not be absolute, that sufficiently powerful consciousness can persist in the warp indefinitely, sustained by belief and willpower. Comparing the fates, a galaxy of deaths. When we step back and examine the full spectrum of death in Warhammer 40,000, patterns emerge that reveal fundamental truths about this universe. Death is not democratic in the 41st millennium. The manner and meaning of your ending is determined by what you are, who you serve, and sometimes by pure, random chance. A space marine dies knowing their gene seed will continue their legacy, while a guardsman dies as one more number in casualty reports that no one will read. An Eldar dies in terror of eternal torment, while an Orc dies laughing at the prospect of more fighting in the afterlife. A Tyrannid dies without understanding the concept, while a Necron dies without truly dying at all. There is a hierarchy of death, though not one based on value or worth. At one extreme are those like the Necrons and higher demons, entities that cannot truly die, whose consciousness persists through any destruction, reformed and restored to fight again. They are cursed with an immortality that makes death meaningless, existence stretching before them as an endless series of defeats and victories that all blur together into monotony. At the other extreme are beings like the Tau and lesser Tyrannids, species for whom death is absolute cessation, consciousness extinguished with no possibility of continuation, no afterlife to fear or hope for, just the ending swift and complete. Between these extremes lies everyone else, facing deaths that are simultaneously spiritual crises, physical endings, and transformative experiences. Humanity occupies a particularly uncomfortable middle ground, aware enough to fear what might await them in the warp, but not powerful enough to control their fate. They die hoping the Emperor will protect their souls, knowing that for most, no such protection exists. They cling to faith because the alternative, accepting that death might mean eternal torment in the warp, is too terrible to contemplate, while still maintaining the will to fight. Final reflections on the grim darkness. What does all this tell us about Warhammer 40,000 as a universe? That death is perhaps the truest constant, more universal even than war. Every faction, every species, every individual consciousness must ultimately confront the ending of their existence in some form. But how they confront it, what it means to them, and what awaits them after varies so wildly that death itself becomes almost meaningless as a universal concept. The only true commonality is that death shapes the living, influences their choices, drives their actions. The Imperium's obsession with death, their elaborate funeral rites and veneration of martyrs, stems from desperate hope that death is not the end, that something of the person continues. This hope is necessary because without it, the Imperium's endless wars become unbearable. If there is no afterlife, no reward for service, no emperor gathering his faithful to him, then every soldier who dies has died for nothing, their sacrifice buying only temporary gains in a war that cannot be won. The Imperium needs death to have meaning, and so they construct elaborate theological frameworks to ensure it does, regardless of whether those frameworks reflect reality. For players and fans of Warhammer 40,000, understanding death enriches the entire setting. When you move miniatures across a table, each casualty removed represents not just a statistical loss, but a story ending, a consciousness facing its particular fate. That Space Marine sergeant who just failed his save? His gene seed will be recovered, his name added to the chapter's rolls of honor, his soul hopefully reaching the Emperor's side. That squad of guardsmen wiped out by a blast. They died as they lived, as numbers in a vast war machine, their bodies left to rot on a battlefield that will claim millions more. That Elder Aspect warrior killed in melee. The spirit stone on their chest has captured their soul, saved them from Slanesh's hunger, their consciousness to be added to the infinity circuit. Conclusion: the eternal dance. In the end, death in Warhammer 40,000 reveals a universe that is fundamentally hostile to consciousness, where the warp's hunger and chaos's corruption mean that even death cannot be relied upon as an escape. The only true peace, the only real ending, comes to those whose souls are too weak to persist in the immaterium, who dissolve so quickly upon death that the warp has no time to torture them. Oblivion is mercy, continuation is curse, and yet beings fight desperately to survive, to continue existing, because the will to live transcends rational analysis of what awaits after death. The Imperium fights on, despite the futility, their soldiers dying in numbers that would break any rational civilization, because what else can they do? The galaxy is hostile, filled with entities that want to kill or enslave or corrupt or consume humanity. Surrender means extinction. Flight means being hunted down. The only option is to fight, to die in the billions, to hope that enough sacrifice will buy enough time for humanity to survive another day, another year, another millennium. Death is the price of humanity's continued existence, and the Imperium pays it without hesitation because the alternative is too terrible to contemplate. And so the galaxy churns on, war eternal, death constant, billions falling every day to be replaced by billions more born into a life that leads inevitably to violent ends. This is the grim darkness of the far future, where there is only war and war produces only death, and death is never simple and never final, and never offers peace to those who experience it. If this comprehensive exploration of mortality across all factions of Warhammer 40,000 has given you new appreciation for the depth and darkness of this setting, if you've learned something about the lore that enriches your understanding of this universe, please take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. Your support helps us continue creating detailed content that explores the rich lore of Warhammer 40,000 in depth. Thank you for joining me on this dark journey through the many faces of death in Warhammer 40,000. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. And where there is war, there is death in all its terrible, transcendent, tragic forms. May this knowledge enhance your appreciation for the setting and remind you that in Warhammer 40,000, death is never just the end. In the darkness, beneath the Imperial Palace, where ancient machinery hums its eternal song and a million glowing cables pulse with stolen life, there sits a figure that was once a man. The Emperor of mankind, the Master, the Omnissiah made flesh. For 10,000 years, he has endured in torment, his broken body sustained by the Golden Throne, his consciousness stretched thin across the galaxy like golden thread pulled to its breaking point. Every day, 1,000 psychers sacrifice themselves to maintain this half-life, their souls burning bright and brief to keep the Astronomicon lit and the webway sealed. It is a terrible burden, an unending vigil, a price paid in blood and suffering that staggers the imagination. But what if it ended? What if tomorrow the Emperor's consciousness finally slipped free from its shattered shell? What if the light that has guided humanity through its darkest age simply went out? This is not a question the Imperium allows its citizens to contemplate. To even consider such heresy invites the attention of the Inquisition, a visit from grey-armored enforcers who will ensure such thoughts never trouble the faithful again. Yet, it is a question that haunts the dreams of those who tend the Golden Throne, who watch the readouts grow more desperate with each passing century, who know that the mechanisms holding reality together are failing, and that no amount of prayer or sacrifice can repair what has been irreparably broken. The death of the Emperor would not be a gentle passing. It would not be the peaceful end of a life well lived, surrounded by those who loved him. No, when the Master of Mankind finally releases his grip on existence, it will be a catastrophe of cosmic proportions, a rending of the very fabric that holds the Imperium together. To understand what would happen, we must first understand what the Emperor does, what functions he performs that keep the million worlds of mankind bound together in their desperate struggle against the darkness. Only then can we comprehend the true horror of his absence. The Emperor is not simply a figurehead, not merely a symbol for the faithful to rally around. He is the linchpin of humanity's survival, the keystone without which the entire edifice of the Imperium crumbles into dust. Through his will alone, the Astronomicon burns, that psychic lighthouse that allows navigators to steer their ships through the hellish unreality of the warp. Without it, faster-than-light travel becomes nearly impossible, reducing journeys that once took weeks to desperate blind jumps that might take decades or end in madness and death. His consciousness also holds shut the Webway Gate beneath the Imperial Palace, the portal that Magnus the Red shattered during the Horus Heresy. Behind that gate press the infinite legions of chaos, demons beyond counting who hunger for the chance to pour into real space and transform Terra itself into a demon world. Every moment of every day for 10 millennia, the Emperor has expended immeasurable psychic power to keep that gate sealed, to hold back a tide that would drown the birthplace of humanity in warp stuff and horror. These are the facts, cold and unyielding as the adamantium walls of the Imperial Palace. Now let us imagine the unimaginable. Let us walk through the catastrophe that would unfold if the Emperor died tomorrow. In the first instant, there would be no warning. The tech priests and custodians who maintain the Golden Throne would not see the catastrophe coming. One moment, the Emperor's vital signs, such as they are, would read as they have for centuries, weak but stable, a guttering candle that refuses to go out. The next moment, everything would change. The psychic scream that would emanate from the throne room would be heard across the galaxy, a psychic shockwave of unimaginable magnitude. Every psyker, from the mightiest librarian to the lowliest sanctioned weird, would feel it like a blade driven into their minds. Many would die instantly, their brains burned out by the surge of uncontrolled warp energy. Others would collapse, bleeding from their eyes and ears, overwhelmed by the death scream of the greatest psyker to ever exist. On Terra, the effects would be immediate and apocalyptic. The Astronomicon would flare impossibly bright for a single heartbeat, its light blazing so intensely that astropaths across the Imperium would be blinded, their third eyes scorched by psychic fire. And then, in the span of a human breath, it would go out. The greatest psychic beacon in the galaxy, the light that has guided humanity's ships for 10,000 years, would simply cease to exist. In the chamber of the Astronomicon, deep within the hollow mountain, 10,000 souls bound in psychic chorus would die as one, their carefully orchestrated sacrifice rendered meaningless in an instant. The machinery would continue to hum, the focusing arrays would continue to channel power, but there would be nothing to focus, no consciousness to direct the energies that have held the Imperium together. But this is only the beginning of Terra's torment. Far more terrible would be the failure of the Golden Throne's primary function, the one that has consumed so much of the Emperor's power that even maintaining the Astronomicon has become a secondary concern. The Webway portal, that gateway to the labyrinth dimension that the Emperor had hoped would free humanity from the perils of warp travel, has been held shut by his will alone. The moment that will fails, the gate would begin to open. It would not happen instantly, perhaps giving the custodians minutes, maybe even an hour before the wards finally shattered. But it would be inevitable, as certain as the sunrise, that Terra's defenders would never see again. The Adeptus Custodes, those golden armored guardians who have stood vigil over the Emperor for 10,000 years, would know immediately what was happening. These are not mere space marines, not simple warriors sworn to serve. These are the Emperor's companions, crafted by his own hand from his own genetic template. The bond between the Emperor and his custodians runs deeper than loyalty, deeper than duty. When he dies, they would feel it in their very souls, a tearing sensation as if part of their own being had been ripped away. Captain General of the Adeptus Custodes would have only moments to issue orders before the chaos began. Every custodian on Terra would be summoned to the Webway Gate, 10,000 of the Imperium's finest warriors assembling for what they know will be their final battle. Accompanying them would be the Silent Sisters, the Sisters of Silence, those blank-souled warrior women whose very presence dulls the warp. In the war within the Webway, during the Horus Heresy, it was the combined might of the Custodes and the Sisters that held back the demon legions for 5 long years. Now they would be called upon to do so again, but this time without the Emperor to channel his power through the Golden Throne, without his consciousness to bolster the wards and drive back the worst of the warp's horrors. They would be fighting a purely defensive battle, buying time for evacuations that could never be completed, for plans that could never come to fruition. When the gate finally burst open, it would not be a gradual thing. The Webway portal would explode outward in a gout of warp energy that would vaporize everything within a kilometer. Demons would pour through in numbers that stagger comprehension. This is not a mere demonic incursion, not a localized breach that can be contained and purged. This is a permanent gateway to the warp itself, opened on humanity's throne world, in the very heart of the Imperium. Bloodletters of Khorne would scramble over one another in their eagerness to spill blood on sacred Terra. Plague-bearers would shuffle forward in diseased masses, bringing Nurgle's gifts to the homeworld of humanity. Demonettes would dance through the corridors of the Imperial Palace, singing songs that drive mortals mad with forbidden desires. And the Lords of Change would circle overhead, cackling at the great joke of it all, at the irony that the Emperor's greatest ambition has become the instrument of humanity's doom. The fighting in the Imperial Palace would be beyond anything the Imperium has seen since the Siege of Terra 10 millennia ago. The Custodians would form their shield wall at the Webway Gate, their guardian spears flashing in the unholy light that spills from the breach. They would kill demons by the hundreds, by the thousands, their every movement a masterpiece of lethal perfection honed over 10,000 years of constant readiness. The Sisters of Silence would stand among them, their very presence causing lesser demons to flicker and fade, their bolters and executioner great blades reaping a terrible toll. But it would not be enough. It could never be enough. For you see, the demons would not just be pouring through the Webway Gate. With the Emperor dead and his psychic presence no longer shielding Terra, the entire planet would become vulnerable to warp incursions. Every place where the veil between reality and the warp is thin, every site of ancient massacre or forbidden ritual, every nightmare given substance by 10,000 years of suffering and war, these would become potential entry points for the forces of chaos. The Imperium has spent millennia carefully mapping and warding such sites across Terra, but those wards were always meant to be reinforced by the Emperor's will. Without him, they would begin to fail one by one. Warp rifts would tear open across the homeworld of mankind. In the underhives, where billions toil in darkness and despair, gates to the warp would manifest as prayers for salvation. Instead, summon demons of every description. The great cathedral of the Imperial Creed, that monument to 10,000 years of faith, would find its foundations warping as the belief of trillions creates a resonance in the warp that draws the attention of entities beyond mortal comprehension. Even the Eternity Gate, that great portal that once witnessed Sanguinius making his final stand against the traitor Horus, might crack and splinter as warp energy seeks out places of great significance. The defenders of Terra would fight valiantly. The Imperial Guard regiments stationed on the throne world would sell their lives dearly, ordinary men and women standing against horrors from beyond reality. The remaining Space Marine chapters would deploy their forces, Adeptus Astartes, in power armor, forming firing lines and counter-attacking into the demon hordes. The Adepta Sororitas, those warrior women of the ecclesiarchy, would march into battle singing hymns to the dead emperor, their faith unshaken even as everything they believed in crumbles around them. But they would be fighting a losing battle against an enemy that cannot truly be killed, only banished back to the warp from whence they came. And here is the terrible truth that would dawn on Terra's defenders in those first desperate hours. Without the Emperor's psychic might to reinforce the banishments, without his will to weaken the connection between demons and their gods, the entities of the warp would return almost instantly after being destroyed. Kill a bloodthirster, and it might reform in minutes rather than months or years. Banish a demon prince, and it could claw its way back into reality before the defenders have time to regroup. The Imperium's forces would be fighting an endless war of attrition that they have no hope of winning. The High Lords of Terra, those 12 individuals who nominally rule the Imperium in the Emperor's name, would find themselves facing a catastrophe that defies any contingency plan they might have prepared. The Master of the Administratum would watch as his carefully organized bureaucracy begins to collapse, unable to issue orders, to a galaxy that can no longer receive them. The Fabricator General of Mars would know that without the Astronomicon, the Forge worlds are isolated, cut off from the trade and resources that keep them functional. The Ecclesiarch, spiritual leader of trillions, would face a crisis of faith unlike anything in the Imperium's history. How do you tell the faithful that the God they have worshipped for 10,000 years is truly, irrevocably dead? Some of the High Lords would try to maintain the fiction, to keep the Emperor's death a secret. They would know that the moment the truth spreads, the Imperium will tear itself apart. But secrets cannot be kept when the Astronomicon has gone dark, when every psyker in the Imperium has felt the Emperor's death scream, when Terra itself burns with demonic invasion. The truth would spread like wildfire through the warp, carried by the very medium that the Imperium depends on for faster-than-light communication. Astropaths across the galaxy, those psychically linked to one another through the warp, would know. And through them, planetary governors would know. And through them, the common citizens would know. The God Emperor is dead. The light has gone out. Humanity stands alone in the darkness. But let us expand our view beyond Terra, beyond the throne world's immediate catastrophe, to see how the Emperor's death would affect the wider galaxy. The first and most immediate consequence would be the loss of the Astronomicon, and with it, reliable interstellar travel. To truly understand what this means, we must understand how warp travel functions in the Imperium. The warp is not a peaceful dimension. It is a roiling sea of psychic energy and emotional residue, a place where the boundaries of time and space blur and break. Ships that enter the warp must surround themselves with Geller fields, bubbles of reality that keep the horrors of the immaterium at bay. But even with this protection, navigation through the warp is incredibly dangerous without some fixed reference point. That reference point has been the Astronomicon. Navigators, those three-eyed mutants whose genetic quirk allows them to perceive the warp without going mad, use the Astronomicon as a lighthouse. They steer their ships toward it, around it, using it to plot courses through the ever-shifting currents of the immaterium. A skilled navigator can guide a ship across thousands of light years in a matter of weeks, hopping from one stable current to another, always keeping the light of the Astronomicon in sight. Without it, warp travel becomes exponentially more dangerous. Navigators would be forced to make short, cautious jumps, never sure if they are moving in the right direction, if the warp currents will suddenly shift and carry them decades off course, or if they will inadvertently steer their ship into a warp storm and doom everyone aboard. The effects on the Imperium would be staggering. Trade between worlds would grind to a near halt. The carefully balanced system of tithes that sustains imperial armies and feeds overpopulated hive worlds would collapse. Forge worlds that depend on raw materials from mining worlds would find their supplies cut off. Agricultural worlds that export food to sustain trillions would see their shipments lost in the warp or delayed for years. The interconnected web of commerce that binds the Imperium together, tenuous and fragile even in the best of times, would simply cease to function. Military coordination would become impossible. The Imperium has always been a reactive empire, responding to threats after they emerge because communication is too slow for anything else. But even that reactive posture requires some ability to move forces from one crisis point to another. Without the Astronomicon, that ability vanishes. A Space Marine chapter, receiving a distress call from a world under siege, would face a terrible choice: attempt the dangerous warp jump and risk being lost forever, or stay where they are and allow that world to fall. More often than not, they would choose to jump anyway, because that is what Space Marines do. They are the Emperor's angels of death, and they do not shrink from danger. But many of them would never reach their destinations. Ships would be lost in the warp, emerging decades or centuries later in entirely wrong regions of space, or not emerging at all, their crews reduced to madness and mutation as the Geller fields fail and the warp seeps in. Now, let us consider what happens in the days and weeks following the Emperor's death, as the full scope of the catastrophe becomes clear. On Terra, assuming that the planet has not been completely overrun by demons, which is by no means certain, the surviving leadership would be attempting to form some kind of response. The question of succession would immediately rear its ugly head. Who leads the Imperium now? The High Lords of Terra have ruled in the Emperor's name for 10,000 years, but they have never ruled in their own right. Their authority derives entirely from the Emperor's mandate. With him dead, that authority becomes questionable. Some would argue that Roboute Guilliman, the returned Primarch, who currently serves as Lord Commander of the Imperium, should take full control. He is a Genson of the Emperor, one of the demigod warriors who led the Great Crusade. He has already proven himself as an administrator and military commander. But Guilliman's authority has always been complicated. Many in the Imperium view him with suspicion, even fear. To them, he represents a return to the era of the Primarchs, a time when transhuman demigods held the fate of worlds in their hands. The Codex Astartes that Guilliman himself wrote was designed specifically to prevent any one individual from wielding such power again. Would the Imperium accept his rule, or would factions rise up in opposition? The ecclesiarchy would face its own crisis. For 10,000 years, the Imperials' cult has taught that the Emperor is a god, that he watches over his faithful from the Golden Throne, that he is immortal and eternal. Now, he is dead, irrefutably, undeniably dead. The psychic shockwave of his passing has been felt by every soul with even a hint of psychic sensitivity. The faithful cannot be deceived about this. How does the ecclesiarchy reconcile the death of their god? Some would cling to prophecies of resurrection, insisting that the Emperor's death is merely a transition, that he will be reborn stronger than before. Others would fall into despair, their faith shattered by the reality that their god was mortal after all. And some would radicalize, interpreting the Emperor's death as a test of faith, a call to arms that demands holy war against any who question the rightness of the imperial creed. The theological schisms alone could tear the Imperium apart. We have seen this before, during the Age of Apostasy in the 36th millennium, when the ecclesiarchy attempted to transform the Imperium into a theocracy and sparked civil wars that lasted for generations. That crisis was eventually resolved, but it left scars that have never fully healed. Now, with the Emperor dead and the Astronomicon gone, there would be no central authority capable of imposing order. Different interpretations of what the Emperor's death means, different visions of how the Imperium should respond, would lead to conflicts that could escalate into full-scale warfare. Meanwhile, on tens of thousands of worlds across the Imperium, local authorities would be making their own decisions about how to respond. Planetary governors who have always chafed at imperial authority would see an opportunity. Without the Astronomicon to guide imperial fleets, without the ability for the Administratum to send armies to enforce compliance, many worlds would simply declare independence. This would not necessarily be an act of chaos corruption or Xenos collaboration. Many governors would genuinely believe that they are making the best choice for their people, that in the absence of a functioning imperium, local autonomy is the only way to survive. Some worlds would try to form regional alliances, pocket empires spanning a few dozen star systems that can still communicate through short, dangerous warp jumps. These new confederations would establish their own trade networks, their own defense pacts, their own systems of governance. In some cases, these alliances might actually function better than the Imperium ever did, freed from the crushing bureaucracy and endless tithes that have always been the price of Imperial membership. But these pocket empires would also be vulnerable, lacking the resources and military might that came from being part of a galaxy-spanning civilization. They would be easy prey for the threats that would emerge in the power vacuum left by the Imperium's collapse. The Space Marine chapters would face their own difficult choices. Each chapter is a self-contained military force, capable of operating independently for extended periods. They have their own fleets, their own recruiting worlds, their own supply chains. In theory, they could continue to function even after the Imperium's collapse. But the Space Marines were created to serve the Emperor, to be his angels of death. What does it mean to be a Space Marine when the Emperor is dead? Different chapters would answer this question differently, based on their cultures, their doctrines, their interpretations of their duty. Some chapters would double down on their commitment to protecting humanity, viewing the Emperor's death not as a release from service, but as a call to greater sacrifice. The Ultramarines, with their devotion to duty and their respect for Guilliman's Codex Astartes, would likely fall into this category. They would continue to defend Imperial worlds, even as the Imperium itself disintegrates around them, because that is what they were created to do. The Blood Angels, haunted by the death of their Primarch Sanguinius and their constant battle against the Black Rage, might see the Emperor's death as a final confirmation that the universe is one of endless suffering, but they would continue to fight regardless, finding in battle the only meaning that remains to them. Other chapters would take a darker turn. The Black Templars, those zealous crusaders who have always revered the Emperor as a god, might interpret his death as proof that humanity is being punished for its sins. They could launch great crusades not to defend the Imperium, but to purge it, rooting out any hint of heresy or deviation from what they see as the Emperor's true will. The Dark Angels, already obsessed with hunting down the fallen members of their own legion, might become even more paranoid and insular, trusting no one, viewing the Emperor's death as part of some grand conspiracy that they must uncover. And some chapters would simply abandon the Imperium altogether. The Space Wolves, with their fierce independence and their loyalty to their own culture above all else, might retreat to Fenris and focus solely on defending their homeworld and its surrounding systems. The Salamanders, who have always maintained closer ties to baseline humanity than most chapters, might scatter, with individual companies choosing to protect specific worlds that they have come to care about. The possibilities are endless, and with each chapter making its own decisions, the unity that has defined the Adeptus Astartes for 10,000 years would fragment. Now we must turn our attention to humanity's enemies, to the forces that have always sought the Imperium's destruction, and who would see the Emperor's death as an opportunity. The Chaos Gods would be the most immediate beneficiaries. The Emperor has been the greatest obstacle to Chaos's dominion over the galaxy for tens of thousands of years. His psychic might has held back the powers of the warp. His very existence as the anathema has weakened their grip on reality. With him gone, that opposition vanishes. The Chaos Gods would swell with power, fed by the despair and violence that would sweep across the galaxy in the Emperor's wake. The Eye of Terror, that great wound in reality where the warp and real space overlap, would expand. Worlds on its borders that have held out for millennia would find themselves overwhelmed as demon armies pour forth in unprecedented numbers. The Great Rift that tore the galaxy in half during the 42nd millennium would widen further, potentially splitting into multiple smaller rifts that would effectively partition the galaxy into isolated regions cut off from one another. New warp storms would erupt across the galaxy, appearing seemingly at random, but actually drawn to places of great suffering or strong emotion. Hive worlds whose populations descend into anarchy would find themselves consumed by storms that transform them into demon worlds. Battle zones where the fighting is most intense would become sites of massive warp breaches as Khorne is drawn to the bloodshed. The Chaos Space Marines, those traitor legions who turned against the Emperor during the Horus Heresy, would launch raids and invasions on a scale not seen since the Scouring. The Black Legion under Abaddon the Despoiler would emerge from the Eye of Terror with their full might, no longer needing to carefully plan their Black Crusades, but instead attacking wherever they please, knowing that the Imperium can no longer mount an effective defense. The Death Guard would spread Nurgle's plagues across entire sectors, reveling in the despair and decay that follows the Emperor's death. The Thousand Sons would seek forbidden knowledge among the ruins of the Imperium, plundering the great libraries and data vaults before they are lost forever. And the World Eaters would simply kill, drowning world after world in blood and skulls for Khorne. But chaos would not be the only threat. The Xenos races of the galaxy, each with their own agendas and their own reasons to oppose humanity, would also see the Emperor's death as an opportunity. The Orcs, those green-skinned warriors who live only for war, would sense that the galaxy has become a more violent place and would respond with a great surge of aggression. Warg after Warg would erupt across every region of space, as Orc war bosses lead their hordes against any target they can reach. Without the Imperium's coordinated military response, many worlds would simply be overrun, their populations slaughtered or enslaved by the Green Tide. The Tyranids, those alien devourers from beyond the galaxy, would accelerate their consumption. The Hive fleets have always been drawn to concentrations of biomass and psychic activity. The Emperor's death would not deter them, but it would remove one of the few forces capable of mounting an effective galaxy-wide defense. Individual worlds and pocket empires would fight valiantly, but without coordination. Without the ability to redirect forces to threaten sectors, the Tyranids would advance unchecked. World after world would be stripped of all life, reduced to barren rocks as the Hive mind consumes everything in its path. The Necrons, those ancient mechanical beings who once ruled the galaxy millions of years ago, would see the Imperium's collapse as a chance to reclaim what they believe is rightfully theirs. Tomb worlds across the galaxy would awaken, their dynasties emerging to find the young races divided and weakened. Some Necron overlords would launch campaigns of conquest, seeking to restore the empire they lost eons ago. Others would pursue their own esoteric goals, unconcerned with the struggles of organic life, but willing to destroy any who interfere with their plans. Even the Toe Empire, that young and idealistic coalition that preaches the philosophy of the greater good, would expand into the power vacuum. They would present themselves as a viable alternative to the Imperium, offering worlds protection and prosperity in exchange for joining the Toe sphere of influence. And without the Imperium's xenophobic doctrine to label them as heretics for considering such an offer, many human worlds might accept. This would not necessarily be a terrible fate for those worlds, as the Toe generally treat their subject species well, but it would mark the end of human dominance over that region of space. Perhaps most tragically, the Eldari, those ancient elder race who have survived for millions of years, despite their empire's fall, would view the Emperor's death with mixed emotions. The Eldari have never forgotten that the Emperor made a bargain at the world of Molech, that he drew upon the warp in ways that made him powerful, but also made him vulnerable. Some among the Aeldari, particularly the Harlequins who served the Laughing God, might have foreseen this moment. They might have tried to warn the Imperium, but their warnings would have been ignored, dismissed as Xenos trickery. Now, with the Emperor dead and humanity tearing itself apart, the Aeldari would focus on their own survival, on gathering the Infinity Circuits and protecting the craft worlds, knowing that they can do nothing to save humanity from itself. In the months and years following the Emperor's death, as the immediate chaos subsides into a new, terrible status quo, certain theories about what might happen next would begin to circulate. These theories have existed in various forms throughout Imperial history, often condemned as heresy, but never entirely suppressed. With the Emperor dead, these once forbidden speculations would gain new urgency and attention. The first and most widespread theory would be that of the Star Child. According to this belief, which has roots in the ancient legends of the Emperor's origins, when the Emperor's physical body dies, his soul would be freed to reincarnate. The story goes that when the Emperor created the Primarchs, he cast aside his compassion and other human emotions to make himself ruthless enough to do what needed to be done. These emotions became a separate entity in the warp, the Star Child, waiting to be reunited with the Emperor's essence. When the Emperor dies, this theory suggests the Star Child would be empowered by the psychic energy released, potentially becoming a new god in the warp, one who could fight chaos on equal terms. There are several problems with this theory, and anyone with knowledge of how the warp actually functions would recognize them immediately. First, for a warp entity to gain power, it needs worship, belief, emotional energy directed toward it. The Star Child, if it exists at all, has been at best a fringe cult among the faithful. Without widespread belief to sustain it, the Star Child would be a minor warp entity at most, incapable of matching the Chaos Gods who have been fed by the emotions of countless sentient beings for millions of years. Second, the theory assumes that the Emperor's soul remains coherent after death, that it can somehow reform and retain its identity. But warp entities are not individuals in the way material beings are. They are concentrations of emotion and belief, constantly shifting and reforming. The Emperor's soul, upon entering the warp without a body to anchor it, would likely dissipate or be consumed by the Chaos Gods who have sought his destruction for so long. A related theory, once championed by a secret society known as the Illuminati, suggests that the Sensei, the Emperor's immortal children scattered across the galaxy, could be gathered and sacrificed to create a new god entity incorporating the Emperor's essence. According to this theory, the Sensei were created when the Emperor, in his long life before ascending to the Golden Throne, fathered children who inherited his perpetual nature. These Sensei would be immortal, but lack their father's psychic power. If they could be found and brought together at the moment of the Emperor's death, their combined souls could merge with his to create a new entity powerful enough to lead humanity forward. This theory has always been problematic, not least because the existence of the Sensei is disputed, with many questioning whether they are real or merely legend. And even if they exist, finding them across 1,000,000 worlds and convincing them to sacrifice themselves would be a task of staggering difficulty, possibly impossible, in the chaos following the Emperor's death. A darker theory, whispered in the hidden chambers of radical inquisitors, suggests that the Emperor's death would not lead to rebirth, but to ascension as a new chaos god. The Emperor has been worshipped as a god by trillions upon trillions of humans for 10,000 years. That worship, that psychic energy and emotional devotion has been accumulating in the warp. Some believe that when the Emperor dies, this accumulated worship would combine with his psychic essence to create a fifth chaos god, one aligned with order and humanity but still fundamentally a creature of the warp, subject to its laws and its hungers. This entity might protect humanity, but it might also demand the same sort of worship and sacrifice that the chaos gods demand of their followers. Humanity would trade the tyranny of the Imperium for the tyranny of a warp god who wears the Emperor's face. There is precedent for this. The Eldari's fall birthed Slayer-Nesh, a new chaos god formed from the collective depravity and excess of an entire civilization. If the worship of the Emperor has been building in the warp for 10 millennia, it is not inconceivable that his death could trigger a similar apotheosis. But would this new god be the Emperor as he was, or would it be something else, shaped by the expectations and fears of those who worshipped him? The imperial cult has spent 10,000 years creating an image of the Emperor that may bear little resemblance to who he actually was. A god formed from that worship might be a parody of the Emperor, a twisted reflection of imperial faith rather than a continuation of his will. What is certain is that none of these theories would provide immediate salvation. Even in the best-case scenario where the Emperor is somehow reborn or reconstituted, it would take time. Time for the new entity to gather power, time for word to spread, time for humanity to rally around this new hope. And in that time, the Imperium would continue to fragment, worlds would continue to fall, and humanity would continue to die. The long-term consequences of the Emperor's death would fundamentally reshape the galaxy. The Imperium of Man, as a unified entity, would cease to exist. In its place would arise hundreds or thousands of smaller human civilizations, each adapting to its circumstances in its own way. Some would thrive, building new societies free from the oppressive bureaucracy and religious fanaticism that characterized the Imperium at its worst. These worlds might rediscover lost technologies, might forge alliances with Xenos races on terms of mutual respect rather than subjugation or extermination. They might create something genuinely new, something better than what the Imperium ever offered. But most would not thrive. Most would struggle, would fight desperate battles for survival against enemies they cannot hope to defeat. Without the protection of the Imperial military, without the resources that came from being part of a galaxy-spanning civilization, most worlds would be vulnerable. They would fall to chaos corruption, to orc invasions, to tyrannid consumption, to any of 100 threats that the Imperium, for all its flaws, had kept at bay. The galaxy would become even more dangerous than it already was, a place where human civilization is reduced to isolated pockets of light in an ever-expanding darkness. The loss of knowledge would be catastrophic. The Imperium has never been good at preserving its past. Too much has been lost over the millennia. Too many standard template constructs destroyed. Too many libraries burned by zealous inquisitors rooting out heresy. But at least the Imperium maintained some continuity, some institutions dedicated to preserving what knowledge remained. The Adeptus Mechanicus, for all their superstition and religious dogma, have kept the forges running, have maintained the technologies that allow humans to travel between the stars and wage war on a galactic scale. With the Imperium fragmented, many of these institutions would collapse. Forge worlds cut off from their supply chains would go dark. Tech priests who can no longer communicate with Mars would be left to interpret the machine spirits on their own, potentially leading to divergent technological traditions or complete technological collapse. Within a few generations, many human worlds would regress. Hive worlds that depend on food imports would descend into cannibalism and eventually extinction. Agricultural worlds that lose access to the machinery needed to work their fields might return to pre-industrial farming techniques, barely able to feed their own populations, let alone export food to others. Forge worlds that run out of raw materials would rust and decay, their great factories falling silent, their secrets lost as the tech priests who understood them die without passing on their knowledge. The galaxy would enter a new dark age, a second age of strife, perhaps even worse than the first, because this time there would be no emperor waiting in the wings to unite humanity and lead it back to the stars. The psychological impact on humanity would be profound. The Imperium has always defined itself by its relationship to the Emperor. He is the center of everything, the figure around which all of human civilization orbits. To be human is to serve the emperor, to work toward the fulfillment of his vision for humanity. When the emperor dies, that central organizing principle vanishes. What does it mean to be human in a galaxy where the emperor is gone? Where do you find purpose, meaning, hope, when the figure who gave your species direction for 10,000 years is no longer there? Some would find new sources of meaning. They would build local communities, would find purpose in protecting their immediate families and neighbors, rather than serving some distant ideal. They would create new philosophies, new ways of understanding humanity's place in the cosmos that do not depend on the emperor's vision. These would be the survivors, the ones who adapt and persist despite everything that has been lost. But many more would fall into despair. Suicide rates would skyrocket. Entire populations might simply give up, lacking the will to continue in a universe that seems designed to crush any hope of something better. Some would turn to chaos, not out of ambition or desire for power, but simply because damnation seems preferable to meaningless suffering. If the emperor is dead, if his sacrifice was for nothing, if humanity is doomed regardless of how hard it fights, then why not embrace the powers that at least promise sensation, that offer pleasure or purpose, even if it comes wrapped in corruption? This would be chaos's true victory, not the conquest of worlds or the corruption of armies, but the corruption of the human spirit itself. The emperor's death would prove what the chaos gods have always claimed, that humanity's hope is a lie, that the universe is fundamentally hostile to order and meaning, that the only truth is power and survival at any cost. And as more and more humans accept this dark truth, the chaos gods would grow stronger, fed by the very despair that their victory has created. Yet even in the darkest timeline, there would be glimmers of resistance. The Space Marines who remained loyal to the ideals the Emperor represented, if not to the Imperium itself, would continue to fight. Small groups of Inquisitors, Sororitas, and Imperial Guard would wage guerrilla wars against the forces of chaos, knowing that they cannot win, but fighting anyway, because that is what humanity does. Pockets of human civilization that managed to preserve some semblance of order and technology would become beacons for refugees, last bastions where the old ways are remembered and maintained, even as the galaxy descends into madness around them. The Emperor's death would not mean humanity's immediate extinction. Humans are remarkably resilient, capable of surviving and even thriving in conditions that would destroy most species. Scattered across 1 million worlds, embedded in countless different environments, humanity would persist. But it would be a fundamentally changed species, shaped by the trauma of the Imperium's collapse and the Emperor's death. Future generations might not even remember that there was once a unified human civilization, that their ancestors came from a single world and spread out across the stars in a great crusade to reclaim the galaxy. The Emperor himself might fade into myth, becoming just another god in humanity's pantheon of legends, worshipped or forgotten as local conditions dictate. As we contemplate these possible futures, we must also consider whether the Emperor's death would be entirely negative. The Imperium, for all that it has accomplished, for all the worlds it has protected and the enemies it has defeated, has also been a source of tremendous suffering. It is a civilization built on religious fanaticism, on the sacrifice of billions of souls to keep a rotting corpse alive, on a xenophobic doctrine that permits no tolerance for the alien or the different. It is a dystopia in the truest sense, a place where individual life has no value, where entire populations can be condemned to death if it serves the broader imperial interest, where dissent is heresy and inquiry is blasphemy. If the Emperor's death leads to the Imperium's collapse, it might also lead to something new, something potentially better. Without the imperial cult demanding absolute obedience, without the Inquisition rooting out any hint of deviation from approved thought, human civilization might evolve in unexpected directions. Local cultures might flourish, finding new expressions of what it means to be human. Scientific inquiry might resume, no longer constrained by the tech priest's insistence on ritual and tradition. Cooperation with alien races might become possible, leading to alliances that could prove beneficial for all involved. This is admittedly an optimistic take, one that assumes humanity can learn from its mistakes and build something better from the ruins. History suggests otherwise. The age of strife that preceded the Emperor's rise was not a time of enlightenment and cooperation, but of horror and isolation, of humanity's colonies devolving into barbarism as warp storms cut them off from one another. There is every reason to believe that the Emperor's death would lead to something similar, that without his unifying presence and the institutions he created, humanity would fragment and fall. But perhaps, in a few lucky places, in a few communities that managed to preserve their technology and their culture, something new and worthwhile might emerge. What is certain is that the galaxy would be forever changed. The Emperor's death would mark the end of an era, the close of a chapter in galactic history that has lasted for over 10,000 years. Whatever comes after, whether it is a new dark age or a potential renaissance, would be built on the ruins of what the Emperor created. His legacy, for good or ill, would shape humanity's future, even after his death. The question is whether that legacy would be a foundation to build upon, or a weight that drags humanity down into oblivion. There is one final possibility that we must consider, one that is perhaps the darkest of all. What if the Emperor's death accomplishes nothing? What if, despite everything, despite the collapse of the Imperium and the suffering of trillions, the fundamental situation does not change? The galaxy would still be a hostile place, filled with enemies that seek humanity's destruction. The Chaos Gods would still hunger for souls. The Tyranids would still devour. The Orcs would still wage war. Only now, humanity would face these threats divided and weakened, without the unity and military might that the Imperium provided. In this scenario, the Emperor's death would not be a transformative event, but simply the beginning of the end. Humanity would persist for a time, scattered across isolated worlds and pocket empires. But it would be in a state of slow decline, losing ground generation by generation. Eventually, perhaps in centuries or perhaps in millennia, the last human would die and the galaxy would continue on without us, indifferent to the tragedy of our extinction. The Emperor's sacrifice, his 10,000 years of suffering on the Golden Throne, would ultimately have been for nothing, merely delaying the inevitable rather than preventing it. This is the nightmare that haunts those who understand the precariousness of humanity's position. The Imperium is terrible, oppressive, cruel beyond measure, but it is also all that stands between humanity and annihilation. To wish for its end is to wish for humanity's end, because there is no guarantee that anything better would rise from its ashes. The Emperor, for all his flaws and all the suffering his rule has caused, has at least kept humanity alive. Without him, that survival is no longer assured. As we reach the end of this journey through the catastrophe that would follow the Emperor's death, we must acknowledge a simple truth. We cannot know what would actually happen. The Emperor is not going to die tomorrow, despite the alarmist tone of this exploration. Games Workshop, the creators of Warhammer 40,000, are unlikely to advance the setting's timeline in such a dramatic way, at least not anytime soon. The status quo is simply too valuable, too central to the setting's identity. The Emperor will remain on the Golden Throne, will continue to suffer, and the Imperium will continue to teeter on the brink of collapse without actually falling. This is the nature of Warhammer 40,000, a setting frozen in its darkest hour, always 5 minutes to midnight, but never reaching that final moment. But exploring these hypotheticals, considering what might happen if the Emperor died, helps us understand what makes Warhammer 40,000 so compelling. It is a universe of impossible choices, where there are no good options, only varying degrees of terrible ones. The Emperor's continued existence is a horror, a state of perpetual suffering that no being should have to endure. But his death might be an even greater horror, one that would doom the species he has sacrificed everything to protect. This is the fundamental tragedy of Warhammer 40,000, that sometimes survival requires accepting the unacceptable, that sometimes the lesser evil is still very much evil. The Emperor's death would be the ultimate expression of this tragedy. It would force humanity to confront the question of whether survival is worth the cost, whether it is better to live in misery and oppression or to die with some measure of dignity and freedom. Different factions, different individuals would answer this question differently. Some would fight to the last breath to preserve what remains of the Imperium, believing that any life is better than extinction. Others would embrace the collapse, would welcome the end of a civilization they see as irredeemably corrupted. And most would simply try to survive, making whatever choices seem necessary in the moment, without the luxury of contemplating the larger philosophical questions. In the darkness of the far future, where there is only war, the Emperor's death would not bring peace. It would not bring justice or redemption. It would simply bring more war, more suffering, more desperate struggles for survival against impossible odds. But it might also bring something else, something that has been absent from the Imperium for 10,000 years, the possibility of change. Whether that change would be for better or worse, whether it would lead to humanity's salvation or its extinction, no one can say. But it would be change nonetheless, and in a universe as stagnant and ossified as Warhammer 40,000's Imperium, change itself might be worth the risk. The question of what happens when the Emperor dies is ultimately a question about hope. Is there hope for humanity in Warhammer 40,000? Or is the species doomed regardless of what it does? The Emperor's existence on the Golden Throne has always been ambiguous on this point. He is a symbol of hope, proof that humanity once had a champion powerful enough to unite the species and drive back its enemies. But he is also a symbol of despair, evidence that even the greatest of beings can be broken, that no amount of power or planning can overcome the fundamental hostility of the universe. His death would resolve this ambiguity one way or another, would force humanity to confront the truth about its chances for survival. Perhaps that is why the Emperor cannot be allowed to die, why the setting must remain frozen with him on the threshold. To answer the question of what happens after his death would be to answer the larger question about humanity's fate, and that answer might be one that readers are not ready to hear. So the Emperor suffers, and the Imperium endures, and we continue to explore this dark universe, always wondering what lies beyond the next corner, what horrors await in the shadows, and whether there is any hope at all in the grim darkness of the far future. As you contemplate these possibilities, as you imagine the catastrophe that would unfold if the Emperor died tomorrow, remember that Warhammer 40,000 is ultimately about struggle. It is about ordinary people facing extraordinary horrors and finding the courage to fight, despite knowing that they cannot win. The Emperor's death would not end that struggle. If anything, it would intensify it, would force humanity to dig even deeper, to find reserves of strength and determination that even they did not know they possessed. Whether that would be enough to save the species, no one can say. But it would be a story worth telling, a saga of survival against impossible odds that captures everything that makes Warhammer 40,000 so compelling. In the end, the Emperor's death would not be an ending at all. It would be a beginning, the start of a new chapter in humanity's long and bloody history. What that chapter would contain, what horrors and triumphs would fill its pages, is left to the imagination. And perhaps that is for the best, because the reality might be more terrible than anything we could imagine, or it might be something we could never have anticipated, something that defies our expectations and challenges, our assumptions about what the Warhammer 40,000 universe is capable of showing us. For now, the Emperor endures. He suffers on the Golden Throne, his consciousness stretched thin, his power waning with each passing century, but still he holds on. Still he keeps the Astronomicon lit and the webway sealed. Still he protects humanity, not because he must, but because he chooses to. Because giving up would mean condemning the species he has dedicated his existence to saving. And we, as observers of this universe, can only watch and wonder how much longer he can maintain this vigil, and what will happen when finally, inevitably, that vigil ends. If you found this exploration into the darkest possibilities of the Warhammer 40,000 universe compelling, please consider liking this video and subscribing to the channel. In this space, we delve deep into the lore of the 41st millennium, examining the histories, the heroes, the horrors that make this setting so endlessly fascinating. The Emperor may sit silent on his throne, but there are 10,000 years of stories to tell, countless worlds to explore, and infinite possibilities to consider. Join us as we continue to journey through the grim darkness of the far future, where there is only war and where every story is a tragedy waiting to unfold. The Emperor protects, they say. But what happens when the Emperor is no longer there to protect? That is the question that haunts the Imperium, the nightmare that keeps the custodians vigilant and the High Lords awake through the long Terran nights. We have explored some possible answers, but the truth is that no one knows for certain. And perhaps that uncertainty, that terrible not knowing, is the most frightening thing of all. Because in the grim darkness of the far future, there is no hope without fear, no salvation without suffering, and no end to the eternal war that defines humanity's existence among the stars. In the grim darkness of the far future, there exists no greater perversion of the Emperor's grand design than the Chaos Space Marines. These fallen angels, once humanity's finest defenders, now stand as its most terrible enemies. Where loyalist Space Marines represent hope and valor, their corrupted brothers embody despair and damnation. But how does one become a Chaos Space Marine? What twisted paths lead to such profound corruption? Today, we delve deep into the dark machinery of creation that forges these warriors of ruin. The transformation from human to Chaos Space Marine is not merely a physical process. It is a descent into darkness that corrupts body, mind, and soul. Unlike their loyalist counterparts, who undergo carefully monitored transformation in fortress monasteries under the watchful eyes of apothecaries and chaplains, those who become Chaos Space Marines are subjected to brutal, accelerated procedures that care nothing for the sanctity of life or the preservation of sanity. The process is as varied as it is horrific, differing between the traitor legions and renegade warbands, yet all paths lead to the same destination. Warriors who have abandoned their oaths to the Emperor and embraced the ruinous powers that whisper from the warp. Understanding how Chaos Space Marines are made requires us to look beyond simple surgical procedures and genetic manipulation. We must examine the very nature of chaos itself and how its corrupting influence seeps into every aspect of their creation. From the moment a potential recruit is captured or corrupted, the taint of the dark gods begins its insidious work. The process encompasses not just the implantation of gene seed organs, but also exposure to the warping energies of the immaterium, indoctrination into twisted belief systems, and the gradual erosion of everything that once made them human. Some Chaos Marines were once loyalists, who fell to corruption. Others were created from scratch, using stolen gene seed and enslaved populations. Still others emerged from the laboratories of mad geniuses like Fabius Bile, crafted through methods that make even other traitors recoil in disgust. The Chaos Space Marines represent 10,000 years of accumulated hatred, bitterness, and ambition. They are the veterans of the Long War, warriors who have survived countless battles and emerged stronger, if more twisted, from each encounter. Their creation is not a single event, but an ongoing process of transformation that continues throughout their existence. With each passing century spent in the Eye of Terror or other warp-saturated regions, they become less human and more demon. Their armor fuses with their flesh. Their weapons develop a hunger all their own. Their very presence becomes an affront to reality itself. This is the fate of all who walk the path of chaos, and it begins with the first step of their creation. Historical origins, the Horus Heresy. To understand how Chaos Space Marines are made in the current era, we must first travel back 10 millennia to the galaxy-spanning civil war known as the Horus Heresy. This catastrophic conflict, which nearly destroyed the Imperium in its infancy, marked the creation of the first Chaos Space Marines and established many of the methods still used today. The heresy was not simply a military rebellion. It was a fundamental corruption of everything the Emperor had built, a perversion of his greatest achievements turned against him. During the Great Crusade, the Emperor of Mankind had created 20 Primarchs, demigod generals, crafted from his own genetic material. Each Primarch led a legion of Space Marines numbering in the tens of thousands, warriors who shared their Gene Father's genetic template. These legions conquered the galaxy in the Emperor's name, bringing countless worlds into the fold of the nascent Imperium. But the Chaos Gods, those malevolent entities that dwell in the warp and feed upon mortal emotions, had long plotted against the Emperor's plans. They scattered the infant Primarchs across the galaxy and began laying the groundwork for corruption. The fall began with Lorgar Aurelian, Primarch of the Wordbearers Legion. When the Emperor chastised him for spreading worship of the divine rather than the secular imperial truth, Lorgar's faith did not die. Instead, it sought new gods to venerate. Guided by his first captain, Erebus, and his mentor, Cor Phaeron, Lorgar discovered the Chaos Gods and embraced them as the true powers of the universe. The Wordbearers became the first legion to fall to chaos, though they hid their corruption for decades while they worked to bring others into the fold. The corruption of Horus Lupercal, the Emperor's most favored son and appointed war master of all imperial forces, proved to be the keystone of the traitor conspiracy. While recovering from a grievous wound on the world of Davin, Horus was subjected to a vision orchestrated by chaos that showed him a future where the Emperor was worshipped as a god, while the Primarchs were forgotten. The seeds of doubt planted by the Wordbearers years earlier now bloomed into full rebellion. Horus turned traitor, and with him, 8 other legions followed: the Emperor's children under Fulgrim, the Iron Warriors under Perturabo, the Night Lords under Conrad Curzon, the World Eaters under Angron, the Death Guard under Mortarion, the Thousand Sons under Magnus the Red, the Sons of Horus, and the Alpha Legion under Alpharius and Omegon. But this fall to chaos was not instantaneous for all members of these legions. Many Space Marines within the traitor legions remained loyal to the Emperor, particularly those who had been recruited from Terra itself before reunification with their Primarchs. This presented a problem for the traitor cause. Horus could not launch his rebellion with significant loyalist elements within his own forces. The solution was as brutal as it was efficient: the Istvan III atrocity. Under the pretense of putting down a rebellion on Istvan III, Horus gathered the loyalist elements from 4 legions: the Sons of Horus, World Eaters, Death Guard, and Emperor's Children, and sent them to the surface. Once they were engaged with the enemy, the orbiting fleet launched a devastating virus bombing that killed everything on the planet's surface. Those loyalists who survived the initial bombardment, having taken shelter in hardened positions, were then subjected to orbital bombardment, followed by ground assaults by their own traitorous brothers. Over the course of weeks, the loyalist elements were systematically purged. This act marked the true birth of the Chaos Space Marines as a distinct faction. These were no longer simply Space Marines who happened to rebel against authority. They had murdered their own brothers, violated the most sacred oaths of brotherhood, and aligned themselves with powers that sought the destruction of humanity itself. The transformation was spiritual as much as physical. When Horus opened his forces to the influence of chaos, the warp began its corrupting work on both flesh and equipment. The longer the heresy continued, the more pronounced these changes became. The Emperor's children embraced Slaanesh, the dark prince of pleasure and excess. Their pursuit of perfection became an obsession that twisted into seeking ever more extreme sensations. Their flesh began to mutate, taking on aspects that reflected their new patron god. The World Eaters, already modified with the butcher's nails implants that increased their aggression, threw themselves into Khorne's worship with savage abandon. The Death Guard, betrayed by their father Mortarion's desperate pact with Nurgle, became walking vessels of plague and decay. The Thousand Sons, trying to save themselves from mutation, fell deeper into Tzeentch's schemes, eventually suffering the rubric of Ahriman that turned all but their most powerful psykers into dust trapped within their armor. The process of corruption varied widely. Some Space Marines actively sought the gifts of chaos, making bargains with demons and offering sacrifices to the dark gods. Others were gradually worn down by exposure to the warp, their resistance eroding over months or years of campaigning. Still others were forcibly corrupted through dark rituals or exposure to warp-tainted artifacts. The Word-Bearers, who had planned this corruption for decades, used their dark apostles and rituals to spread chaos, worship throughout the traitor ranks. They taught the rites and prayers that would open Space Marines to possession or grant them demonic power. By the time the traitor forces reached Terra for the final assault on the Imperial Palace, they bore little resemblance to the warriors who had set out on the Great Crusade. Many had sprouted additional limbs, horns, or otherworldly appendages. Their armor had fused with their flesh in many cases, creating a hybrid of biological and mechanical that pulsed with warp energy. Their weapons wept blood or screamed with the voices of bound demons. They had become living weapons of chaos, and though the heresy would end in defeat with Horus's death at the Emperor's hands, the Chaos Space Marines had been born. The defeated traitor legions fled into the Eye of Terror, a region of space where the warp bleeds into real space. Here, in this hellish domain, they would spend the next 10,000 years plotting their return. And here, cut off from the Imperium's resources and infrastructure, they would need to find new ways to replenish their numbers. The methods they would develop would be crude, brutal, and utterly devoid of the reverence and care that characterized loyalist Space Marine creation. But they would work, after a fashion, and they would allow the traitor legions to continue the long war against the Imperium they once served. The Gene Seed Foundation. At the heart of every Space Marine, whether loyalist or traitor, lies the Gene Seed. This miraculous genetic material, created by the Emperor himself during the founding of the Space Marine Legions, represents the pinnacle of biological engineering. Understanding Gene Seed and how it functions is crucial to understanding how Chaos Space Marines are made, for even corrupted and twisted, it remains the foundation upon which these warriors are built. Gene Seed is not a single organ or genetic sequence, but rather a collection of specialized germ cells that have been genetically engineered to develop into 19 distinct organs when implanted into a human host. These organs fundamentally transform a normal human into a transhuman Astartes, granting abilities far beyond natural human limitations. Each of the original 20 Primarchs served as a genetic template, with their unique characteristics encoded into the gene seed that would be used to create their legions. When a Primarch's gene seed is implanted into a recruit, that recruit doesn't just gain superhuman abilities. He gains echoes of his gene father's own characteristics, both physical and mental. The 19 gene seed organs work in concert to transform a human adolescent into a Space Marine. The secondary heart provides a backup for the primary heart and can maintain full circulatory function if the primary fails. The os modula secretes hormones that cause the skeleton to grow larger and the bones to become much stronger. The biscopia enhances muscle growth throughout the body, creating the massive physique that makes Space Marines such formidable warriors. The hemastomen increases the blood's oxygen-carrying capacity and produces new blood cells at an accelerated rate. The Laramans organ creates specialized cells that act as superior platelets, causing wounds to seal almost instantly. Other organs provide even more exotic abilities. The catalepsian node allows a space marine to remain conscious and alert even when parts of his brain are resting, effectively eliminating the need for normal sleep. The preomnor acts as a pre-stomach that can neutralize most poisons before they reach the digestive system. The omophagia connects to the brain and allows a space marine to gain genetic memories from consumed flesh, hence the blood drinking and flesh-eating rituals of some chapters. The multi-lung provides a backup respiratory system that can function in hostile atmospheres. The oculobe modifies the eyes to enhance vision in low light and protect against sudden bright flashes. The liman's ear improves hearing and provides immunity to vertigo and motion sickness. The Susan membrane allows a space marine to enter a state of suspended animation when grievously wounded. The melanochrome controls skin pigmentation and provides protection from radiation. The oolitic kidney acts as an emergency toxin filter. The neuroglottis enhances taste and smell to the point where a space marine can track prey by scent or detect poison by taste. The mucranoid secretes a waxy protective coating over the skin in response to extreme temperatures. The Betcher's gland allows a space marine to spit blinding venom. The progenoids, perhaps the most crucial organs, collect and store the genetic data needed to create new gene seed, ensuring the continuation of the chapter. The black carapace, the final implant, is a sheet of fibrous organic material that is surgically implanted beneath the skin. It hardens into a tough interface between the space marine's nervous system and his power armor. Fiber bundles grow throughout the marine's body, connecting to the black carapace and allowing thought impulse control of armor systems. This creates the seamless integration between marine and armor that makes them such effective warriors. This entire process of implantation and development normally takes years under carefully controlled conditions. Imperial apothecaries monitor each stage, adjusting hormone treatments and conducting hypno-indoctrination to ensure the recruit's body accepts the implants. The failure rate, even under ideal conditions, is significant. Many recruits die during the process, their bodies rejecting the gene seed or being overwhelmed by the radical changes. Those who survive emerge as space marines, but only after years of pain, transformation, and conditioning. For Chaos Space Marines, this process is fundamentally altered in several critical ways. First and most importantly, the gene seed of the traitor legions has been corrupted by 10,000 years of exposure to the warp. The genetic code has mutated and degraded, introducing instabilities that make the already dangerous transformation process even more lethal. Some organs no longer function properly. Others produce unexpected effects. The rate of mutation and rejection is far higher than in Loyalist chapters, and the resulting Chaos Marines often bear physical alterations that mark them as tainted. The corruption manifests differently depending on which legion's gene seed is used and which Chaos God, if any, has claimed it. The Death Guard's gene seed, saturated with Nurgle's essence, produces Marines whose bodies are riddled with disease, yet impossibly resilient. The Emperor's Children's gene seed, touched by Slaanesh, heightens sensation to painful extremes, while dulling the recruit's capacity for normal emotion. The Thousand Sons face a genetic curse that causes rapid and uncontrollable mutation, which was only stabilized after a fashion by the rubric of Ahriman. The World Eater's gene seed, already modified by the Butcher's nails, creates warriors consumed by rage and bloodlust. Moreover, the Chaos Space Marines lack the sophisticated infrastructure that Loyalist chapters possess. They have no secure fortress monasteries with sterile operating theaters and banks of preserved gene seed. They possess no tech marines trained on Mars in the proper maintenance of equipment. No apothecaries who learned their craft from those who had practiced it for centuries. Instead, they have what they can salvage, steal, or create through dark pacts with the forces of chaos. Their gene seed is often harvested from the dead after battles, torn from cooling corpses by apothecaries who serve the dark gods. It may be centuries old, poorly preserved, and contaminated with warp energies. The instability of traitor gene seed creates a desperate hunger for new genetic material. This is why Chaos warbands raid Imperial Fortress monasteries whenever possible, seeking to steal untainted gene seed stocks. A cache of Loyalist gene seed represents an invaluable resource, potentially able to create dozens or even hundreds of new Chaos Marines. Of course, Loyalist gene seed implanted into those who serve Chaos will itself become corrupted over time. But initially, it produces more stable results than the degraded material the traitors normally work with. Some traitor Legion apothecaries have become expert at blending different gene seed lineages, creating hybrid Marines that carry genetic material from multiple Primarchs. This was once considered the gravest heresy, but Chaos cares nothing for the Emperor's laws. These hybrids often exhibit unpredictable traits and accelerated mutation rates, but when they survive the process, they can be formidable warriors. Fabius Bile, the infamous apothecary of the Emperor's children, has pushed this art to its limits, creating abominations that bear only the slightest resemblance to true Space Marines. The degradation of gene seed over millennia in the Eye of Terror has led some warbands to the point of desperation. Their gene seed stocks have become so corrupted that they can no longer create new Marines reliably. These warbands must either disband, join larger forces, or find alternative methods. Some turn to even darker pacts with Chaos, accepting demons into their ranks or transforming their warriors into possessed. Others seek out the services of beings like Fabius Bile, trading slaves and resources for his expertise in creating new Marines from degraded genetic material. Yet despite all these challenges and corruptions, gene seed remains the irreplaceable foundation of Chaos Space Marine creation. Without it, there can be no true Astartes, only normal humans enhanced through surgery and warp taint. The gene seed is what makes a Space Marine fundamentally superior to even the most augmented human warrior. It is the Emperor's greatest gift and his greatest curse, for the same genetic engineering that created his finest defenders also enabled his most terrible enemies to endure across 10,000 years of war. Acquisition of recruits. While gene seed provides the genetic foundation for creating Chaos Space Marines, that gene seed must be implanted into human hosts. Unlike Loyalist chapters, which carefully select recruits from specific worlds and bloodlines, testing them for genetic compatibility and psychological fortitude, Chaos warbands acquire their raw material through far more brutal and pragmatic methods. The acquisition of recruits is the first step in the physical transformation from human to Chaos Marine, and it sets the tone for all that follows. The primary method of acquiring recruits is through raids on Imperial worlds. Chaos warbands will descend upon poorly defended settlements, typically on frontier worlds or in the outer systems of a sector where Imperial response times are measured in weeks or months rather than hours. These raids serve multiple purposes. They acquire slaves for labor, sacrificial victims for dark rituals, supplies and equipment, and most importantly, potential recruits. The raiders don't simply grab every warm body they find. Even corrupted and degraded gene seed requires recipients who fall within certain parameters. Recruits must be young, typically adolescents whose bodies have not yet fully matured but are past the earliest stages of childhood. This age window is narrower for Chaos recruitment than for Loyalists because the process is more rushed and brutal. An ideal recruit is between 10 and 14 Terran years old, though some warbands will accept slightly older candidates if they're desperate for numbers. The recruit must also be male. The gene seed zygotes are keyed to male hormones and genetic structure. Attempts to implant gene seed into female subjects universally result in rejection and death, though some Chaos sorcerers claim to have found ways around this limitation through the use of warpcraft. Beyond age and sex, the selection criteria become murkier. Loyalist chapters test for genetic compatibility, psychological resilience, physical prowess, and moral character. Chaos warbands care about none of these things except genetic compatibility, and even that is treated more as a guideline than a requirement. Physical strength and endurance are useful, as they increase the chance of surviving the transformation, but a weak recruit who survives may become strong through the gene seed's effects. Psychological. Stability is irrelevant or even undesirable. A recruit who is already half mad from trauma may accept the corruption of chaos more readily than one who clings to sanity. Moral character is worse than irrelevant. It's an active hindrance. The transformation into a Chaos Marine requires the death of conscience and compassion. The raid itself is a traumatic experience that begins the psychological conditioning process. Villages are burned, families slaughtered before the eyes of children, and the most helpless left to die slowly. Those selected as potential recruits are herded like cattle, beaten if they resist, and transported in the holds of ships where the screams of other captives echo through the darkness. Some recruits are taken from feral worlds where they have already known nothing but violence. Others come from civilized hive worlds, snatched from comfortable lives and thrust into nightmare. By the time they arrive at whatever hellish facility will serve as their transformation site, they have already begun to break. Not all recruits come from raids, however. Some Chaos warbands maintain slave populations on demon worlds within the Eye of Terror or other warp-saturated regions. These populations are bred specifically to produce recruits. The children of these slaves are born into captivity, raised in conditions of deprivation and violence, and selected for transformation based on their survival of these harsh conditions. This method produces recruits who have never known anything but the will of their Chaos Marine masters, making them potentially more tractable subjects. However, generations spent in warp-saturated environments often result in mutation that makes the population less genetically stable over time. The word bearers, with their focus on religious indoctrination, sometimes acquire recruits through a different method entirely. They seed chaos cults on imperial worlds, allowing these cults to grow over years or decades. When the cult reaches sufficient size and influence, the word bearers descend not as raiders, but as liberators in the eyes of the cultists. The cultists willingly offer their children to be transformed into Dark Apostles and Chaos Marines. These recruits come pre-indoctrinated in the worship of chaos, though they still require extensive conditioning to become full members of the Legion. The Night Lords, who care nothing for the worship of chaos and see themselves primarily as criminals and killers, often recruit from the worst elements of criminal underworlds. They seek out those who have already embraced violence and cruelty, who have proven themselves capable of atrocity without remorse. These recruits require less psychological conditioning because they're already broken in the ways the Night Lords value. What they may lack in initial physical prowess, they make up for in cunning and viciousness. The Iron Warriors, pragmatic and disdainful of what they see as chaos worship, frequently conscript recruits from conquered worlds. When they take a world through siege warfare, a process that can take years, they observe the defenders. Those who show particular resilience, tactical acumen, or willingness to commit atrocities in the name of survival are marked for transformation. The Iron Warriors view the selection process as just another logistical problem to be solved through efficient methods. The Black Legion, largest of the Chaos warbands and led by Abaddon the Despoiler, draws recruits from all methods. Some come from raids, others from allied warbands that pledge their newest warriors to Abaddon's cause, still others from entire chapters of Space Marines that turn renegade and join the Long War. The Black Legion is less a single organized force than a confederation of warbands united under Abaddon's banner, and each warband maintains its own recruitment methods. Renegade chapters present a special case in recruit acquisition. When an Imperial chapter turns traitor, whether through gradual corruption or sudden revelation, they often retain their recruitment apparatus, at least initially. They continue to draw recruits from their homeworld or recruitment worlds using the same methods they always have. The new recruits may not even realize they're joining a traitor force until deep into their transformation. By the time the truth is revealed, they're already implanted with gene seed and committed to the process. This method produces Chaos Marines who begin with loyalist training and must be broken of it, a process that's both more difficult and potentially more rewarding than starting with raw slaves. The selection process, such as it is, typically involves sorting captured slaves and selecting those who meet the basic criteria. This is done by apothecaries, or their corrupted equivalents, sometimes aided by chaos sorcerers who can sense which subjects will be most receptive to warp taint. The rejected are not simply released. Most become slave labor, working until they die in the forges and factories of chaos. Others are used as raw material for darker purposes, their bodies rendered down for genetic material or offered as sacrifices to summon daemons. The most fortunate are killed quickly. Those selected as recruits face a different fate, though whether it's better or worse depends on one's perspective. They will be subjected to the implantation process, a procedure that will either transform them into superhuman warriors or kill them in ways that make a quick death seem merciful. The survival rate varies enormously depending on the quality of gene seed available, the skill of the apothecary performing the procedure, the age and condition of the recruit, and the favor or disfavor of the dark gods. Under the best conditions, perhaps 1 in 10 recruits survives to become a full Chaos Marine. Under typical conditions, the rate may be as low as 1 in 100. But numbers mean little to the forces of chaos. There are always more slaves to be taken, more worlds to raid, more innocents to be dragged screaming into the darkness. The acquisition of recruits is an ongoing process, a grim harvest that never ends because the long war never ends. Each new generation of Chaos Marines is built on the corpses of countless failed recruits, and each recruit who does survive carries forward the hatred and bitterness that fuels the Traitor Legion's eternal crusade against the Imperium. The implantation process. Once recruits have been acquired and selected, the actual process of transformation can begin. This is where the fundamental differences between Loyalist and Chaos methods become most apparent. The implantation of gene seed organs is a delicate procedure, even under ideal conditions. For Chaos Space Marines, ideal conditions simply don't exist. What follows is a brutal ordeal that prioritizes speed and volume over the survival and sanity of the recruits. In Loyalist chapters, gene seed implantation follows a carefully structured timeline spanning years. Each organ is implanted and given time to develop properly before the next is added. The recruit undergoes constant medical monitoring, hypnotherapy to help his mind accept the changes, and physical training carefully calibrated to his current state of development. The entire process might take 5 to 10 years, with the recruit serving as a scout marine during the latter stages while his transformation completes. This careful approach maximizes the chance of survival and ensures the resulting Space Marine is as physically and mentally stable as possible. Chaos warbands cannot afford such luxuries. Time spent in careful transformation is time not spent fighting, and many warbands lack the resources for extended medical care of recruits. The solution is to compress the process as much as possible, implanting multiple organs in rapid succession and flooding the recruit system with growth hormones and stimulants to accelerate development. What would take a decade in a Loyalist chapter might be compressed into months or even weeks for a Chaos Marine. This acceleration comes at a terrible cost. The process typically begins with the secondary heart, as it does for Loyalists. This organ must be in place before more radical changes are made, as it helps stabilize the recruit's cardiovascular system against the shock of subsequent procedures. But where a Loyalist apothecary might wait months before the next implantation, a Chaos apothecary might proceed within days or even hours. The os modula and biscopea are implanted next, triggering the explosive bone and muscle growth that will transform a human adolescent into something approaching Astartes proportions. The speed of this growth is agonizing. Recruits are kept in chemically induced comas for portions of the process, because the pain of bones lengthening and muscles tearing and rebuilding would drive them mad. Even in unconsciousness, they scream and thrash. Those who wake prematurely often die from shock or injure themselves so badly they must be terminated. The ones who survive this initial phase emerge weak and disoriented, their bodies having grown so rapidly that they haven't had time to adapt to their new proportions. Where a loyalist scout would spend months learning to move in his new body, a chaos recruit may have only days or weeks. The Larraman's organ and other organs that enhance healing and resilience are prioritized in chaos implantation. These improve the recruit's chances of surviving the trauma of accelerated transformation and the dangerous conditions in which they're kept. Sanitation is often poor, with multiple recruits kept in the same holding pens where infection can spread rapidly. The preomnor and oolitic kidney help them survive the poor quality food and water they're given. The healing organs help them survive wounds inflicted by brutal trainers or fights with other recruits. Many chaos warbands deliberately place recruits in situations where they must compete for survival. Food is insufficient for all. The strongest take what they need, and the weak starve. This serves multiple purposes. It reduces the number of recruits who must be cared for, as the weak die off naturally. It begins the psychological conditioning that will make them suitable Chaos Marines, teaching them that only the strong survive and that mercy is a weakness. It also entertains the full Marines, who often make wagers on which recruits will survive. The catalepsian node and other organs affecting the brain and nervous system are particularly dangerous to implant rapidly. These organs interface with existing neural structures, and if given insufficient time to integrate, they can cause seizures, personality fragmentation, or permanent psychosis. For loyalists, this is a concern to be carefully managed. For chaos warbands, it's an acceptable risk. If a recruit goes mad, he can be useful as a berserker or simply disposed of. If he survives with his mind relatively intact, that's ideal. If he develops useful psychic abilities from the trauma, that's a bonus. The black carapace, the final and most complex implant, is installed when the recruit has reached sufficient physical maturity. This process involves extensive surgery to implant the organic interface layer beneath the skin across most of the body. For loyalists, this is done in multiple stages over weeks in sterile surgical bays. For chaos recruits, it may be done in a single marathon surgery in facilities that would horrify any imperial apothecary. The risk of infection is enormous. The pain is beyond description. Many recruits die during or shortly after the procedure, but those who survive can now interface with power armor, the final step in becoming a true Chaos Marine. Throughout the implantation process, recruits are subjected to indoctrination that would be called brainwashing in any context other than Space Marine creation. They are taught to hate the Imperium, to see the Emperor as a false god who betrayed his finest warriors, to embrace chaos as the only true power in the universe. This indoctrination is often reinforced through torture, drug-induced visions, and exposure to warp energies. The goal is to break down their existing sense of identity and rebuild them as servants of whatever power their warband follows. The word-bearers conduct elaborate rituals during implantation, with dark apostles presiding over each stage and invoking the blessings of the chaos gods. Recruits are taught that their transformation is a religious experience, that they are being elevated from base humanity into something greater through the favor of the dark gods. Those who reject this teaching are killed and their gene seed recovered for use in more receptive subjects. The Emperor's children, devoted to Slanesh, approach implantation as an art form. They seek to make each transformation a masterpiece of pain and pleasure, pushing recruits to the edge of death and then pulling them back. The experience is meant to teach them that sensation, any sensation, is preferable to the grey emptiness of normal human existence. Many recruits develop addictions to pain or pleasure, or both, which serves the Legion's purposes perfectly. The Death Guard's implantation process is nightmarish even by Chaos standards. Recruits are infected with diseases as part of their transformation, their bodies becoming hosts for Nurgle's plagues. They learn to embrace the decay of their flesh even as it becomes stronger and more resilient. The process often leaves them in a state of constant, low-level agony that they learn to ignore or even appreciate as Nurgle's gift. The World Eaters, where they still bother creating new Marines, rather than simply recruiting from other warbands, often implant the Butcher's Nails along with the standard gene seed organs. These cybernetic implants, originally designed to turn gladiators into fearless killers, gradually destroy the higher brain functions while enhancing aggression and pain tolerance. The implantation is crude and causes constant pain, which the nails transform into rage. A World Eater's recruit who survives transformation is functionally lobotomized, capable of fighting with superhuman skill but little else. Chemical treatments and hormone therapy, carefully calibrated in loyalist transformations, become a haphazard affair in Chaos hands. The exact doses and timing that would optimize development are often unknown or deliberately ignored. Recruits are simply given whatever chemicals are available and whatever seems to work. This trial and error approach means many recruits die from hormone imbalances or drug interactions. But it also means that occasionally a recruit responds exceptionally well to a particular treatment, emerging stronger and more capable than normal. These survivors become prized warriors, their exact transformation regimen potentially studied and replicated. The influence of the warp adds another layer of complexity and danger to the process. Recruits are often kept in areas where the barrier between real space and the warp is thin. Demons may watch the proceedings, occasionally interfering to corrupt a particularly promising recruit, or simply for their own amusement. Warp energies suffuse the developing organs, accelerating mutations, but also occasionally granting unexpected gifts. A recruit might develop psychic abilities, unusual physical mutations that prove advantageous, or simply a stronger connection to whichever Chaos God claims him. The entire process from capture to full Chaos Marine, assuming the recruit survives, typically takes between 6 months and 2 years. This is a fraction of the time required for Loyalist transformation, and the results show it. Chaos Marines created through these rushed methods are often physically scarred, psychologically damaged, and genetically unstable. But they are still Space Marines, still transhuman warriors, capable of killing dozens of normal humans and standing toe-to-toe with Loyalist Astartes in combat. And for the traitor legions, that's sufficient. The implantation process is not a story of noble sacrifice and transformation into a guardian of humanity. It is a story of torture, trauma, and corruption, of innocents taken from their homes and broken down until nothing remains but hatred and hunger for violence. Every Chaos Marine created through this process represents not just a new warrior for the forces of chaos, but also a failure of the Imperium to protect its citizens and a tragic waste of human potential. The young men who become Chaos Marines might, in another life, have been productive citizens, perhaps even heroes. Instead, they become engines of destruction, living weapons whose only purpose is to bring suffering to the galaxy. Fabius Bile, the Dark Innovator. Among the many horrors that stalk the galaxy in the name of chaos, few are as singularly disturbing as Fabius Bile, the Primogenitor, the Clone Lord, the Man-Flayer. Once the chief apothecary of the Emperor's Children Legion, Bile has spent 10,000 years pursuing a twisted vision of perfection through biological experimentation. His role in creating Chaos Space Marines and his innovations in gene manipulation have made him simultaneously invaluable and reviled across the traitor legions. To understand the full scope of how Chaos Marines are made in the current era, one must understand the work of Fabius Bile. Bile's fall to his current state began long before the Horus Heresy. Even as a loyalist, he had pushed the boundaries of what was considered acceptable in genetic modification. His talent for flesh crafting was undeniable, but so was his willingness to experiment on living subjects without concern for their suffering. When Fulgrim and the Emperor's children fell to Slaanesh, Bile saw an opportunity. Freed from the constraints of Imperial law, and the apothecarium's regulations, he could pursue his research without limit. He claims to serve no god, not even Slanesh, and indeed seems motivated purely by his obsession with biological perfection. But whether he acknowledges it or not, his work serves chaos. Bile's importance to the traitor legions lies in his ability to create new space marines from degraded or corrupted gene seed that other apothecaries would consider unusable. Over the millennia, he has refined techniques that can coax viable implants from genetic material so damaged that it should be inert. He can blend gene seed from multiple lineages, creating hybrid marines that carry traits from different primarchs. He can even, it is whispered, create gene seed from scratch through methods he learned from studying the Emperor's original work during the Unification Wars. Whether this last claim is true or simply another of Bile's boasts, none can say for certain. His methods are as varied as they are horrific. Bile maintains multiple laboratories aboard his flagship and on demon worlds throughout the Eye of Terror and beyond. These facilities are part surgical theatre, part genetic engineering lab, and part charnel house. Subjects are cut open, their organs removed and studied, before being either disposed of or reassembled into something new. Bile sees no distinction between willing subjects and unwilling victims. All flesh is simply raw material for his experiments. The Tirata are perhaps Bile's most infamous creations, aside from his work on standard Chaos Marines. These are enhanced warriors created through processes that push the boundaries of what can be called Space Marines at all. Bile subjects them to genetic modifications far beyond the standard 19 gene seed organs. Additional limbs might be grafted on, taken from other species, or grown in vats from modified human tissue. Neural implants heighten reflexes and pain tolerance to inhuman levels. Chemical treatments cause explosive muscle growth that leaves the Tirata larger and stronger than normal Chaos Marines, though their lifespan is often shortened by the stress these modifications place on their bodies. The Tirata serve as Bile's personal army and as proof of concept for his techniques. When other warbands seek his services, he can point to these warriors as examples of what he can create. The fact that many Tirata are unstable, prone to fits of rage or sudden physical breakdown is conveniently downplayed. Those that survive long enough to prove their worth are exceptional killers, and that's what matters to the warbands that employ Bile's services. Bile does not give his services freely. He charges enormous fees, typically in the form of slaves, genetic material, or ancient technology. A warband seeking to rebuild its numbers might trade hundreds of captured humans for Bile's expertise in creating a dozen new Marines from their degraded gene seed. Those humans will not simply be killed. Bile will use them in his experiments, subjecting them to procedures that will leave most dead and the survivors twisted beyond recognition. But he will deliver the Marines he promised. And for many warbands, that transaction is worth any price. His cloning technology represents another crucial aspect of his work. Bile has claimed to have unlocked the secrets of the Emperor's early replicas experiments, the cloning techniques used to create the Primarchs and the first Space Marines. While he cannot clone Primarchs successfully in a way that preserves their essential nature, he has created clones of various Primarchs that serve as either mockeries or homages, depending on one's perspective. More importantly for the traitor legions, he can clone Space Marines, creating copies of exceptional warriors to bolster a warband's ranks. These clones are not perfect copies. The process of cloning often introduces errors, particularly when dealing with gene seed-enhanced individuals. Cloned Marines may be mentally unstable, lacking the memories and experience of their originals, or physically flawed in ways that don't become apparent until they're deployed in combat. But they're still Astartes, still superhumanly strong and durable, and they can be created in less time than it takes to transform a human recruit through traditional methods. For warbands desperate for numbers, cloned warriors are an attractive option despite their flaws. Bile has also pioneered techniques for salvaging gene seed from corpses that have been too damaged or too long dead for normal harvest. Loyalist apothecaries must harvest the progenoid glands within hours of death, and even then the gene seed must be properly preserved or it becomes useless. Bile has developed chemical treatments and minor warp sorcery that can coax viable genetic material from progenoid glands that have been rotting for weeks or even months. The resulting gene seed is heavily degraded and mutation-prone, but it can still sometimes be used to create new Marines when nothing else is available. His new men represent a different approach to the question of enhanced humanity. These are not Space Marines, but something else entirely. Enhanced humans created through methods that blend gene seed implantation with genetic engineering and selective breeding. The new men possess strength and intelligence superior to baseline humans, though still inferior to true Astartes. Bile envisions them as a successor species to humanity, one that has evolved beyond the need for gods or empires. He has seeded populations of new men on numerous worlds throughout the galaxy, hidden among human populations, waiting to one day supplant unmodified humans through natural selection. The gland hounds are another of Bile's innovations, created through partial gene seed implantation in subjects who are too old or otherwise unsuitable for full transformation into Space Marines. These beings receive some of the Astartes' organs, particularly those enhancing physical strength and senses, but not enough to make them true Marines. They serve as shock troops, assassins, and hunters, often working in packs to take down targets that a single gland hound couldn't overcome. They're also useful for recovering gene seed from fallen Marines, as their enhanced senses can track Astartes over great distances, and their partial transformation makes them resistant to many of the dangers that would kill normal humans attempting such work. Bile's relationship with the various traitor legions and warbands is complex. He is in demand because of his skills, but he is also mistrusted because of his complete lack of loyalty to any cause beyond his own research. He has worked for the Word-Bearers, helping them create new Dark Apostles from captured slaves. He has aided the Black Legion in rebuilding their numbers after costly campaigns. He has traded his services to the Iron Warriors in exchange for technology and ancient genetic samples. But he has also betrayed warbands when it suited him, taken his payment and delivered nothing, or used his position to conduct unsanctioned experiments on his employer's warriors. Despite this, warbands continue to seek him out because alternatives are limited. Most chaos. Apothecaries lack Bile's skills and resources. They can perform standard gene seed implantation, harvest progenoid glands, and conduct basic field surgery, but they cannot work the dark miracles that Bile can. When a warband's gene seed stocks have degraded to the point where normal implantation fails more often than it succeeds, when they desperately need to rebuild after near annihilation, when they seek to create something special to turn the tide of a crucial battle, they turn to Fabius Bile. His survival across 10 millennia is itself remarkable. Bile's body is failing him constantly due to a genetic flaw that causes rapid degeneration. He has managed to sustain himself through the creation of multiple clones into which he transfers his consciousness when his current body fails. This neural network that preserves his mind is one of his greatest achievements, ensuring that his knowledge and skills persist even as individual bodies are used up. How many times he has been reborn in this fashion, even Bile himself may not remember. But each iteration continues his work, continues experimenting, continues pushing the boundaries of what can be done with flesh and gene seed. His ultimate goal, he claims, is to surpass the Emperor's achievement in creating the Primarchs and the Astartes. He wishes to prove that he can create superior beings through his own methods, without the need for the Emperor's genius or the resources of the ancient Imperium. Whether this goal is achievable or simply the delusion of a mind corrupted by 10,000 years of isolation and experimentation, none can say. But in pursuit of this goal, Bile has created countless new Chaos Marines and will doubtless create countless more before his story ends. The Demoncolaba, horror incarnate. In the long and bloody history of the Chaos space, Marines, certain events stand out as particularly horrifying, even in a setting defined by atrocity. The Demoncolaba, a method of Chaos Marine creation developed by the Iron Warriors warsmith Honsu on the daemon world of Medrengard, represents perhaps the single most disturbing process ever devised for creating new Astartes. Though it was ultimately destroyed, the Demoncolaba serves as an example of just how far from any semblance of humanity the servants of chaos have fallen. Understanding this horror provides context for the depths of depravity that characterize Chaos Marine creation at its worst. The Demoncolaba was the brainchild of Honsu, a half-breed Iron Warrior whose mixed gene seed heritage marked him as an outcast among his legion. After the Iron Warriors successfully raided the Imperial Fist's fortress world of Hydra Caudatus and stole massive quantities of gene seed, Honsu was given control of this resource. However, the gene seed alone was not enough. Standard implantation methods were too slow and had too high a failure rate for Honsu's ambitions. He needed a way to create new Iron Warriors rapidly, and he was willing to employ any method, no matter how vile, to achieve this goal. Working with corrupted members of the Adeptus Mechanicus known as Savage Morticians, Honsu developed a system that was as much a profanation of the sanctity of life as it was a piece of genetic engineering. The process began with the capture of human women from the slave populations on Medrengard. These women were shackled in iron cages and force-fed a special nutrient slurry that caused their bodies to bloat to grotesque proportions. Their limbs atrophied from disuse, and their bodies expanded until they could barely move, becoming living incubation chambers. The Savage Morticians then performed extensive surgical and chemical modifications on these women. Using a combination of traditional surgery, chemical treatments, and chaos-tainted sorcery, they altered the women's internal morphology and embedded stolen Imperial Fist's gene seed into their bodies. The exact mechanisms are mercifully unclear, but the result was that each woman became what was called a Demoncolaba, a living birthing womb capable of transforming human adolescents into Space Marines through an accelerated and nightmarish process. Once a woman had been transformed into a Demoncolaba, adolescent males taken from the slave populations were implanted within them through a procedure that can only be described as a reverse caesarean section. The Demoncolaba was cut open without anesthetic. The young male was inserted into the cavity within her body. His limbs were stapled and sutured to the inside of the womb, and the incision was stitched closed. The host remained conscious throughout this procedure, able to feel everything as a foreign body was forced into her own. Over the course of several days, the gene seed within the Demoncolaba would begin its work on the implanted adolescent. The transformation that normally took years was compressed into less than a week, through the unique biological processes the Savage Morticians had engineered. The subject's body would undergo rapid mutation and growth, expanding within the confines of the Demoncolaba's body cavity. Finally, when the transformation was complete, the subject would tear its way free of the Demoncolaba's flesh, in a birth that was always excruciating and sometimes fatal for the host. The newly created Chaos Marine would emerge skinless, a raw mass of muscle and bone without the protective covering that normal humans possess. Those deemed successful would be taken and have skin grafted onto their bodies. This skin was harvested from other slaves who had been deliberately bloated to enormous size, so their skin could be stretched and removed in large pieces. These slaves were flayed alive for this purpose, their deaths adding to the already staggering body count of the Demoncolaba process. Once skinned, the new Marine could be armored and deployed. However, the success rate was abysmal even by Chaos standards. The accelerated transformation often went catastrophically wrong, producing subjects that were hideously mutated or simply died during the process. Some emerged with limbs that were atrophied or overgrown in wrong proportions. Others were conjoined with other subjects who had been implanted in the same demonculaba. Still others were so badly mutated that they could do nothing but howl in agony, their bodies twisted into forms that could barely sustain life. These failures were called the unfleshed, and they were cast out into the wastelands of Medrengard, where they formed feral packs that haunted the dark places of the demon world. For the demonculaba themselves, survival of the birthing process was not release, but simply a return to the cycle. If a woman survived one birth, she would be used again and again and again until trauma, blood loss, infection, or botched surgery finally killed her. The average survival was perhaps 3 to 5 birthings, though records are naturally unclear. Each birth was an experience of unimaginable suffering, and death, when it finally came, must have seemed like mercy. The system could also process genetic material extracted from dead space marines of any chapter or legion. Corpses were put through crushers, rollers, and other machinery that rendered them down into a gene seed-rich paste that could be fed intravenously to the demonculaba. This allowed Honsu to make use of genetic material that would normally be useless, though it further destabilized an already horrifically unstable process. The scale of the demonculaba operation was substantial. Honsu maintained hundreds of these living wombs within his fortress of Kalangol, with new marines being created at a rate that would have been miraculous if the cost in suffering hadn't been so obscene. In the few years the demonculaba operated, it produced a significant force of new Iron Warriors, giving Honsu the strength to become a major power within the fractious politics of Medrengard. The demonculaba was ultimately destroyed by Captain Uriel Ventris of the Ultramarines and his companion, Sergeant Pesanius Lysane. These two space marines, having violated the Codex Astartes and been sent on a suicide mission as penance, found their way to Medrengard and discovered the horror of the demonculaba. With the aid of the unfleshed, those tragic failures of the process who still retained enough humanity to be horrified by what they had become, Ventris and Pesanius destroyed the demonculaba chambers and freed what slaves they could. During this mission, Ventris himself was briefly trapped within a demonculaba. The gene seed within it extracted some of his genetic material and memories, creating a twisted clone known as the Newborn. This creature would later become one of Honsu's most valuable assets, as it carried Ventris's memories, including full knowledge of Ultramar's defenses. Honsu would use this information in his later invasion of Ultramar, demonstrating that even in destruction, the demonculaba left a poisonous legacy. The destruction of the demonculaba was a victory, but it was not total. Honsu escaped and swore vengeance. More importantly, the knowledge of how to create such a system survived with him and with the savage morticians who had helped design it. While no other demonculaba on the same scale has been discovered since, the techniques could potentially be replicated by anyone sufficiently skilled and sufficiently depraved. The fact that it was created at all demonstrates that there are no depths to which chaos will not sink in pursuit of victory. The demonculaba represents the absolute nadir of chaos space marine creation, a method so evil that it transcends simple military pragmatism and becomes an act of deliberate torture and dehumanization. Even among the traitor legions, many viewed it with disgust, but disgust did not stop them from using the marines it produced. Honsu's warriors fought in the same campaigns as other Iron Warriors, and few asked where they had come from or what horrors had attended their birth. The demonculaba serves as a reminder that the question of how Chaos Space Marines are made is not simply one of technical process, but of moral descent. Each method of creation, from the merely brutal to the utterly abominable, represents a step away from any conception of human dignity or compassion. The men who become Chaos Marines through these methods are not noble warriors who chose a different path. They are victims transformed into victimizers, their humanity stripped away before they even understood what they were losing. and the galaxy is darker for their existence. Warp corruption and mutation. The creation of a Chaos Space Marine is not complete when the last gene seed organ has been implanted and the black carapace has hardened beneath the skin. Indeed, in many ways, the transformation has only just begun. Unlike Loyalist Space Marines, whose physical form remains relatively stable after their initial creation, Chaos Marines undergo continuous transformation throughout their existence. This ongoing mutation is driven by exposure to the corrupting energies of the warp and the attention of the Chaos Gods themselves. Understanding this process of corruption is essential to understanding what Chaos Marines truly are. The warp, also known as the Immaterium or the Sea of Souls, is a parallel dimension that underlies real space. It is formed from the psychic emanations of sentient beings throughout the galaxy, a realm where thoughts and emotions take on reality and where the laws of physics hold little sway. Within the warp dwell entities of pure psychic energy, including the four great Chaos Gods, Khorne, Tzeentch, Nurgle, and Slaanesh. Exposure to the warp's energies is inherently transformative and corrupting. For normal humans, even brief unprotected exposure can result in mutation, madness, or death. For Space Marines, with their enhanced physiology and mental conditioning, the process is more gradual, but no less inevitable. The Chaos Space Marines make their homes in regions where the barrier between real space and the warp is thin or non-existent. The Eye of Terror, a massive warp rift created by the fall of the Eldar race, is the primary refuge of the traitor legions. Within the Eye, the laws of reality are suggestions rather than rules. Time flows strangely, or not at all. Space folds in on itself in impossible geometries, and the energies of the warp saturate everything, seeping into flesh and armor and soul. For the Chaos Marines who dwell there, mutation is not a possibility, but a certainty. The only question is what form it will take. The speed and nature of warp-induced mutation depends on several factors. The first is the individual's resistance, which is largely a matter of willpower and faith. Those who firmly reject chaos and maintain their sense of self can resist mutation for longer periods. Ironically, this means that some of the most atheistic and cynical traitor legions, like the Night Lords and Iron Warriors, show less physical corruption than those who enthusiastically embrace chaos worship. They may spend centuries or even millennia in the Eye of Terror while showing only minor mutations. Conversely, those who open themselves fully to chaos, actively seeking the gifts of the Dark Gods, can be transformed in days or hours. The second factor is proximity to sources of warp energy. Living on a demon world, where reality itself is compromised, accelerates mutation far more than dwelling in a relatively stable region of space. Participating in dark rituals, making pacts with demons, or spending time near warp artifacts all increase exposure. Even among Chaos Marines, there's a recognition that some places and practices are more corrupting than others, and more pragmatic. Warbands try to limit their exposure when possible. The third factor is the attention of the Chaos Gods themselves. The Dark Gods can choose to mutate their followers, granting them what they call gifts, but what others might call curses. These mutations can be rewards for service, tests of loyalty, or simply the whims of entities for whom mortal suffering is entertainment. A warrior who has served Khorne well might find himself granted additional strength, the ability to ignore wounds that would fell others, or a skull that becomes fused with his helmet. A sorcerer who has pleased Tzeentch might sprout additional eyes, gain the ability to see possible futures, or have his very form become mutable and unstable. The physical manifestations of warp corruption vary enormously. Some mutations are relatively minor, a change in skin color or eye color, unusual texture to the skin, or slight alterations in facial features. Others are more dramatic, additional limbs, horns or spines protruding from the body, flesh that becomes translucent, revealing organs beneath, or tentacles, replacing hands. In extreme cases, Chaos Marines may become so mutated that they're barely recognizable as having once been human. Their bodies might become amalgamations of flesh, machine, and demonic essence, walking blasphemies against the natural order. The armor of chaos. Marines mutates alongside their flesh. Power armor is more than simple protective equipment. It contains a machine spirit, a fragment of artificial intelligence that helps manage the armor's systems. When exposed to warp energies, these machine spirits can become corrupted or possessed. The armor begins to grow and change, developing organic components that blur the line between machine and flesh. Spikes and horns erupt from shoulder pads. Helmets reshape themselves into demonic visages. The armor's energy field takes on colors that shouldn't exist in real space. In time, the armor and the Marine wearing it can become so thoroughly fused that removing the armor would mean removing portions of the Marine's body. Weapons undergo similar transformations. A chainsword might develop organic teeth that grow back when damaged. A bolter might learn to scream with the voices of those it has killed. A power fist might develop a hungry sentience that demands to crush and rend. These changes often enhance the weapon's effectiveness in combat, but they also make the weapon unpredictable and sometimes dangerous to its wielder. A Chaos Marine must learn to work with his equipment's emerging personality, or else risk it turning against him at a crucial moment. Psychological mutation accompanies physical changes. The warp erodes sanity as surely as it corrupts flesh. Chaos. Marines often develop obsessions, compulsions, or personality traits that grow more extreme over time. A warrior might become fixated on collecting skulls from his victims, unable to feel satisfaction unless he takes this particular trophy. Another might develop an addiction to the sensation of killing, requiring ever more violent acts to achieve the same satisfaction. Fear, compassion, and other emotions that might cause hesitation are often the first things to erode, leaving warriors who can commit atrocities without remorse or second thought. Memory becomes unreliable under the influence of warp corruption. Chaos. Marines who have spent subjective centuries in the eye of terror may have difficulty distinguishing their actual history from false memories implanted by warp exposure. They might remember versions of battles that never happened, or forget crucial events from them. Some have lived so long and changed so much that they no longer remember what they were like as humans, or even what they were like as newly created Space Marines. Their identity has been dissolved in the acid of chaos and reconstructed into something alien to their original nature. The line between mutation and demonic possession can become blurred. Some Chaos Marines actively seek possession, offering their bodies as vessels for demons in exchange for power. These possessed Marines gain access to demonic abilities like moving through walls, manifesting warp fire, or changing their shape at will. However, they also lose autonomy as the demon within them exerts influence over their actions. In extreme cases, the demon may take full control, leaving the Marine's original consciousness trapped as a passenger in his own body, able to perceive but unable to act. Not all mutations are beneficial, even by the warped standards of chaos. Many are actively detrimental, reducing the Marine's combat effectiveness or making normal life impossible. A warrior might develop eyes that cannot close, leaving him unable to rest. Another might find his bones becoming brittle, despite enhanced durability, leading to frequent fractures. Mutations that continue unchecked can render a Chaos Marine unable to function, transforming him into a creature that can no longer wear armor, wield weapons, or even move under its own power. This fate, the loss of all control and identity to mutation, is called spawndom. A Chaos Marine who accrues too many mutations, who opens himself too fully to warp energies without the strength to control them, risks degenerating into a chaos spawn. These creatures were once warriors, but have become mindless masses of constantly shifting flesh, capable only of basic predatory behavior. They are herded into battle as shock troops, or left to wander demon worlds, living warnings of what happens to those who cannot master the gifts of the dark gods. Spawndom is the ultimate fate that awaits many Chaos Marines who survive long enough. It represents the final dissolution of their identity, and the complete victory of chaos over whatever they once were. Yet despite all these risks and horrors, Chaos Marines continue to embrace mutation. For some, it represents power that cannot be gained through normal means. For others, it's a mark of divine favor, proof that they have been chosen by the gods for great things. For still others, it's simply inevitable, an unavoidable consequence of the path they have chosen. They were transformed into inhuman warriors when they received their gene seed. Warp mutation is merely the continuation of that process, another step in their ongoing departure from baseline humanity. And in a perverse way, it represents freedom. Freedom from the limitations of flesh, freedom from the constraints of sanity, freedom from any moral compass that might cause doubt or hesitation. They become more than human, which also means becoming less than human, until finally, there's something that cannot be judged by human standards at all. The 4 paths, Legion-specific methods. While all Chaos Space Marines undergo the basic process of gene seed implantation and subsequent corruption by the warp, the specific methods and results vary considerably between the different traitor legions. Each legion has developed its own traditions, techniques, and relationships with the Chaos Gods that shape how they create new Marines and what those Marines become. Understanding these different approaches provides insight into the diverse nature of Chaos Marine creation and the various paths that lead to damnation. The Death Guard, perhaps more than any other traitor legion, exemplify how Chaos worship can completely transform the process of creating Space Marines. When Mortarion led his legion into Nurgle's service during the Horus Heresy, he did so to save them from a plague that was killing them in the void. Nurgle granted them immunity to death and disease, but at the cost of making them living hosts to countless infections. Now every Death Guard Marine is a walking plague vector, his body riddled with diseases that would kill any normal organism, but that merely enrich and strengthen him. The creation of new Death Guard Marines involves infecting recruits with Nurgle's plagues as part of the transformation process. The standard gene seed organs are implanted, but so too are various disease pathogens, some natural and others spawned directly from the warp. The recruit's body becomes a battleground as the diseases fight for dominance, and the enhanced immune system granted by Astartes' physiology struggles to adapt. Most recruits die screaming, their bodies consumed by infections that liquefy organs or cause flesh to rot while they still live. Those who survive emerge as plague marines, their bodies swollen and corrupt, but also impossibly resilient. They feel no pain from their constant state of decay. Their enhanced constitution allows them to function despite injuries that would incapacitate normal marines. They can survive in toxic environments that would kill even other Astartes, and they carry with them clouds of infection that spread disease to all who come near. They are walking contradictions, dead but alive, rotting but strong, filled with sickness, yet more durable than healthy warriors. This is Nurgle's greatest joke and his most powerful gift. The Thousand Sons follow a fundamentally different path, one shaped by their curse and by the catastrophic consequences of trying to overcome it. The Legion was always prone to mutation due to a flaw in their gene seed, a curse that predated their fall to chaos. When Magnus the Red made his pact with Tzeentch, the god of change, it seemed to stabilize this mutation for a time. But Tzeentch, being the god of change and schemes, could not be trusted. Eventually, the mutations returned worse than ever, threatening to destroy the entire legion. The Rubric of Ahriman, a galaxy-spanning spell cast by the chief librarian Ahriman, was meant to save the Thousand Sons from mutation. It succeeded, after a fashion. Those Thousand Sons with psychic ability were stabilized, their mutations halted, and in some cases reversed. But those without psychic power suffered a different fate. Their bodies were reduced to dust, their souls bound into their armor. These Rubric Marines are animated suits of armor filled with ash, capable of following orders and fighting with all their old skill, but possessing no will or personality of their own. They are eternal servants, unable to die because they're already dead. Creating new Thousand Sons in the current era is therefore less about implanting gene seed and more about binding souls into armor. The sorcerers who lead the warbands must find souls to fuel their Rubric Marines, typically through dark rituals that trap the dying or enslave demons into the empty suits of armor. New sorcerers are created through the standard process of gene seed implantation, but only those who show psychic potential survive the transformation. Those without such power are killed by the mutation the gene seed induces, or are turned into more Rubric Marines through mystical means. The Thousand Sons have become a legion of sorcerers, served by legions of hollow automatons, their pursuit of knowledge having transformed them into something barely alive. The World Eaters represent perhaps the most straightforward and brutal approach to creating new Chaos Marines. This legion cares nothing for subtlety or sorcery. They worship Horn, the blood god, who demands only blood and skulls. The World Eaters were already savage warriors before their fall, having been implanted with the Butcher's Nails, archaeotech neural implants that Angron, their Primarch, had received as a slave gladiator. These implants stimulate aggression and convert all pain into rage, making the World Eaters fearless and relentless, but also gradually destroying their capacity for anything beyond violence. When the World Eaters create new Marines, they implant the Butcher's Nails along with the standard gene seed organs. The psychological effects of these implants are immediate and devastating. Recruits who might have retained some measure of humanity are reduced to barely controlled berserkers. Within weeks, they lose the ability to feel pleasure from anything except violence. They become addicted to the sensation of killing, needing to shed blood regularly, or else suffer withdrawal-like symptoms. Their higher brain functions deteriorate over time as the nails dig deeper into their neural tissue. The advantage of this approach is that it creates warriors of terrifying effectiveness in close combat. A World Eater in the grip of his nails is nearly unstoppable, fighting with a frenzy that allows him to ignore wounds that would fell other Marines. The disadvantage is that they are difficult to control and impossible to use in situations requiring strategy or restraint. They are weapons that must be pointed at the enemy and unleashed, then collected after the killing is done. Many World Eaters eventually degenerate into little more than rabid animals, useful only for suicide charges or for being unleashed as living weapons of mass destruction. The Emperor's children pursue an entirely different philosophy in their corruption. Devoted to Slanesh, the dark prince of pleasure and excess, they seek to experience every possible sensation, to push themselves beyond all limitations in pursuit of perfection. Their recruitment and transformation processes have become elaborate rituals designed to introduce recruits to sensation in ways that will break them properly. Gene seed implantation is merely the beginning. The real transformation comes through a program of carefully orchestrated experiences that teach the recruit to chase sensation above all else. Recruits are subjected to both exquisite pleasure and extreme pain, often simultaneously. They are given drugs that heighten sensation to impossible levels. They are made to participate in acts that would horrify normal humans until they become desensitized to normal morality. The goal is to create warriors who are addicted to experience, who will do anything because they can no longer feel satisfaction from normal life. These noise Marines, as some of them become, are armed with sonic weapons that allow them to weaponize sound itself, killing enemies with pure sensory overload while experiencing pleasure from the cacophony. The transformation often involves physical modifications beyond standard gene seed implantation. Nerve endings might be multiplied across the body's surface. New sense organs might be grown. Portions of the brain responsible for pleasure and pain are rewired to blur the distinction between the two. The result is a warrior who can fight effectively in conditions that would overwhelm normal Marines because pain only makes them stronger, and who pursues combat not out of duty or even ambition, but out of sheer addiction to the sensations it provides. The Word-Bearers, the first legion to fall to chaos, approach creation of new Marines as a religious sacrament. Their dark apostles, corrupted versions of chaplains, preside over every stage of transformation, with elaborate rituals. Gene seed implantation is accompanied by prayers to the dark gods. Indoctrination is a matter of religious education, teaching recruits that the Emperor is a false god and that only through chaos can true enlightenment be achieved. The Word-Bearers worship chaos undivided, venerating all four of the great chaos gods as aspects of a greater truth, and they teach this faith to all who join their ranks. Their recruitment often draws from chaos cults that the Word-Bearers have seeded on imperial worlds. These cultists have already been indoctrinated in the worship of chaos, making them receptive subjects for transformation. The children of cultists are raised with prayers to the dark gods, prepared from birth for the possibility of ascension into the ranks of the heretic Astartes. When the time comes for transformation, they go willingly, seeing it as the greatest honor that can be bestowed. This willing participation often increases survival rates because the recruits don't resist the corruption that accompanies gene seed implantation. The Word-Bearers also maintain extensive records and rituals related to the process. Where other legions might take shortcuts or improvise when resources are limited, the Word-Bearers insist on following proper protocols. They view the creation of a new Marine as too important to be left to chance or individual whim. This gives them some advantages in consistency and success rates, though it also makes their process slower than that of some other warbands. But for the Word-Bearers, creating Marines is not simply about adding numbers to their ranks. It's about forging true believers who will carry the word of chaos to all corners of the galaxy, and that requires proper devotion to the ritual. Other traitor legions and renegade warbands have their own variations on these themes. The Iron Warriors, pragmatic and disdainful of chaos worship, create Marines through the most efficient means possible while trying to limit mutation through bionic replacement. The Night Lords, who never fully embraced chaos worship, focus on psychological indoctrination that teaches new recruits to use terror as a weapon. The Alpha Legion, mysterious and duplicitous, may have recruitment methods that none outside their ranks truly understand. Each path leads to the same destination: the creation of warriors who have abandoned any loyalty to the Imperium and who serve chaos in one form or another. But the journey shapes what those warriors become and how they wage the long war. Modern recruitment challenges. In the current era, 10,000 years after the Horus Heresy, the Chaos Space Marines face numerous challenges in maintaining and expanding their numbers. While the basic methods of gene seed implantation remain available to them, the resources and circumstances that make this possible have changed dramatically. Understanding these challenges provides crucial context for why Chaos Marines employ such varied and, often, desperate methods to create new warriors, and why their numbers remain limited despite millennia of warfare. The most fundamental challenge is gene seed scarcity. Unlike Loyalist chapters, which receive their founding stock of gene seed from the Adeptus Mechanicus on Mars, and can tithe new gene seed at regular intervals to maintain central stocks, the Chaos Space Marines are cut off from any such support. Every single progenoid gland must be harvested from fallen Marines, and every loss in battle represents not just a dead warrior, but also the potential loss of gene seed that could create 2 more Marines. When a Chaos Marine dies and his body cannot be recovered, his gene seed is lost forever. This creates a vicious cycle. Warbands that suffer heavy casualties lose warriors and the ability to replace them. This makes them weaker, which makes them more likely to suffer further casualties. Small warbands can be wiped out entirely in a single disastrous engagement, their gene seed lost with them. Even large warbands must husband their gene seed carefully, viewing each successful harvest from fallen brothers as a precious resource that can never be taken for granted. Chaos. Apothecaries have standing orders to recover gene seed before any other consideration in battle, even if it means abandoning wounded warriors who might otherwise be saved. The degradation and corruption of traitor gene seed compounds this scarcity. 10,000 years of exposure to the warp has not been kind to the genetic material that makes Space Marine creation possible. Mutation accumulate in the gene seed with each mutation, like errors in a corrupted data file being copied over and over. Some gene seed organs no longer function correctly. Others produce unstable results, creating Marines who are prone to spontaneous mutation or organ failure. The success rate of gene seed implantation drops with each passing century as the genetic material becomes more degraded. Different legions face this problem to different degrees. The Death Guard's gene seed is saturated with Nurgle's influence, making it highly unstable, but also giving it a certain resilience through the power of disease. The Thousand Sons gene seed carries a mutation that causes spontaneous psychic awakening in recipients, limiting who can safely receive it. The Emperor's Children's gene seed often produces Marines with sensory distortions and obsessive personalities. The World Eater's gene seed, combined with the Butcher's nails, creates warriors who are difficult to control and prone to short, brutal lives. Each legion must work around these limitations, finding recruits who can survive their particular brand of corruption. This genetic degradation makes Loyalist gene seed extraordinarily valuable. When Chaos forces successfully raid a Space Marine fortress monastery or defeat a Loyalist force in battle, recovering untainted gene seed from the dead becomes a top priority. Such gene seed can be implanted into recruits with much higher success rates than corrupted traitor gene seed. Of course, this gene seed will itself become corrupted over time as its recipients are exposed to chaos, but initially it provides a crucial boost to a warband's ability to create new Marines. Major gene seed raids, like Honsu's theft from Hydra Caudatus, are landmark events that can sustain a warband for decades or centuries. The lack of infrastructure creates additional challenges. Loyalist chapters maintain fortress monasteries with dedicated facilities for training and transforming recruits. They have apothecarians staffed by expert apothecaries who have spent decades perfecting their craft. They have chapter serfs who handle logistics and maintenance, freeing the Space Marines to focus on warfare and training. The Chaos warbands have none of this. They operate from demon worlds where reality itself is unstable, from space hulks that barely maintain structural integrity, or from hidden bases in the dark corners of the galaxy where they must constantly watch for enemies. Creating new Marines in such conditions is extraordinarily difficult. Sterility, crucial for preventing infections during surgery, is nearly impossible to achieve on a demon world where the very air carries warp taint. Temperature and atmospheric control, important for maintaining gene seed viability, are luxuries that many warbands simply cannot afford. Even basic medical supplies must be scavenged or stolen. The apothecaries who perform implantations often work with whatever tools and materials they can acquire, adapting imperial medical equipment or creating crude substitutes from what's available. The shortage of qualified apothecaries represents another significant limitation. The apothecarian of each traitor legion suffered casualties during the heresy and in the millennia since. Every dead apothecary represents lost knowledge and skills that may never be replaced. Training new apothecaries requires an experienced mentor, time, and resources, none of which are abundant in Chaos warbands. Many warbands have only 1 or 2 apothecaries, sometimes none at all. When they need to create new Marines, they must trade with other warbands for the services of an apothecary, or seek out specialists like Fabius Bile. Competition between warbands further complicates recruitment efforts. The traitor legions are not unified forces, but collections of independent warbands that are as likely to fight each other as to cooperate. Gene seed, slaves, and resources are all subject to being taken by rival warbands. A warband that has invested time and effort into acquiring and preparing recruits for transformation may find those recruits stolen by a rival before the process can be completed. Alliances between warbands are temporary and fragile, often breaking down over disputes resource allocation or the division of spoils. The unpredictable nature of time in the Eye of Terror creates its own set of problems. Warbands that enter the Eye to rebuild their strength may emerge to find that centuries or even millennia have passed in real space, rendering their strategic position obsolete. Conversely, what seems like centuries spent building up forces might be only days in real space, requiring warbands to maintain constant vigilance against Imperial counterattacks. Planning long-term recruitment programs becomes nearly impossible when time itself cannot be relied upon to flow consistently. Despite all these challenges, the Chaos Space Marines endure. They have survived 10,000 years of constant warfare, adapting their methods and finding new ways to create Marines when old ways fail. Some warbands have formed pacts with demon forges in the Eye of Terror, trading service for access to better facilities and resources. Others have established hidden bases in real space, taking the risk of discovery in exchange for more stable operating conditions. Still others have simply accepted high attrition rates as the price of their existence, focusing on acquiring the most skilled and capable warriors rather than trying to match loyalist numbers. The introduction of Primaris Space Marines by Archmagos Belisarius Call has created new opportunities and challenges for Chaos forces. These enhanced Marines represent a leap forward in Space Marine capabilities, making them highly valuable targets for Gene Seed raids. However, Primaris Gene Seed has proven difficult for Chaos forces to work with. Its complexity and the additional organs it includes require expertise that few Chaos apothecaries possess. Fabius Bile has reportedly made some progress in understanding and replicating Primaris creation, but his successes remain limited and the results often unstable. The Great Rift's opening has paradoxically both helped and hindered Chaos recruitment efforts. The massive warp storm has isolated large swathes of Imperial space, making some worlds easier to raid while cutting off others entirely. It has also spread warp corruption more widely through the galaxy, potentially creating new sources of recruits among human populations that have been exposed to chaos. However, it has also galvanized Imperial resistance and brought Primarchs back to lead the Loyalist forces, making successful raids more difficult and more costly. Modern chaos. Marine recruitment is thus a story of adaptation and survival against overwhelming odds. Every new Marine created represents a victory over scarcity, corruption, and the hostility of a galaxy that wants them dead. The methods may be brutal, the success rates low, and the results often unstable, but they work well enough to ensure that the traitor legions endure. The long war continues, and as long as there are Chaos Marines to fight it, as long as Gene Seed, can be harvested and implanted. And as long as the dark gods smile upon their servants, new warriors will continue to emerge from the darkness to carry on the eternal conflict. Transformation and ascension. The process of creating a Chaos Space Marine does not end when the gene seed has been successfully implanted and the recruit survives the initial transformation. Indeed, for those who serve Chaos, transformation is an ongoing process that continues throughout their existence. From the moment they emerge from the implantation process to their eventual fate, whether that be death in battle, ascension to demonhood, or degeneration into a Chaos spawn, Chaos Marines are constantly changing and evolving. Understanding this trajectory provides crucial insight into what drives these warriors and what they ultimately become. A recruit who survives gene seed implantation emerges as something more than human, but not yet a true Chaos Marine in the fullest sense. His body has been transformed into a superhuman weapon, yes, but his mind and soul have only begun their journey into darkness. The next phase of transformation is primarily psychological and spiritual, as the new Marine is integrated into his warband's culture and begins to truly embrace chaos. This indoctrination varies between warbands, but generally follows certain patterns. The new Marine must prove himself in battle, demonstrating not just martial prowess, but also the ruthlessness and dedication to chaos that marks a true servant of the dark gods. He will be assigned the most dangerous tasks, sent into situations where survival is unlikely, used as expendable shock troops or reconnaissance forces. This serves multiple purposes. It tests his capabilities, it minimizes the loss if he fails and dies, and it hardens him through exposure to warfare's horrors. Those who survive these early trials earn a measure of respect and may be given better equipment and more important roles. Simultaneously, the new Marine is educated in his warband's philosophy and methods. If he serves the word-bearers, he learns the rituals and prayers of chaos worship, studying dark texts and participating in ceremonies that invoke the chaos gods. If he serves the Emperor's children, he's introduced to new sensations and experiences that cultivate the addiction to excess that characterizes that legion. If he serves the World Eaters, he learns to embrace the rage the butcher's nails generate, to ride the wave of violence rather than being consumed by it. Each warband has its own traditions, and the new Marine must master them to be accepted as a true brother. During this period, physical mutations often begin to manifest more obviously. The combination of warp exposure during transformation and ongoing exposure in the warband's operating environment causes changes that mark the Marine as chaos-tainted. These might start as small things, a change in eye color, unusual patterns in the skin, hair falling out or growing in strange ways. Over time, they progress to more dramatic alterations. Horns might begin to push through the skull. Extra limbs might bud from shoulders or back. Armor and flesh begin the slow process of fusion that will eventually make them indistinguishable. For many Chaos Marines, this stage of transformation lasts decades or centuries. They fight battles, gain experience, and slowly become more capable warriors. They form bonds with their warband brothers, though these bonds are typically based on mutual advantage and respect for combat prowess, rather than the brotherhood unto death that characterizes loyalist chapters. They acquire better war gear, either through battlefield salvage, trade, or gifts from superiors. They may receive their first real gifts from the Chaos Gods: enhanced strength, unnatural resilience, or access to minor warp powers. The relationship between Chaos Marines and the Dark Gods is complex and transactional. The gods offer power, immortality, and the chance for glory beyond anything the Imperium could provide. In exchange, they demand worship, service, and souls. Some Chaos Marines embrace this bargain eagerly, actively seeking the attention of their chosen god through acts of devotion. Others are more cautious, accepting gifts when offered, but wary of owing too much to entities that view mortals as pawns in incomprehensible games. The most successful Chaos Marines learn to balance ambition with caution. taking what the gods offer while maintaining enough independence to avoid becoming merely another demon's puppet. Exceptional warriors may begin to rise through their warband's ranks. They might be given command of squads, then companies, then entire warbands if they prove capable enough and ruthless enough to take and hold power. Leadership among Chaos Marines is rarely granted based on seniority or formal appointment, as it might be in Loyalist chapters. Instead, it's taken through strength, cunning, and the favor of the dark gods. A Marine who wants to command must prove himself superior to his current commanders, either by accomplishing great deeds that make his elevation inevitable, or by simply killing those above him and seizing their position. This meritocracy of violence creates a brutal but effective system where only the most capable warriors rise to leadership. It also means that Chaos Marine forces are led by individuals who have proven themselves in the most extreme circumstances. A Chaos Lord who commands a warband has typically survived centuries or millennia of warfare and internal power struggles. He has climbed over the corpses of rivals and enemies alike to reach his position. He may be mad, mutated, and barely recognizable as having once been human, but he is undeniably dangerous. For those who reach the heights of power and success, two potential destinies await. The first is ascension to demonhood, the ultimate reward that the Chaos Gods can offer. A Marine who has served sufficiently well, who has offered enough skulls to Khorne, or spread enough plague for Nurgle, or schemed enough schemes for Tzeentch, or pursued enough excess for Slaanesh may be granted apotheosis. His physical form is consumed and reborn as a demon prince, an immortal entity of warp stuff that exists partially in real space and partially in the immaterium. Demon princes are among the most powerful servants of chaos, capable of feats that would be impossible for mere mortal Marines. They can manifest warp powers that rival those of the greatest psykers, command legions of demons, and survive injuries that would destroy normal bodies. They are immortal in a very real sense, as even if their material form is destroyed, their essence returns to the warp to eventually rematerialize. However, ascension to demonhood comes at a terrible price. The Marine's humanity, whatever remained of it, is lost completely. He becomes something fundamentally alien, a creature of pure chaos that exists only to serve his patron god's will. He can no longer truly die, but he can also never truly rest. He is bound to his god's service for eternity, a slave whose chains are forged from ambition and pride. Many Chaos Marines pursue this goal, seeing it as the ultimate achievement, but it's unclear whether they understand what they're truly seeking, or if they're simply caught up in the addiction to power that chaos cultivates in its servants. The second destiny is far less glorious. Those who fail to achieve demonhood but continue to accumulate mutations and warp taint face eventual degeneration into chaos spawn. This represents the complete loss of identity and sanity, as the body becomes unable to maintain any stable form and the mind is overwhelmed by the sheer weight of accumulated corruption. Chaos spawn are barely sentient masses of constantly mutating flesh, capable only of basic predatory behavior. They are used as shock troops or left to wander demon worlds, tragic monuments to ambition that exceeded capability. Many Chaos Marines fear spawndom more than death, as it represents not just the end of life, but the complete annihilation of self. Between these two extremes lies a third path, perhaps the most common: eternal service in the long war without achieving either ascension or degradation. Many Chaos Marines simply continue fighting, year after year, century after century, growing more powerful and more corrupted, but never quite achieving the level of service needed for demonhood, while managing to maintain enough control to avoid spawndom. They become eternal warriors, transhuman veterans who have fought in more battles than most humans could comprehend. Time becomes meaningless to them. They may no longer remember when they were mortal or even what it felt like to be human. Their entire existence is defined by warfare and the pursuit of whatever goal or vendetta drives them forward. Some Chaos Marines become so saturated with warp energy that they achieve a kind of quasi-immortality without ascending to demonhood. They're killed in battle only to reform from warp-stuffed days or weeks later, their consciousness preserved by the attention of the dark gods. Others survive through more mundane means, superior skill, better equipment, or simply being cautious enough to avoid unnecessary risks while their brothers die around them. The oldest Chaos Marines are veteran survivors of the Horus heresy itself, warriors who have been fighting the Long War since its beginning 10,000 years ago. They are living legends, their names spoken with respect or fear across the galaxy, and they represent both the pinnacle of what a Chaos Marine can become and the ultimate proof of how far from humanity one can fall. The transformation from human to Chaos Marine to something beyond is thus not a single process, but a journey that continues as long as the Marine exists. It is a path of constant change, driven by warp corruption, personal ambition, and the demands of the dark gods. Some race down this path eagerly, seeking power at any cost. Others walk it reluctantly, changed despite their resistance. But all who walk it find themselves moving inexorably away from what they were and towards something alien and terrible. This is the true meaning of being a Chaos Space Marine, not just having been created through corrupted methods, but being in a state of continuous corruption, always becoming something else, never able to return to what was lost. Conclusion: Eternal Warriors of Ruin. We have journeyed through the darkness that births the Chaos Space Marines, from their origins in the Horus heresy to the brutal methods by which they are created in the current age. We've examined the gene seed that forms their physical foundation, the horrific methods by which recruits are acquired and transformed, the specialized techniques employed by different legions, and the ongoing corruption that continues throughout their existence. What emerges from this examination is a picture of warriors who represent the ultimate perversion of the Emperor's vision, superhuman soldiers twisted by 10,000 years of hatred and exposure to forces that defy comprehension. The creation of a Chaos Space Marine is not a single act, but an ongoing process of corruption and transformation. It begins with the theft or degradation of gene seed that was meant to create humanity's defenders. It continues with the brutal implantation of that gene seed into recruits taken as slaves, subjected to accelerated procedures that prioritize speed over safety, and indoctrinated with hatred for the Imperium they might once have served. It progresses through centuries of warfare, warp exposure, and the accumulation of mutations that gradually strip away whatever humanity remained. And it potentially culminates in either ascension to daemonhood, degeneration into mindless spawndom, or eternal service in the Long War. What makes the Chaos Space Marines such enduring threats is not just their individual power, though a single Chaos Marine can pose a significant danger to any Imperial force. Rather, it's their combination of superhuman abilities, millennia of combat experience, and complete freedom from moral constraints. They are not simply evil or misguided. They have moved beyond such simple categorizations to become something fundamentally alien to human values. They pursue goals that might seem incomprehensible: the favor of gods who offer only damnation, the destruction of an imperium they once served, the accumulation of power for its own sake. But within their twisted framework, these goals make perfect sense. The methods by which they are created reflect this fundamental corruption. Where loyalist Space Marines are created through years of careful transformation under the guidance of apothecaries who view their role as sacred duty, Chaos Marines are manufactured through procedures that treat human life as raw material to be consumed in pursuit of military strength. The Demoncolaba represents the logical endpoint of this philosophy, where even the pretense of caring about the subject's suffering is abandoned in favor of maximum efficiency. But even more standard Chaos Marine creation is marked by cruelty, carelessness, and a complete disregard for the sanctity of human life. Yet despite all the challenges they face, the scarcity of resources, the degradation of gene seed, the lack of infrastructure, and the constant internal conflicts, the Chaos Space Marines endure. They have survived for 10 millennia, longer than many civilizations have existed. They continue to recruit, create new Marines, and wage war across the galaxy. Every Imperial world faces the possibility of a Chaos raid that will carry away its children to be transformed into monsters. Every battlefield where Space Marines fall presents an opportunity for gene seed theft. Every moment of doubt or despair in a loyalist Marine's heart is a crack through which corruption might enter. The opening of the Great Rift has only intensified this threat. Warp energies now flow more freely through real space than at any time since the Horus Heresy. Demon worlds spill their corrupted inhabitants into Imperial space. Entire sectors have been cut off from the light of the Astronomicon, left vulnerable to the predations of chaos. The Chaos Space Marines, long exiled to the Eye of Terror, now range freely across the galaxy once more. And with this renewed freedom comes renewed opportunity to create new Marines, to corrupt loyalist warriors, and to bring more and more of humanity under the sway of chaos. Understanding how Chaos Space Marines are made is crucial to understanding the threat they pose. They are not simply Space Marines who chose the wrong side in a civil war. They are the products of systematic corruption, warriors created through methods that would horrify even those who know the grim realities of the Imperium. Each one represents not just military strength, but also a victory for chaos over the Emperor's vision of ordered humanity. They are walking monuments to how far humanity can fall when it abandons the light of reason and embraces the darkness of the warp. The long war continues, and as long as gene seed can be stolen, recruits can be taken, and the dark gods offer their twisted gifts, new Chaos Marines will continue to emerge from the darkness. They will bear the marks of their creation in their corrupted flesh and twisted souls. They will wage war against the Imperium with a bitterness born of 10,000 years of hatred. And they will serve as a constant reminder that humanity's greatest weapons can become its deadliest enemies when they fall from grace. This has been an exploration of how Chaos Space Marines are made, a journey through the dark machinery that transforms humans into transhuman warriors, and those warriors into monsters. It is a grim tale of corruption, suffering, and the endurance of hatred across millennia. But it is also a necessary tale, for only by understanding our enemies can we hope to resist them. The Chaos Space Marines represent one of the gravest threats to the Imperium and to humanity itself. They will never stop, never surrender, and never show mercy. They are the fallen angels, the betrayed brothers, the eternal enemies. And their creation continues, even now, in the darkest corners of the galaxy. If you found this deep dive into the creation of Chaos Space Marines enlightening, make sure to like this video and subscribe to the channel for more explorations into the grim darkness of the far future. What aspect of Chaos Space Marine lore would you like us to explore next? Let us know in the comments below. Until next time, remember, in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war, and some of humanity's greatest defenders have become its most terrible enemies. Stay vigilant, and may the Emperor protect. There is no greater irony in the grim darkness of the far future than this. The man who sought to destroy all religion, who fought for 10,000 years to free humanity from the chains of faith and superstition, who explicitly denied his own divinity at every turn, has become the most worshipped god in the galaxy. The Emperor of mankind, the master of humanity, the anathema to chaos, now sits upon the golden throne as the God Emperor, venerated by trillions upon trillions of souls across 1,000,000 worlds. His name is invoked in prayers that echo through cathedral spires reaching into polluted skies. His image adorns countless shrines where the faithful kneel in desperate devotion. Wars are fought in his name. Martyrs die screaming his glory. The ecclesiarchy, his state church, wields power that would make ancient theocracies seem like children playing at authority. And yet, when he walked among men, when his physical form still possessed the vitality of life, when his mind remained unfettered by the prison of flesh and machine that now contains him, he forbade worship. He destroyed churches. He cast down priests. He declared with absolute conviction that he was not a god, that no gods existed, that faith itself was humanity's greatest enemy. The emperor built his imperium on reason, on science, on the cold light of truth that would illuminate the darkness and drive away the superstitious shadows where monsters bred. He envisioned a secular empire spanning the stars, where humanity would be free from the mental chains that had bound it since the dawn of consciousness. So how did this happen? How did the great atheist become the object of the galaxy's largest religion? How did the man who denied divinity transform into a god whose very existence now depends on faith? This is not a simple story of death and deification, though death plays its part. This is not merely the tale of desperate people creating myths from fallen heroes, though desperation runs through every page of this chronicle, like blood through shattered stone. This is the story of the most profound transformation in human history, a metamorphosis spanning 10 millennia, shaped by betrayal and war, by sacrifice and suffering, by the very nature of reality itself, in a universe where belief has power, and where the line between man and God is written in the substance of souls. To understand how the emperor became a god, we must first understand who he was before the transformation began. We must walk back through the long millennia to a time when he was simply a man, albeit the most powerful man who would ever live. We must examine his philosophy, his plans, his absolute conviction that humanity's survival depended on the death of faith. We must witness the moment when everything he built began to crumble, when the sun he had elevated above all others turned his weapons upon the Imperium itself. We must see him broken, bleeding, barely alive, trapped within the mechanisms of the golden throne with no choice but to wage an eternal war within the Immaterium, the very realm where gods are born. And we must understand that in the Warhammer 40,000 universe, belief is not merely comfort for the weak or delusion for the desperate. In the warp, in that psychic ocean where the souls of the living cast their reflections and where the emotions of countless beings pool and congeal into something approaching consciousness, belief has substance. Faith has power. And when trillions upon trillions of humans across 1 million worlds believe with absolute conviction that the Emperor is divine, when they pray to him in their darkest hours, when they die with his name on their lips, when they build cathedrals that pierce the clouds and light candles that number beyond counting, something happens in the warp. Something changes. Something grows. The question that haunts the corridors of the Inquisition, that troubles the sleep of those few who dare to think such thoughts, is this: has the Emperor truly become a god, or has humanity created something else entirely, something that wears his face and bears his name, but is fashioned from their collective faith rather than his singular will? Does he still fight to deny the worship, even as it empowers him? Or has his consciousness fragmented across 10,000 years of agony until nothing remains but divine instinct? When the faithful cry out for salvation and miracles answer, is it the Emperor's hand that reaches down? Or is it something humanity has birthed in the warp, a reflection of their desperate need for a guardian god? These questions have no certain answers. Even in a universe where the impossible is merely Tuesday, even in a setting where demons are real and gods walk in the Immaterium, the truth about the Emperor's transformation remains shrouded in mystery and contradictory evidence. What we can trace, however, is the path that led from a man who destroyed religions to a god who inspires the largest faith in galactic history. We can follow the decades and centuries and millennia as his empire transformed from a secular enlightenment project into a theocratic nightmare. We can see how every step away from his original vision was taken in his name, how every betrayal of his principles was committed to preserve his imperium, how the very things he fought to destroy became the pillars holding up the remnants of his dream. This is the story of that transformation. This is the chronicle of how humanity's greatest atheist became their most powerful god. And it begins, as so many great stories do, at the beginning, in the ancient past, when the figure who would become the emperor was born into a world that could not imagine the darkness yet to come. Ancient origins, birth of the new man. The emperor's origins are shrouded in myth and conflicting accounts, which is perhaps fitting for a being who would eventually be worshipped as divine. Even within the vast archives of the Imperium, even among the records jealously guarded by the Inquisition and the Custodian Guard, there is no single definitive account of his birth. What we have instead are fragments of truth scattered across millennia, pieces of a puzzle that may never be completely assembled. But from these fragments, we can construct at least the outline of where he came from, even if the full picture remains frustratingly incomplete. The most ancient and widely repeated account places his birth in the 8th millennium, before the rise of the Imperium, approximately 10,000 years before what we would recognize as the present day of the 41st millennium. This would make him somewhere around 40,000 years old by the time of his internment in the Golden Throne, an age that defies human comprehension, even in an age where Space Marines can fight for centuries. The location, according to these accounts, was Anatolia, in what was then a region of primitive human settlement along the banks of ancient rivers, in the area that would later be called Turkey by civilizations that rose and fell while he watched in silence. According to the oldest records that the ecclesiarchy has declared heretical and suppressed with fire and execution, the emperor was not born in the conventional sense at all. Instead, his creation was the result of a desperate gamble by the shamans of ancient humanity, the psykers and wise men who could perceive the warp and guide their people through the perils of early consciousness. These shamans, it is said, possessed a gift that separated them from ordinary humans. When they died, their souls did not simply dissolve into the chaos of the immaterium. Instead, they could reincarnate, their psychic essence gathering power in the warp before being reborn into new bodies, their memories and knowledge preserved across lifetimes. But something was changing in the warp. As humanity spread across ancient Earth, as civilizations rose and wars were fought, as humans experienced the full spectrum of emotion from love to hatred, from joy to despair, the warp itself was changing. The nascent chaos gods, not yet the terrifying powers they would become, but growing stronger with each passing century, were beginning to hunt the souls of the shamans. When a shaman died and his soul entered the warp, it might be devoured before it could gather the strength to reincarnate. The guides of humanity were being slowly exterminated, their knowledge lost, their protective presence removed from a species that desperately needed their guidance. Faced with this existential threat, the shamans gathered in conclave and made a decision that would echo through the millennia. Rather than continue to reincarnate individually, risking the slow extinction of their kind, they would pool their power into a single entity. Every shaman, every psyker, every wise one who possessed the gift of second sight would sacrifice themselves in a coordinated ritual, sending their souls into the warp simultaneously. The combined psychic might of thousands of the most powerful human psykers would be too much for even the predators of the warp to devour. Instead, their souls would merge, forming something new, something unprecedented in human history. They called this being the new man. The ritual was conducted with solemn purpose. Thousands of shamans, gathered from every corner of ancient Earth, consumed poison and sent their souls screaming into the immaterium at the same moment. The psychic shockwave of their passing must have been visible to any who possessed the witch sight, a pillar of souls rising into the unseen realm where they swirled and merged and became something greater than the sum of their parts. For a year, if the accounts are to be believed, this Gestalt entity existed only in the warp, gathering strength, forming purpose, preparing for birth. And then, in a small village along the Sakarya River in ancient Anatolia, a child was born to mortal parents who could not possibly understand what their son truly was. He appeared human in every way that mattered to those around him. He cried as infants cry. He grew as children grow. But within him resided the combined power and knowledge of thousands of human psychers, a psychic might that would only grow stronger with time. However, this account, dramatic and mythologically satisfying as it is, has been called into question by more recent evidence. The Primarch Lorgar, before his fall to chaos, was given access to records that suggested a different origin. Some scholars, those few who dare to question the accepted narratives, point to evidence that the Emperor might have been something else entirely. Perhaps a creation of the Dark Age of technology, when humanity's science reached heights that made the creation of artificial gods theoretically possible. Perhaps a weapon, designed and built to protect humanity from the horrors beyond, now free of its masters and pursuing its own vision of salvation. The Emperor himself has never clarified which account is true. In the book Master of Mankind, he showed one of his custodian guards a vision of his childhood, of a young boy discovering his psychic powers when his uncle murdered his father. The boy, barely more than a child, reached out with his mind and stopped the murderer's heart without mercy or remorse. This, the Emperor suggested, was the moment he realized that humanity needed law, needed order, needed a guiding hand to lift it from the darkness of savagery. But even this vision might have been metaphor rather than memory, a teaching tool rather than historical truth. The Emperor was known to show different people different faces, to reveal only what he deemed necessary for each individual to know. What we know with more certainty is that the being who would become the Emperor existed for many millennia before he revealed himself to history. He was present during humanity's first civilizations, watching as cities rose from the mud of river valleys, as agriculture replaced hunting and gathering, as the species began its long climb toward the stars. Ancient texts and fragmentary records suggest he took many forms during this time, both male and female, sometimes a conqueror and sometimes a teacher, sometimes a warrior and sometimes a healer. He walked among humanity as a ghost, observing, occasionally intervening, but never revealing his true nature or power. The historical record becomes slightly less fragmentary during what humans remember as the classical period. Evidence suggests the Emperor might have been Alexander the Great, or at least appeared as him at certain crucial moments. When Alexander supposedly wept before the river Hydaspes because there were no more worlds to conquer, the Emperor was there, for he had discovered something far more significant than earthly conquest: the Golden Throne, an artifact from a previous age that would eventually become the mechanism of his imprisonment. Whether Alexander was the Emperor himself, or simply a mortal chosen as a vessel for a specific purpose, remains debated. But the connection between them appears in too many sources to be mere coincidence. Throughout the rise and fall of civilizations, through the Roman Empire and its successors, through the Age of Faith and the Age of Reason, through humanity's first tentative steps into space and the glorious expansion into the stars during the Dark Age of technology, the Emperor watched and waited. He possessed knowledge of not only Earth, but of the dangers beyond it. His psychic sight allowed him to perceive the warp, to understand that humanity's emotions were feeding monstrous entities in the immaterium, to realize that if left unchecked, these chaos gods would eventually devour every human soul. He knew that humanity needed protection, but he also knew that revealing himself too soon would accomplish nothing. He had to wait for the right moment, for the crisis that would allow him to step forward and offer salvation. That crisis came during the Age of Strife, when the Elder Empire's spectacular death throes tore reality apart and birthed the chaos god Slanesh. The resulting psychic catastrophe plunged humanity into darkness, severing the connections between human worlds, spawning warp storms that made interstellar travel impossible, trapping colonies in isolation while monsters stalked the void. On Earth itself, civilization collapsed into barbarism. Techno-barbarian warlords carved out petty kingdoms among the ruins of greater ages. Psykers began manifesting in greater numbers, and without training or understanding, many became doorways for demonic possession. Humanity stood on the brink of extinction, and in that darkest hour, the Emperor finally revealed himself. He did not announce his nature or his plan. He simply began the work he had prepared for across millennia. On the war-torn surface of ancient terror, he gathered followers and began forging an army. He created the Thunder Warriors, the first of his genetically enhanced super soldiers, warriors powerful enough to conquer the techno-barbarian kingdoms and unite the cradle of humanity under a single banner. The Unification Wars were brutal and bloody, a campaign of subjugation that left entire regions of Earth as radioactive wastes. But when they ended, Terra stood united for the first time in remembered history. And it was then, standing astride a united world with armies at his command and the technology to reach the stars once more, that the man who had walked through 40,000 years of human history chose to reveal himself as the Emperor of mankind. Not a god, never a god, simply the Emperor, the pinnacle of human evolution, the most powerful psyker ever born, the rightful ruler of the species. He made his nature clear from the beginning. He was mortal, subject to physical laws, explainable through science, even if that science was beyond current understanding. He wielded psychic power of unprecedented magnitude, but this was not magic or divine intervention. It was simply an evolved ability, a natural extension of human consciousness into realms that others could not perceive or manipulate. This distinction would prove crucial. The Emperor had seen how faith fed the Chaos Gods. He had watched as human emotion and belief given form in the warp, created and sustained the very entities that threatened to destroy the species. He understood, perhaps better than any being who has ever lived, that worship was not merely misguided reverence, but an active danger to humanity's survival. Every prayer offered to a god strengthened the forces of chaos. Every act of faith poured psychic energy into the immaterium, where it could be harvested by entities whose only desire was to corrupt and consume. If humanity was to survive, if the species was to achieve its potential and claim its rightful place among the stars, then faith had to die. All faith. Every last ember of religious belief had to be extinguished and replaced with cold reason and empirical truth. This was the foundation upon which the Emperor would build his imperium. This was the principle that would guide every decision, inform every action, shape every policy. The Imperium of Man would be an empire of reason, an enlightenment project on a galactic scale, a secular crusade to free humanity from 10,000 years of superstitious darkness. And for a time, it seemed as though he might actually succeed. For a brief and shining moment, it appeared that humanity might cast off the chains of faith and step forward into a rational future. But faith is a stubborn thing, particularly when faced with the horrors that lurk in the darkness between the stars. And the Emperor, for all his power and knowledge, could not foresee how completely his vision would be betrayed, or how the very principles he fought to establish would become the foundations of the greatest religion the galaxy had ever seen, the Imperial Truth. A secular vision. When the Emperor strode forth from the Unification Wars and gazed up at the stars, he did so with a vision that was as comprehensive as it was revolutionary. The Imperium he would build would not be merely a political entity or a military alliance. It would be nothing less than a complete reimagining of what humanity could become. A transformation of the species from superstitious primates huddling in fear of the unknown to enlightened beings who understood the universe through reason and mastery through knowledge. At the heart of this vision lay a doctrine that would come to be known as the imperial truth, a philosophical framework that explicitly rejected religion, superstition, and above all, the worship of any being as divine, including and especially the emperor himself. The imperial truth was elegantly simple in its core premises, though profound in its implications. It held that the universe was rational and comprehensible through the application of logic, observation, and empirical investigation. Mystery was not something to be feared or worshipped, but rather a temporary state of ignorance that would inevitably yield to the light of understanding. Knowledge defeated fear. Truth brought freedom. Science and reason offered the only reliable path to progress and survival. In such a universe, there was no place for gods, for supernatural explanations, for faith-based worldviews that substituted comfortable lies for uncomfortable realities. According to the imperial truth, everything that seemed supernatural could be explained through science, even if that science remained beyond current understanding. The warp was not a realm of gods and demons, but rather an alternate dimension that could be studied, mapped, and eventually controlled through sufficient knowledge and technology. Psykers were not touched by the divine, but rather represented the next stage in human evolution, individuals whose brains had developed the capacity to manipulate psychic energy in the same way that others manipulated physical forces. Even the entities that inhabited the warp, the beings that primitive cultures had worshipped as gods, were not divine, but merely powerful psychic constructs. Dangerous, certainly, but no more worthy of worship than a star or a black hole. This insistence on rationality extended to the emperor himself. Despite his immense power, despite his immortality, despite psychic abilities that dwarfed those of any other being, he explicitly and repeatedly denied divine status. When populations wanted to worship him, he forbade it. When cultures attempted to incorporate him into their existing religious frameworks, he destroyed those frameworks entirely. The emperor presented himself not as a god, but as the natural endpoint of human evolution, a being who had simply lived long enough and developed sufficiently to wield power that seemed godlike to lesser beings, but was ultimately explicable through natural law, the core. Destruction of the last church on Terra stands as the clearest example of the emperor's commitment to this secular vision. As the unification wars drew to a close, and Terra stood on the brink of a new age, a single church remained standing, the last holdout of organized religion on the cradle of humanity. Its keeper was a priest named Uriah Olathere, a man who understood that the survival of faith itself hung in the balance. Rather than simply burning the church and executing the priest, the emperor visited Uriah personally and engaged him in a battle not of weapons, but of words and ideas. Their conversation, recorded in fragments that the ecclesiarchy has desperately tried to suppress or reinterpret, reveals the depth of the emperor's conviction. He argued that religion had been humanity's greatest curse, the source of countless wars, the justification for every atrocity, the mental prison that had kept the species trapped in ignorance for millennia. He pointed to the age of strife, to the collapse that had nearly exterminated humanity, and laid the blame at the feet of superstition and faith. He declared that humanity would never be free, would never reach its potential, would never be safe from the predations of chaos until the last stone from the last church was cast down upon the last priest. Uriah argued back, of course. He spoke of hope and meaning, of the human need for something greater than themselves, of faith as a source of strength rather than weakness. But his arguments failed to move the emperor, who had seen across millennia what faith produced, who understood with a clarity that no mortal could match how human worship fed the very monsters that threatened to devour them. When their debate ended, the church burned, and Uriah was left to witness the dawn of an age that had no place for his faith or his God. But the destruction of Earth's religions was only the beginning. With Terra united and the technology to reach the stars restored, the Emperor launched the Great Crusade, a military and ideological campaign that would spread the imperial truth across the galaxy. He did not do this alone. In preparation for this monumental task, he had created his greatest works of genetic engineering, the 20 Primarchs, beings fashioned from his own genetic template, each designed to excel in particular aspects of leadership and warfare. These would be his generals, his sons, the commanders of the Space Marine legions that would reconquer the stars in humanity's name. Tragically, before the Primarchs could be deployed, they were stolen by the machinations of the Chaos Gods and scattered across the galaxy, cast through the warp to distant worlds where they would mature in isolation. The Emperor was forced to create the Space Marines from the genetic material the Primarchs had left behind, building his legions without the generals meant to lead them. But he did not allow this setback to delay his vision. The Great Crusade would proceed, and, as it reclaimed human worlds from the darkness of the Age of Strife, it would also free them from the tyranny of faith. This aspect of the Great Crusade is often overlooked in accounts that focus solely on military conquest, but it was absolutely central to the Emperor's plan. When a human world was brought into compliance, when its armies had been defeated and its rulers forced to acknowledge imperial authority, the iterators followed. These were not warriors, but teachers, orators trained in rhetoric and philosophy, whose task was to spread the imperial truth among conquered populations. They gave speeches in grand halls and whispered conversations in small gatherings. They taught the principles of reason and science. They systematically dismantled existing religious structures and replaced them with secular education. Ancient texts were burned not out of mindless destruction, but as a deliberate act to sever humanity's connection to its superstitious past. Temples were torn down and replaced with schools. Priests were stripped of authority and re-educated, or, if they refused to abandon their faith, eliminated. It was cultural genocide on a galactic scale, the systematic eradication of